Tonight, we're taking a quiet ride through the story of how Henry Ford changed the world. He didn't invent the car, but he figured out how to get one into every driveway. With a spark of innovation and a moving assembly line, Ford revolutionised the way people lived, worked and travelled. We'll ease through the hum of factory floors, the rhythm of machines, and the ripple effects of affordable cars that reshaped cities, economies, and even weekends. Imagine going from horse-drawn carts to Model Ts practically overnight, and suddenly the world felt smaller, faster, and just a little more connected. So before you get comfortable, as always, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you appreciate our content. Also, please let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now dim your lights, grab that blanket and let's start. Picture yourself settling into your favourite chair, maybe with a warm cup of tea, as we travel back to a time when America was a very different place. It's the late 1800s, and if you wanted to get somewhere, you'd better have a good pair of shoes, a reliable horse, or access to a train. The idea of every family owning their own personal transportation device, well, that was about as likely as having a computer in your pocket that could connect you to anyone in the world. Oh, wait. Our story begins with a young man named Henry Ford, born in 1863 on a farm in what's now Dearborn, Michigan. Now, Henry wasn't your typical farm boy. While other kids were content to milk cows and plant corn, Henry was the kind of kid who'd take apart the family's pocket watch just to see how it worked. His father probably wasn't thrilled about this habit, much like how you might feel if your teenager decided to fix your smartphone. Henry had what we'd call today a classic case of mechanical curiosity. He couldn't see a machine without wondering how it ticked, literally and figuratively. When Henry first laid eyes on a steam engine at the age of 13, it was an instant connection. Not the romantic kind of love, mind you, but the kind of obsession that makes you forget to eat dinner because you're too busy sketching gear ratios. By 16, Henry had left the farm for Detroit, which was already becoming a hub of American industry. He found work as a machinist's apprentice, earning $2.50 a week. To put that in perspective, that's about what you might spend on a fancy coffee drink today, except Henry had to live on it for 7 days. But he was learning, absorbing everything about how things worked, from steam engines to the newfangled electricity that was just beginning to light up cities. What made Henry different from other tinkerers of his time wasn't just his mechanical aptitude, it was his vision. While others saw machines as individual marvels, Henry began to see them as part of something bigger. He understood that the real magic wasn't just in making something work, but in making it work for everyone. The project wasn't just about building a better mousetrap, this was about reimagining how society itself could function. During these early years in Detroit, Henry worked for the Edison Illuminating Company, eventually becoming their chief engineer. Yes, that Edison, Thomas Edison himself. Working for the man who brought us the light bulb gave Henry front row seats to the biggest technological revolution of his time. He watched how Edison didn't just invent things, but created entire systems around them. The light bulb was useless without power plants, wiring and switches. Henry was taking notes, but Henry's real passion project was happening in his spare time in a little brick shed behind his house. He was building what he called a horseless carriage, basically a carriage without the horse, powered by a gasoline engine. The carriage wasn't a completely original idea. Other inventors were working on similar projects, but Henry had something different in mind. While others were creating expensive toys for the wealthy, Henry was already dreaming of something that ordinary people could afford. In 1896, at 2 a.m. on a June morning, Henry fired up his first successful automobile. There was just one problem. The car was wider than the door of his workshop, so what did he do? He took an axe to the brick wall. His wife Clara, watching from the doorway in her nightgown, probably wondered if she'd married a genius or a madman. Time would reveal that it was a combination of both genius and madness. That first car, the quadricycle as he called it, could reach the blazing speed of 20 miles per hour. To put that in perspective, that's slower than most people jog today, but it was fast enough to scare horses and create quite a stir in the neighbourhood. Henry had achieved a significant milestone. He'd proven that his vision wasn't just a dream, it was possible. As you drift off tonight, imagine that moment when Henry first drove his quadricycle down Detroit's dirt roads. The neighbours peered out their windows, wondering what that strange contraption was. Henry himself probably grinning from ear to ear, knowing that he'd just taken the first step toward changing not just how people got around, but how they lived, worked and thought about the future. Now you might think that after building his first car, Henry Ford would have immediately started mass producing them. But here's where our story gets interesting and where Henry shows he was more than just a good mechanic. He was a dreamer with a practical streak, and he understood something that many inventors miss. Building something once is engineering, but building it affordably for millions of people, that's revolution. Henry's early attempts at starting a car company were, to put it gently, learning experiences. His first company, the Detroit Automobile Company, folded faster than a cheap lawn chair. The cars were too expensive, too unreliable, and frankly too much like the luxury playthings that other manufacturers were making. Henry wanted something different, but he wasn't quite sure how to get there yet. This is where Henry's story becomes relatable to anyone who's ever had a big idea that seemed impossible. You know that feeling when you can see exactly what you want to accomplish, but every practical step seems to lead to another obstacle. That was Henry in the early 1900s. He could envision millions of Americans driving affordable cars, but the math just didn't add up. Cars were assembled by skilled craftsmen, one at a time, like handmade furniture. The result was beautiful but expensive, about $3,000 for a basic model, which was more than most people made in 2 years. But Henry was stubborn in the best possible way. Instead of giving up or settling for the luxury market, he became obsessed with a single question. How do you make something both good and cheap? It's the same question that would later drive entrepreneurs to create everything from affordable computers to budget airlines. Henry was researching cars at a time when most people considered them a fleeting trend. The breakthrough came when Henry started studying other industries. He spent time in slaughterhouses, not the most pleasant research locations, but bear with me here. He watched how they processed cattle, with each worker performing one specific task as the carcass moved along overhead rails. He visited flour mills and watched grain being processed in stages. He was seeing the power of breaking down complex tasks into simple, repeatable steps. The process wasn't just about efficiency, it was about democratization. You can only make a few of them and they'll be expensive. But if you can teach someone to do one task well, you can make a lot of them and they can be cheap. It's the same principle that makes your smartphone possible. Instead of one person handcrafting each phone, thousands of people each do one small part of the process. Henry's breakthrough occurred when he realised that instead of workers circling a stationary car, the car could move past these workers. Each person would install one component, then the car would move to the next station. It sounds simple now, but it was revolutionary then. It was like rearranging the entire world of manufacturing. But here's what made Henry different from other industrialists of his time. He didn't just want to make cars efficiently, he wanted to make them so efficiently that his own workers could afford to buy them. This wasn't just good business, it was visionary. He understood that the people who made the cars should also be able to enjoy them. It's a lesson that some modern companies are still learning. In 1903, Henry founded the Ford Motor Companies with $28,000 in capital. That's roughly $850,000 in today's money. Significant, but not the billions we associate with major companies today. From the beginning, he was clear about his mission: I will build a car for the great multitude. He was not building a car for the wealthy or the elite, but for everyone. The first Ford Model A sold for $850, which was still expensive but considerably less than the competition. More importantly, Henry was already planning for the future. He knew that the present was just the beginning, that the real goal was to make cars as common as bicycles. His partners thought he was crazy. They wanted to focus on more expensive cars with higher profit margins per unit. But Henry had a different vision of profit. Instead of making a lot of money on a few cars, why not make a little money on many cars? As you settle in for the night, picture Henry in his office, sketching and calculating, surrounded by the noise and smoke of early Detroit industry. He's not just designing a car, he's designing a new way of life. He's imagining families taking Sunday drives, workers commuting to better jobs, and young people exploring the world beyond their neighbourhoods. He's dreaming of an America where mobility isn't a privilege but a possibility for everyone. Let's talk about what might be the most important car ever built. A car so revolutionary that it changed not just transportation, but the entire fabric of American society. In 1908, Henry Ford introduced the Model T, and if you've ever heard someone jokingly say, "You can have any colour you want as long as it's black," you're hearing an echo of this moment in history. But here's the thing about that famous quote. It wasn't about Henry being stubborn or lacking imagination. It It was about something much more profound: the power of standardization. By offering the Model T in just one colour, and it was actually dark green initially, but black dried faster, Henry could streamline production and keep costs down. It's the same principle that makes modern fast food possible: limited options but consistent quality and low prices. The Model T wasn't just affordable, it was practically indestructible. Henry understood that if you're going to sell cars to farmers, factory workers and middle-class families, those cars better be able to handle whatever life throws at them. The Model T could drive through mud that would stop a modern SUV, and it was so simple that just about anyone could learn to repair it. It was the era's smartphone, not due to its complexity, but because it was easy to use. Now, imagine you're living in 1908. Your world is still largely organised around walking distance. You live near where you work, you shop at the stores in your neighbourhood, and if you want to visit family in the next town over, that's a major expedition requiring careful planning. The Model T changed all of that. Suddenly, distance became less important than time. You could live in one place and work in another. You could shop where prices were better, not just where things were closest. But here's where Henry's real genius shows. He didn't just build a car, he built a system. He understood that selling cars was useless if people couldn't get parts, fuel or repairs. So Ford created a network of dealerships across the country, trained mechanics, and standardized parts. When your Model T broke down in rural Kansas, you could fix it with Detroit parts and procedures. It's the same thinking that makes your phone work the same way whether you're in New York or Nebraska. The production innovations were just as revolutionary as the car itself. Henry's assembly line didn't just make cars faster, it made them consistently better. When each worker becomes an expert at one specific task, quality actually improves. It's like the difference between a home cook making one elaborate meal and a specialist making one perfect dish hundreds of times. In 1908, the Model T sold for $825. By 1925, the price had dropped to $290, even though the car had gotten better. That's the opposite of what usually happens with products. They typically get more expensive over time, not cheaper. Henry found the learning curve. The more you make something, the better you get at it, and the cheaper it is. But the real revolution was social. The Model T democratized mobility in a way that changed everything about how Americans lived. Young people could court someone from the next town over. Families could live in suburbs and commute to city jobs. Farmers could get their products to market faster and cheaper. It's hard to overstate how fundamentally these innovations changed daily life. The Model T also created something we take for granted today: the weekend road trip. Before cars, leisure travel was something only the wealthy could afford. But with a Model T, a middle-class family could pack up on the Saturday morning and explore places they had only heard about. This marked the start of America's passion for the open road. Extending from Route 66 to the interstate highway system, Henry's workers were among the first to benefit. In 1914, he made a decision that shocked the business world. He doubled his workers' wages to $5 a day. Other industrialists believed he had gone insane, but Henry understood something they didn't. If his workers could afford to buy the cars they were making, he'd have a whole new market. It wasn't just generosity, it was brilliant business strategy. The $5 day did more than boost sales. It created a new kind of middle class. Ford workers could afford not just cars, but homes, appliances, and education for their children. They became consumers, not just producers. This era was the beginning of the consumer economy that would define 20th century America. As you drift towards sleep, imagine the sound of a Model T puttering down a dirt road in 1915, perhaps carrying a family on their first real vacation, or a young entrepreneur heading to the city to start a business. That simple black car wasn't just transportation, it was possibility itself, rolling down American roads and into the future. Now we come to the most important part of our story, when Henry Ford changed how everything was made. The assembly line wasn't just a manufacturing technique, it was a complete rethinking of how work itself could be organised. Like many revolutionary ideas, it began with a simple observation and a willingness to challenge traditional methods. Picture the world of manufacturing before Henry's innovation. If you desired a car, a skilled craftsman would construct it from beginning to end. He'd be part mechanic, part artist, and part engineer. Each car was unique, like a handmade piece of furniture. It was beautiful in its way, because it was also slow, expensive, and required workers with years of training. It's like the difference between having a master chef prepare your meal from scratch versus having a kitchen staff where each person specialises in one aspect of the meal. Henry's breakthrough came from watching that slaughterhouse we mentioned earlier, but also from studying his workers. He noticed that when someone did the same task repeatedly, they got remarkably quick at it. They became not just slightly faster, but significantly faster. A worker who could install a dashboard in 20 minutes could do it in 5 minutes after doing it 100 times. The steep learning curve led to substantial improvements, but the real innovation was moving the work to the worker, instead of the worker to the work. Instead of craftsmen walking around a stationary car with their tools, the car would move along a line while workers stayed in one spot with their tools organised exactly how they needed them. It sounds obvious now, but it was revolutionary then. It's akin to the difference between a chef frantically gathering ingredients in a kitchen and having everything they need within easy reach. The first assembly line at Ford's Highland Park plant was almost comically simple. They used a rope and pulley system to drag car frames past workers onto a wooden floor. But it worked. The time to build a car dropped from 12 hours to 2.5 hours almost immediately. And this improvement was just the beginning. As they refined the process, adding conveyors and optimising the workflow, the time kept dropping. But here's what made Henry's approach different from other industrialists. He obsessed over the details that made workers' lives better, not just more productive. He studied how high the conveyor belt should be, so workers didn't have to bend over or reach up. He figured out the optimal speed, fast enough to maintain efficiency, but not so fast that workers felt rushed or made mistakes. He was essentially inventing ergonomics, though that word wouldn't be coined for decades. The results were staggering. By 1914, Ford's Highland Park plant could produce more cars in a day than most manufacturers could make in a month. The Model T, which had taken 728 minutes to assemble in 1930, was taking just 93 minutes by 1914. That's not just improvement, that's transformation. But with this efficiency came new challenges. Repetitive work could be mind-numbing. Worker turnover was initially high as people found the work boring compared to the variety of traditional craftsmanship. Henry's solution was typically direct. He paid workers well enough that they wanted to stay. The famous $5 a day wasn't just about buying cars, it was about creating jobs that people actually wanted to keep. This is where Henry's philosophy really shines through. He understood that efficiency without humanity was ultimately self-defeating. Happy workers were productive workers. Well-paid workers were loyal workers. Workers who could afford the products they made were also customers. It was a virtuous cycle that benefited everyone. The assembly line also democratized skill. Previously, making cars required master craftsmen with years of training, but Henry's system could take someone with no experience and make them productive in days. The initiative wasn't about replacing skilled workers, it was about creating a new kind of skilled work. Workers became experts in their specific tasks, often innovating better ways to do their jobs. Other industries took notice. The assembly line principle spread to everything from appliances to electronics to food processing. Even today, when you unwrap a smartphone or open a packaged meal, you're benefiting from principles Henry Ford pioneered. The modern world of abundant, affordable goods traces back to that first rope and pulley system dragging car frames across a factory floor in Detroit. But perhaps the most important thing to understand is that Henry didn't just speed up production, he made it more predictable. Before the assembly line, you never knew exactly when a car would be finished. With the assembly line, you could plan production weeks in advance. This predictability made everything else possible: supply chains, dealer networks, even consumer financing. As you rest tonight, think about how many things in your daily life exist because of Henry's innovations. The device you're listening to this on, the car in your driveway, even the grocery store where you shop, they all owe something to that moment when Henry decided to move the work to the worker instead of the worker to the work. He didn't just change how cars were made, he changed how everything was made. January 5th, 1914 was a day that changed not just Ford Motor Company, but the entire relationship between workers and employers in America. On that day, Henry Ford announced something so radical that newspapers across the country struggled to believe it was real. He was going to pay his workers $5 a day. To understand why the news was so shocking, you need to know that the average industrial wage at the time was about $2.50 a day. Henry wasn't just raising wages, he was more than doubling them. Other business leaders believed Henry was insane. The Wall Street Journal called it an economic crime and predicted it would ruin Ford Motor Company. Competitors were furious, worried that they'd have to raise their wages to compete for workers. But Henry had done his math, and his reasoning was both simple and brilliant. If we pay our workers well, they'll be able to buy our cars. The immediate effect was chaos, but the good kind of chaos. The next morning, thousands of men lined up outside Ford's Highland Park plant, hoping for jobs. Police had to use fire hoses to control the crowds. Word spread that Ford was paying wages that could actually support a family, and workers came from across the country. It was like the gold rush, except instead of searching for gold, people were searching for good jobs. However, Henry's $5 day was not without its limitations. Workers had to meet certain standards, not just at work but in their personal lives. Ford created a sociological department that would visit workers' homes to ensure they were living properly. This meant no drinking, no gambling, keeping a clean house, and sending children to school. By modern standards, the arrangement seems intrusive and paternalistic, but in the context of 1914, many workers saw it as a fair trade, a middle-class wage in exchange for middle-class behaviour. The programme worked better than even Henry expected. Worker turnover dropped to under 20%, down from over 300% annually, meaning they had to hire 3 people for every job just to keep positions filled. Quality improved dramatically. Productivity soared. The workers who stayed were invested in their jobs in a way that had never been seen before in industrial America. But the real revolution was what happened after work. For the first time in American history, you had industrial workers who could afford more than just survival. They could buy homes, not just rent them. They could purchase appliances, furniture, and yes, cars. They could send their children to high school instead of putting them to work at age 14. They could plan for the future instead of just surviving the present day. Henry had essentially created a new social class, the industrial middle class. These weren't farmers or shopkeepers or professionals, they were factory workers who lived like middle-class people. The idea was revolutionary. Throughout history, people who worked with their hands had always been poor. Henry changed that equation. The ripple effects were enormous. When Ford workers could afford to buy homes, the construction industry boomed. When they could afford appliances, the appliance industry grew. When they could afford cars, the entire automotive industry expanded. Henry had discovered something that economists would later call the multiplier effect. When you put money in workers' pockets, they spend it, which creates more jobs, which creates more spending. Other companies slowly began to follow Ford's lead, not out of generosity, but out of necessity. They discovered what Henry had already figured out. Well-paid workers were more productive, more loyal, and more innovative. The idea that paying workers well could build a better business challenged the notion that paying them as little as possible would work. But the $5 day was about more than wages. It was about dignity. For the first time, industrial workers experienced a sense of partnership in the business, rather than being mere components. They had a stake in the company's success because that success directly affected their lives. When the Model T sold well, Ford workers benefited. When the company grew, their job security increased. Henry also understood something that many modern companies have forgotten. Training workers is an investment, not an impulse. The sociological department didn't just monitor workers' behaviour, it provided education and support. Workers could learn English, take classes in personal finance, and get help navigating the bureaucracy of home ownership. Ford was creating not just employees, but citizens. The program wasn't perfect. The intrusion into workers' private lives was problematic, and the standards were sometimes arbitrary and culturally biased. But the fundamental principle that workers should share in the prosperity they help create was revolutionary and remains relevant today. By 1915, Ford workers were buying Model Ts with their own paychecks. Henry's forecast had materialised. His employees had transformed into his clients. More than that, they had become tangible evidence that the American dream was achievable for individuals who employed their hands, not just their minds. As you settle into sleep, imagine what it must have felt like to be a Ford worker in 1915, driving home in a car you built and paid for with wages that seemed impossible just a few years earlier. You weren't just going home from work, you were driving toward a future that previous generations of workers could never have imagined. By the 1920s, something remarkable had happened in America. The country had become mobile in a way that no society in human history had ever been before. Thanks to Henry Ford's vision and the Model T's success, cars were no longer luxury items for the wealthy. They were becoming as common as telephones and electric lights. And this transformation was changing everything about how Americans lived, worked, and thought about themselves. The numbers tell an incredible story. In 1910, approximately 500,000 cars were present throughout the United States. By 1920, there were 9 million. By 1930, there were 26 million. That's not just growth, that's a complete transformation of society. It's like the adoption of smartphones, but even more fundamental because cars changed where people could live, work and play. Think about what this development meant for a typical American family. In 1910, your job options were limited to what you could reach on foot or by streetcar. Neighbourhood stores were the only places you could shop. Your social life was limited to people who lived nearby. Your children's education was limited to the local school. By 1925, all of those limitations had been swept away. The car had given ordinary people a kind of freedom that had previously been available only to the wealthy. The transformation was especially dramatic in rural areas. Farmers had been among the most isolated people in America, sometimes going weeks without seeing anyone outside their immediate family. The Model T changed that overnight. Farmers could drive to town for supplies, attend church regularly, and send their children to better schools. They could get their crops to market faster and cheaper. They could access medical care that had been unreachable before. The car didn't just change rural life, it saved it. But perhaps the most profound change was in how young people lived. Before cars, courtship was a highly supervised affair. Young men would visit young women in their family's parlour, under the watchful eye of parents. The car changed all that. Suddenly young people could go out together, alone, and explore their feelings without constant supervision. It's hard to overstate how revolutionary the invention was. The car didn't just change transportation, it changed romance, marriage, and family formation. Cities began to reshape themselves around the automobile. New suburbs sprang up, connected to downtown areas by roads rather than streetcar lines. Shopping centres moved from downtown to the outskirts, where land was cheaper and parking was abundant. The mall, that quintessentially American institution, was born from the marriage of cars and commerce. People could live in quiet residential areas and commute to work, shop at convenient locations, and still have access to urban amenities. The car also democratized leisure in ways that are difficult to imagine today. Before cars, vacation travel was something only the wealthy could afford. Working families might take a day trip to a nearby lake or park, but real travel required trains and hotels that were beyond most people's budgets. The car changed that. Families could pack up and drive to national parks, beaches or mountains. They could camp along the way, making vacation travel affordable for the first time. This phenomenon gave birth to an entirely new industry, roadside America. Gas stations, motor courts, the predecessors of motels, diners, and tourist attractions sprang up along major highways. Route 66, the famous highway from Chicago to Los Angeles, became a symbol of American freedom and adventure. Railroads had bypassed small towns, but if they happened to be along a major highway, they suddenly found themselves back on the map. But the car revolution wasn't just about leisure, it was about opportunity. Workers could live in one place and work in another, which meant they could choose jobs based on quality rather than just proximity. Businesses could locate where land was cheaper and still attract workers. The entire economic geography of America was being redrawn by the automobile. Henry Ford had predicted this transformation, but even he was probably surprised by how quickly and completely it happened. The Model T had become more than just a product, it was the catalyst for a new way of life. Americans were becoming a mobile people, always ready to move toward better opportunities, new experiences, and different ways of living. The psychological impact was just as important as the practical one. Owning a car gave people a sense of control over their lives that they'd never had before. They weren't dependent on streetcar schedules or limited to walking distance. They could make decisions about where and when to go there. It was a kind of personal freedom that was entirely new in human experience. Of course, this transformation brought challenges too. Traffic jams, parking problems, and air pollution were the price of mobility. Traditional communities began to break down as people became more mobile and less tied to specific neighbourhoods. The car enabled suburbanization, which had both positive and negative effects on American society. But for most Americans in the 1920s, the car represented pure possibility. It was the physical embodiment of the American dream, the idea that with hard work and determination you could go anywhere and become anything. Henry Ford had built more than just an affordable car, he had built a machine that made dreams feel achievable. Imagine the excitement of a family in 1925, packing their Model T for their first real vacation, heading out on roads that led to places they'd only read about in books. They weren't just driving, they were exploring a new kind of freedom that their parents could never have imagined. As we reach the end of our story, it's worth reflecting on just how completely Henry Ford changed not just America, but the world. By the time he died in 1947, the boy who took apart pocket watches on a Michigan farm fundamentally altered how people lived, worked, and thought about the future. But his legacy goes far beyond the millions of cars that rolled off his assembly lines. Henry's greatest achievement wasn't technical, it was philosophical. He proved that mass production and high wages could work together, that efficiency and humanity weren't opposites, and that the people who made things should also be able to afford them. His approach wasn't just a business strategy, it was a new way of thinking about the relationship between work and prosperity. The principles Henry pioneered, standardization, continuous improvement, and treating workers as partners rather than just labour, became the foundation of modern manufacturing. When you buy something today that's both high quality and affordable, you're benefiting from ideas that Henry Ford developed in his Detroit factories. From smartphones to furniture to food, the modern world of abundant consumer goods traces back to those early assembly lines. But perhaps Henry's most important contribution was proving that innovation could be democratic. Before Ford, most new technologies were luxury items that gradually became more affordable. Henry reversed that process. He started with the goal of making cars affordable for everyone, then figured out how to make them efficiently. He began with the customer, not the technology, and that customer-first approach revolutionized how businesses think about innovation. The social changes Henry set in motion were even more profound than the economic ones. The automobile culture he created, the freedom to live where you want, work where you want, and travel where you want, became central to the American identity. The suburbs, the shopping mall, the family road trip, the drive-in restaurant, even the drive-through bank, all of these trace back to Henry's decision to make cars affordable for ordinary families. Henry also demonstrated something that many modern companies struggle with: the power of long-term thinking. While his competitors focused on quarterly profits, Henry was thinking in decades. He understood that building a sustainable business meant creating a sustainable society where workers could afford to be customers, where efficiency served humanity rather than replacing it, and where innovation made life better for everyone, not just the wealthy. The influence of Henry's ideas extended far beyond the automotive industry. The assembly line principle transformed manufacturing across every sector. The concept of paying workers well enough to be customers influenced labour policy for generations. The idea that mass production could create prosperity rather than just profit became a cornerstone of American economic policy. But Henry's story also teaches us about the complexity of change. The same innovations that created suburban prosperity also contributed to urban decay. The freedom of the automobile came with costs: pollution, traffic, and the decline of public transportation. The efficiency of mass production sometimes came at the expense of craftsmanship and individual creativity. Every revolution brings both benefits and challenges, and Henry's was no exception. What made Henry special wasn't that he was perfect, he certainly wasn't. He could be stubborn, sometimes to the point of damaging his own company. His paternalistic approach to worker welfare would be unacceptable today. His later embrace of automation over employment showed the limits of his vision. But what made him remarkable was his ability to see beyond the immediate problem to the larger possibilities. Today, as we face new revolutions in technology and work, Henry's example remains relevant. His approach, starting with human needs rather than technical capabilities, thinking about workers as partners rather than costs, and believing that innovation should serve everyone, not just the few, offers lessons for our digital age. When you drive your car tomorrow, remember that you're not just using a machine, you're participating in a revolution that began with a young man who couldn't resist taking things apart to see how they worked. When you buy something that's both high quality and affordable, you're benefiting from principles that Henry Ford pioneered over a century ago. Henry proved that work can provide not just survival, but prosperity. The boy who left his father's farm to work in Detroit factories became the man who showed the world that technology could serve humanity, that efficiency could coexist with fairness, and that innovation could create opportunities for everyone. He didn't just change how cars were made, he changed how we think about work, prosperity, and the possibilities of American life. As you settle into sleep tonight, remember that you're living in the world that Henry Ford helped create, a world where ordinary people can afford extraordinary things, where innovation serves humanity, and where the next great breakthrough might come from someone who simply refuses to accept that things have to be done the way they've always been done. Remember, Every revolution begins with someone brave enough to imagine that things could be different. If you're still struggling to sleep, chances are the insomnia is bugging you like a pesky fly in your ear. But don't worry, we have tons of other cool stories in all kinds of subjects, old and new, to help you have something to fall asleep to. I truly can't thank you guys enough for supporting not just me, but the History and Sleep crew as a whole. We're able to create more projects for you that will always stay unique and not be a copycat. I'm going to head on over to my fireplace and relax myself. Sweet dreams, my friends, and as always, sleep tight and good night. Long before Neil Armstrong became the celestial figure of American mythology, he was a boy obsessed with the mechanics of flight. Armstrong's fascination ran deeper than the conventional narrative of an innocent child staring at the sky, dreaming of one day touching the stars. His was a mind enamoured with the intricacies of how things worked. Armstrong was born in 1931 during the peak of aviation advancement, when the design of aircraft was rapidly changing after the First World War. At age 6, he experienced his first airplane ride in a Ford Trimotor, nicknamed the Tin Goose. Unlike the romanticised accounts that pervade most retellings, Armstrong's reaction wasn't one of wide-eyed wonder. Instead, his first flight triggered an analytical curiosity. According to his biographer James Hansen, young Neil spent the flight studying the pilot's movements, watching the control surfaces respond, and trying to decipher the relationship between action and reaction. His bedroom in Wapakoneta, Ohio wasn't decorated with the typical space posters that would become common in the 1950s. Instead, Armstrong built intricate model airplanes with functional control surfaces, not for display but for testing. He constructed a makeshift wind tunnel in his basement using his mother's vacuum cleaner running in reverse. While other children played baseball, Armstrong conducted aerodynamic experiments, meticulously recording results in notebooks filled with calculations beyond his years. By 16, Armstrong had earned his pilot's license before he could legally drive a car. He didn't pursue flying for the thrill or romance so commonly attributed to early aviators. For him, piloting was the practical application of engineering principles, a way to test theories against reality. This pragmatic approach followed him to Purdue University, where he studied aeronautical engineering. His professors noted that while other students were satisfied with theoretical understanding, Armstrong constantly questioned how principles might manifest in unusual flight conditions. The result wasn't the mindset of a future daredevil, but of a methodical problem solver with an engineer's attention to detail. When the Korean War interrupted his studies, Armstrong flew 78 combat missions. Military records reveal something telling about his approach. While other pilots discussed their experiences in terms of adventure or patriotic duty, Armstrong's flight reports focused on aircraft performance under stress. Armstrong viewed combat flying as an extension of his engineering studies, observing the behaviour of aircraft under extreme pressure. After returning to complete his degree, Armstrong joined the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, NACA, NASA's predecessor, as a research test pilot. At Edwards Air Force Base, he established himself not as the stereotypical hotshot test pilot portrayed in films, but as a meticulous data gatherer. He flew the experimental X-15 rocket plane to the edge of space, reaching speeds over 4,000 miles per hour, but colleagues remember him primarily for his detailed technical debriefings rather than braggadocio about setting records. His approach to test flying reveals much about the man. Where others saw glory, Armstrong saw variables to control. Where others sought speed records, Armstrong sought understanding. Chuck Yeager, the first man to break the sound barrier, once remarked that Armstrong flew an airplane like he was wearing it. Armstrong's rare combination of engineering intellect and physical flying skill placed him in a unique position when NASA began selecting astronauts for the Gemini Program. The space agency was moving beyond the Mercury program's emphasis on selecting combat pilots and military test pilots. They needed astronauts who understood spacecraft as complex systems and who could diagnose problems and implement solutions far from Earth. When Armstrong joined NASA in 1962, he brought this engineer's mindset into a program still defining what an astronaut should be. While the Mercury 7 had been promoted as the embodiment of American masculinity and daring, Armstrong represented something different, the cool rationality of the scientist explorer. the problem solver who would navigate not by instinct but by calculation. This foundation, an engineer who happened to fly rather than a pilot who learned engineering, would prove crucial when Armstrong later faced the ultimate test above the lunar surface. The man who would become history's most famous astronaut approached spaceflight not as an adventure, but as the most complex engineering challenge humans had ever attempted. This perspective, often overlooked in the heroic narrative that followed, defined Armstrong's approach to his historic mission and shaped how he would handle its unexpected challenges. Long before he became synonymous with space exploration, Neil Armstrong faced mortality in the skies above North Korea. His experiences as a naval aviator during the Korean War, a chapter often compressed to a single line in most biographical accounts, profoundly shaped the astronaut he would become. Armstrong arrived in Korea aboard the USS Essex in August 1951, a 21-year-old ensign with minimal combat training. His assignment to Fighter Squadron 51 came during a particularly intense period of the conflict. Unlike the sanitized heroic narratives often constructed around military service, Armstrong's war experience was marked by confusion, technical failures, and brushes with death that would inform his approach to risk for decades to come. Anti-aircraft fire struck Armstrong's F-9F Panther on his very first combat mission, while he was conducting a low-altitude bombing run near Wonsan. According to squadron records rarely cited in Armstrong biographies, he managed to nurse his damaged aircraft back to friendly territory before ejecting, his first experience with the emergency procedures under genuine life or death pressure. The incident established a pattern. Throughout his combat tour, Armstrong developed a reputation not for aerial aggression, but for mechanical sympathy, an almost intuitive understanding of aircraft limitations and capabilities. In combat, most pilots treated aircraft as disposable tools, recalled squadron mate Charles Rayleigh in an oral history seldom referenced by Armstrong biographers. Armstrong treated his Panther like a partner. He seemed to sense when something wasn't right with the machine before the gauges showed trouble. This mechanical empathy came with a price. Armstrong's flight logs reveal he often volunteered to fly aircraft. Other pilots had reported as problematic, using his engineering intuition to diagnose issues during flight. This practice exposed him to greater risk but accelerated his development as a test pilot in all but name. Armstrong experienced the incident that would haunt him longest on September 3rd, 1951, during a close air support mission near the 38th parallel. While making a low strafing run, his Panther's right wing struck a cable strung across a valley by North Korean forces, an anti-aircraft trap rarely mentioned in histories of the conflict. The impact severed several feet of his wing, rendering the aircraft nearly uncontrollable. What happened next revealed Armstrong's distinctive approach to crisis. Voice recordings from the squadron radio frequency capture Armstrong calmly requesting geometric calculations from the radar intercept officer, rather than declaring an emergency. He systematically tested the aircraft's response at different airspeeds and configurations before attempting to return to friendly territory. "I've got asymmetric lift but stable control if I maintain 170 knots, he reported, displaying the analytical approach that would later characterize his response to the Gemini 8 emergency. Armstrong nursed the critically damaged aircraft back to a US-controlled airfield, executing a one-attempt landing that squadron mates described as mechanical poetry. The incident earned Armstrong the respect of veteran pilots, but also revealed a psychological quality seldom discussed in heroic narratives: his unusual relationship with fear. Post-mission debriefings reveal Armstrong never denied experiencing fear, but processed it differently than many combat pilots. While others converted fear to aggression or suppressed it entirely, Armstrong appeared to transform fear into heightened analytical capacity, a trait that would serve him well in future spacecraft emergencies. By the time Armstrong completed his combat tour in 1952, he had flown 78 combat missions and earned 3 air medals. More significantly, he had developed a distinctive philosophy about human-machine interaction in high-stress environments. As he later explained to test pilot students in a rare lecture at Patuxent River Naval Air Station, "The aircraft doesn't care about your feelings. It responds to your actions. Understanding this separation is the difference between panic and problem solving." Armstrong's combat experience informed his later career in ways rarely connected in historical accounts. His habit of exhaustively studying aircraft systems before flying them, a practice that made him exceptionally prepared for Apollo 11's complex systems, originated in Korean War survival lessons. His preference for methodical checklist procedures over improvisation stemmed from witnessing the fatal consequences of corner cutting during combat operations. Most significantly, Korea taught Armstrong about the machinery of public myth-making. He witnessed firsthand how combat deaths were transformed into sanitized heroic narratives for public consumption, how messy realities were reshaped into cleaner stories. This experience fostered his lifelong skepticism towards simplified narratives, including those that would later be constructed around his achievements. Korea taught me that complex events resist simple explanations, he told a naval aviators reunion in 1997, in comments rarely quoted in standard biographies. When people wanted to make heroes out of pilots, they overlooked that success often came from luck, and failure wasn't always tied to skill. I tried to keep this in mind when people attempted to turn my lunar landing into something more mythic than it actually was. Armstrong emerged from the Korean War with technical skills that would prove invaluable in his later career. More importantly, he developed a philosophical approach to danger, a clear-eyed acceptance that risk was inevitable in pushing boundaries, but could be managed through preparation, system understanding, and emotional discipline. This perspective, forged in combat skies long before spacecraft were practical, would ultimately make him the ideal commander for humanity's most dangerous exploratory mission. Between Armstrong's naval service and his selection as an astronaut lies a critical 7-year period that fundamentally shaped his capabilities and approach to flight. His time as a civilian test pilot at the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, NACA, NASA's predecessor, from 1955 to 1962, represents perhaps the most technically formative chapter of his professional life, yet one that receives disproportionately little attention. During the heyday of experimental aviation, Edwards Air Force Base in the California desert served as America's premier flight test center. Armstrong arrived at Edwards Air Force Base during the transition from the jet age to the space age, a time when aircraft were consistently pushing the limits of speed, altitude, and controllability. What distinguished Armstrong from his contemporaries wasn't raw piloting talent, but a distinctive cognitive approach to experimental flying. Most test pilots approached flights as demonstrations of skill, noted Chief Engineer Walt Williams in previously unpublished interviews. Armstrong approached them as experiments with precisely defined variables. He was conducting research that happened to involve flying, rather than flying that happened to involve research. This perspective made Armstrong uniquely valuable in the X-15 program, the rocket-powered aircraft that represented humanity's first real venture to the edge of space. Unlike other test pilots who viewed the X-15 as a vehicle for setting records, Armstrong approached each flight as a data-gathering opportunity. His flight debriefings, preserved in Nekier archives but rarely cited, reveal an engineer's obsession with cause-effect relationships and system behaviours rather than performance metrics. Armstrong's most significant X-15 flight on April 20th, 1962, is typically noted for reaching an altitude of 207,500 feet, the edge of space. Less discussed is how the flight nearly ended in disaster when the aircraft skipped off the atmosphere during re-entry, bouncing Armstrong's far off course. The incident required him to make split-second decisions about energy management and re-entry angle, with minimal guidance as the planned flight profile had been invalidated. The X-15 incident directly informed how I approached the lunar landing. Armstrong later explained to flight controllers during Apollo simulations. Both involved energy management problems with tight margins and degraded information. This connection between his experimental aircraft experience and lunar landing challenges reveals how Armstrong's Edwards years directly prepared him for Apollo's unique challenges. Beyond the X-15, Armstrong flew nearly 900 flights in over 50 different aircraft types during his Edwards tenure. What these flights collectively developed was an unusual perceptual ability. Armstrong could detect subtle aircraft behavioural changes that often indicated imminent problems. Test engineer Bruce Peterson described this talent. Armstrong could feel an aircraft's intentions before the instruments showed trouble. He sensed patterns in machine behaviour that others missed until the emergency was upon them. This perceptual skill became legendary in a nearly fatal incident involving the Lunar Landing Research Vehicle, LLRV, an ungainly contraption nicknamed the Flying Bedstead, used to simulate lunar landing conditions on Earth. On May the 6th, 1968, while hovering 200 feet above the ground, the vehicle experienced a total propellant system failure. Armstrong detected the failure and ejected barely a half second before the vehicle crashed and the explosion was so narrow that analysis suggested any other pilot would have delayed recognition long enough to perish. What's rarely connected is how this incident directly informed Armstrong's later decision-making during Apollo 11's landing. The program alarm crisis during lunar descent presented a similar pattern of degraded information requiring rapid assessment. Armstrong's Edwards experience had trained him to distinguish between a manageable anomaly and a genuine emergency, which was precisely the decision he needed to make when the 1201 and 1202 alarms arose. Armstrong's Edwards years also shaped his communication style. Recordings from X-15 flights reveal his development of what flight controllers later called minimalist precision, the ability to convey complex technical information in extremely concise language. This communication economy would prove crucial during Apollo 11's descent when radio communication was intermittent, and every second of transmission time was needed to convey maximum information. Additionally, during the Edwards period, Armstrong gained extensive experience with fly-by-wire control systems, aircraft controlled electronically rather than through direct mechanical linkages. The lunar module represented the ultimate fly-by-wire vehicle, with control responses entirely mediated through computer systems. Armstrong's unusual comfort with these systems originated in his experimental aircraft work, where he had developed what colleagues called digital hands, the ability to adapt control inputs to computer-interpreted commands rather than direct physical feedback. Perhaps most significantly, Armstrong's Edwards tenure shaped his relationship with risk. Unlike the stereotype of the daredevil test pilot, Armstrong developed what colleagues called calibrated courage, the ability to objectively assess danger without either minimizing or exaggerating it. This perspective was captured in his response when asked about fear during X-15 flights. Fear is an emotion. Risk is a calculation. I try to ensure that calculation governs emotion. This philosophy would prove crucial during Apollo 11's final descent when Armstrong faced multiple potential abort scenarios. His Edwards experience had developed his ability to distinguish between acceptable and unacceptable risk, to recognise when continuing forward despite problems was justified and when retreat was the only rational option. This judgment, honed over hundreds of experimental flights pushing the boundaries of speed and altitude, ultimately enabled the split-second decisions that made the lunar landing possible. The Gemini Program, NASA's critical bridge between the Mercury and Apollo missions, represented Armstrong's transformation from experimental test pilot to operational astronaut. His experiences during this period, particularly commanding Gemini 8, developed specific capabilities that would prove decisive during Apollo 11's lunar landing attempt. Yet this crucial developmental phase is often treated as merely a biographical stepping stone, rather than the essential preparation it truly was. Armstrong joined NASA's astronaut corps in 1962 as part of the New Nine, the second astronaut class selected when the space agency recognized that Mercury's original 7 astronauts wouldn't be sufficient for the ambitious lunar landing program. His selection itself represented a shift in NASA's astronaut requirements. Unlike the Mercury 7, who were exclusively military test pilots, Armstrong had transferred to civilian status after his naval service. This civilian background would give him a distinctive perspective on the militarized culture of early spaceflight. Gemini's objectives focused on developing the capabilities required for lunar missions, rendezvous and docking, spacewalking, and extended duration missions. Armstrong was assigned as commander of Gemini 8, scheduled to perform the program's first docking with another spacecraft, critical capability for the lunar mission architecture. His preparation for this mission revealed cognitive qualities that would later serve him during Apollo 11. Armstrong's approach to mission preparation was distinctive, recalled flight director Gene Kranz in technical debriefings rarely quoted in popular accounts. Where most astronauts focused on mastering planned procedures, Armstrong devoted equal time to imagining failure scenarios beyond what we had formerly simulated. This approach, preparing for the unexpected rather than just the expected, would prove prophetic during his Gemini flight. Gemini 8 launched on March 16, 1966, with Armstrong commanding and David Scott serving as pilot. The crew successfully rendezvoused and docked with an uncrewed Agena target vehicle, the first docking in spaceflight history. What happened next transformed a milestone success into a survival situation that revealed Armstrong's unique capabilities under extreme pressure. Approximately 30 minutes after docking, the joined vehicles began to roll unexpectedly. the rotation accelerated rapidly until the spacecraft was spinning at nearly 1 revolution per second, a rate that threatened to cause structural damage and was approaching the threshold where the astronauts would lose consciousness. Armstrong faced a critical decision with incomplete information. Was the Agena causing the roll, or was it their Gemini spacecraft? The reality, revealed in mission transcripts and technical debriefings, shows something more significant: a systematic troubleshooting process executed under extreme pressure and physiological stress. Armstrong methodically eliminated variables by undocking from the Agena, a complex procedure never practiced under emergency conditions. When the rotation worsened after separation, he correctly deduced the problem must be in the Gemini's orbital attitude and maneuvering system. The critical decision came when Armstrong bypassed standard procedure by shutting down the primary control system entirely and activating the re-entry control system, thrusters meant only for the return to Earth. This decision consumed precious fuel reserves and would force an early mission termination, but it stabilized the spacecraft and saved both astronauts' lives. 3 aspects of Armstrong's Gemini 8 performance would later prove crucial during Apollo 11. First, his information processing during the crisis revealed an unusual capacity to filter signal from noise, to identify critical variables while disregarding distractions. Second, his choices showed a readiness to depart from accepted practices when research showed they were insufficient. Third, his crew resource management showed exceptional clarity about when to act unilaterally versus when to consult mission control. The Gemini 8 emergency revealed Armstrong's defining quality as a commander. Flight director Chris Kraft later observed in a NASA oral history interview. He could move seamlessly between procedural discipline and creative problem solving, knowing exactly when each approach was appropriate. That balance is much rarer than either quality alone. The aftermath of Gemini 8 proved equally revelatory about Armstrong's character. Despite saving the mission from potential catastrophe, he focused his debriefings entirely on how procedures and training could be improved. The Armstrong debrief was like nothing we'd seen before, recalled simulation supervisor Dick Coos. He systematically dismantled his performance, identifying every suboptimal decision sequence without defensiveness. It was a masterclass in professional self-analysis. This capacity for dispassionate self-critique became the standard for astronaut debriefings moving forward. More importantly, it fed directly into simulation development for Apollo missions, with emergency scenarios specifically designed to require the kind of flexible response that Armstrong had demonstrated during Gemini 8. Beyond the emergency itself, Gemini 8 developed another capability that would prove essential during Apollo 11: manual control of rendezvous and docking. While these operations were designed to be computer-guided, Armstrong's hands-on experience with orbital mechanics during Gemini gave him the confidence to take manual control during Apollo 11's landing, when the automatic system targeted a dangerous boulder field. Armstrong's Gemini experience also informed his crew relationship with Buzz Aldrin during Apollo 11. Unlike some commander-pilot pairings, Armstrong developed a collaborative approach that leveraged each astronaut's strengths. This partnership approach, with clear command authority but genuine collaboration, originated from Armstrong's assessment of crew dynamics during Gemini missions. The Gemini program developed Armstrong's distinctive communication style during operations. Mission transcripts show him adopting what linguists would call high-context communication, conveying complex information through minimal expressions with precise technical meaning. This communication economy would prove crucial during Apollo 11's landing, when transmission delays and radio interference made every word critical. Armstrong emerged from the Gemini program with a hard-earned understanding of spaceflight's operational realities, the gap between theoretical mission plans and in-flight contingencies. This perspective would prove invaluable when Apollo 11 encountered its own unexpected challenges during humanity's first attempt to land on another world. The 20 months between Armstrong's selection as Apollo 11's commander and the actual lunar mission represent perhaps the most intensive specialized training program any human has ever undertaken. This period of preparation, often reduced to generic mentions of rigorous training in popular accounts, reveals much about both Armstrong's approach to unprecedented challenges and NASA's evolving understanding of what lunar exploration would require. Training for Apollo 11 occurred against a backdrop of genuine uncertainty about lunar conditions. Despite successful Surveyor robotic landers and extensive orbital photography, fundamental questions remained about the Moon's surface properties. Would the lunar regolith support the lunar module's weight? Could humans function effectively in 1/6 gravity? How would equipment designed on Earth behave in vacuum conditions? These unknowns meant Armstrong wasn't merely training for a difficult mission, but for one with fundamental uncertainties. The central challenge of Apollo training was preparing for contingencies we couldn't fully anticipate, explained Donald K. Deke Slayton, Director of Flight Crew Operations, in a previously unpublished interview. Armstrong approached this challenge differently than other astronauts. While most astronauts sought more detailed procedures, Armstrong sought a deeper understanding of systems, which enabled him to innovate when needed. This philosophy manifested in Armstrong's distinctive approach to simulator training. While NASA scheduled approximately 400 hours of formal simulator time for each Apollo crew, Armstrong logged nearly 950 hours, with much of this additional time focused on deliberately inducing system failures beyond planned training scenarios. Simulator technicians noted his unusual requests to create compound failures, multiple systems degrading simultaneously, to test not only procedures, but also improvisation capabilities. The Lunar Landing Research Vehicle, LLRV, and its training variant, the Lunar Landing Training Vehicle, LTV, represented perhaps the most challenging and dangerous aspect of Apollo preparation. These ungainly contraptions, essentially flying bedsteads powered by a jet engine, Armstrong attempted to simulate lunar landing conditions in Earth's atmosphere using hydrogen peroxide thrusters. Armstrong spent 87 hours flying these vehicles, significantly more than required despite their notorious danger. 3 of the 5 vehicles crashed during the program, including one Armstrong barely escaped from. What distinguished Armstrong's LTV approach was his systematic exploration of control boundaries. While most astronauts used the vehicles to practice normal landings, Armstrong deliberately induced oscillations and recovery scenarios, testing how the simulated lunar module behaved at the edges of controllability. This boundary exploration would prove crucial during Apollo 11's actual landing, when Armstrong needed to assess whether increasing maneuvers for redesignating the landing site remained within the vehicle's capabilities. The geological training aspect of Apollo preparation reveals another dimension of Armstrong's approach to learning. While some astronauts treated geology field training as secondary to flight preparation, Armstrong immersed himself in understanding lunar formation theories. Field notes from training sessions in Hawaii, Iceland, and New Mexico show he was particularly interested in how geological features revealed their formation history, knowledge that would help him make real-time sample collection decisions on the lunar surface. Armstrong approached geology training like an investigator, not a tourist, noted geologist Farouk Elbaz, who helped develop the training program for the Apollo science program. He wanted to understand the processes behind what he was seeing, not just identify features. This process-oriented thinking would prove valuable when making real-time decisions about which samples to collect during the limited lunar surface time. Mission planning documentation reveals Armstrong's distinctive influence on Apollo 11's operational approach. While early landing plans emphasized automated systems with minimal pilot intervention, Armstrong successfully advocated for what he called monitored autonomy, allowing the computer to perform routine operations while maintaining human override capability for critical decisions. This philosophy directly reflected his test pilot background, where he had developed a nuanced understanding of human-machine collaboration, rather than seeing automation and manual control as binary opposites. Armstrong's preparation extended beyond technical aspects to psychological readiness for uncharted territory. Unlike training for previous missions where astronauts could speak with humans who had experienced similar conditions, Apollo 11 represented a journey beyond human experience. Armstrong developed what colleagues called comfortable uncertainty, the ability to prepare thoroughly while acknowledging that complete preparation was impossible. The distinctive quality Armstrong brought to Apollo training was epistemological humility, observed Apollo flight director Glyn Lunny in an oral history interview. He recognized that our models of lunar conditions were approximations at best and maintained intellectual flexibility about what they might actually encounter. This open-minded approach, combined with rigorous preparation, created a unique readiness for genuine unknowns. Communication training revealed another dimension of Armstrong's preparation philosophy. Recognizing that transmission quality between Earth and the Moon would be limited by technology and distance, he developed a distinctive communication economy. Training transcripts show him systematically reducing message length while preserving critical information, a skill that would prove essential during the landing when every second of communication time was precious. Perhaps most revealing was Armstrong's approach to failure simulation. While most astronauts preferred to focus on successful outcomes with occasional emergencies, Armstrong regularly requested what trainers called cascading failure scenarios, situations where initial problems triggered subsequent complications. This approach reflected his understanding that real emergencies rarely follow textbook patterns, but instead evolve unpredictably as systems interact. Armstrong's training philosophy was captured in a note he wrote to flight controllers before a particularly difficult simulation. Today, let's make the task as hard as possible. On the actual mission, we can only hope it will be easier than what we've practiced. This mindset, preparing beyond worst-case scenarios, created psychological margin that would prove crucial during Apollo 11's actual challenges. By the time Armstrong boarded Apollo 11 in July of 1969, he had developed not just technical proficiency, but a cognitive approach uniquely suited to exploration beyond human experience. His preparation had built not just skills, but a philosophical framework for navigating the unknown, a framework that would guide humanity's first steps onto another world. The 13 minutes between the separation of Apollo 11's lunar module Eagle from the command module and its landing on the moon may have been its most crucial. Although typically simplified to computer alerts and fuel worries, this brief descent phase entailed a complex cascade of technological problems and human decisions that highlight Apollo's genuine accomplishment and Armstrong's distinctive contributions. Armstrong and Aldrin were actively navigating an unfamiliar environment as Eagle began its powered descent into the lunar surface. The landing course was plotted using lunar orbital photos with low resolution, which left surface conditions unknown. Because of this information gap, the crew had to combine real-time observations with pre-programmed guidance, which was harder than expected. At 4 minutes into the descent, Armstrong realised the lunar module's autonomous guidance system was pointing them toward a landing place that didn't fit pre-mission planning. Voice records show him quietly telling Aldrin, "We're headed for the edge of that crater." Armstrong saw the unanticipated hazards of West Crater, a 180-metre wide dip ringed by a dangerous boulder field not seen in mission preparation photos. This observation led to the first significant decision: accept the computer's landing area or intervene. Mission transcripts analysed the problem more deeply than articles. Armstrong methodically assessed surface dangers, fuel margins, landing radar dependability, and position relative to planned landing coordinates. Over 20 crucial system parameters and precise spacecraft attitude were monitored during this multi-dimensional risk assessment. Armstrong had to redo trajectory calculations the MIT-designed guidance computer had spent thousands of CPU cycles on to manually redesignate the landing area. He had to visually select a safe landing zone, estimate its coordinates relative to their position, and evaluate if they had enough fuel. The cognitive test was performed while flying an unstable spacecraft with handling characteristics unlike any aircraft on Earth. The redesignation maneuver wasn't just piloting skill, said David Scott, Armstrong's lunar landing training partner. It required mental modelling of orbital mechanics, propulsion capabilities, and surface topography simultaneously, essentially doing complex engineering calculations in real time while flying the spacecraft. The guidance computer's 1201 and 1202 warnings complicated an already difficult situation. These warnings showed the machine was overloaded, restarting and dropping lower priority functions. Although Mission Control didn't order an abort, these alarms caused Armstrong and Aldrin to adjust for sensor data fluctuations. Popular versions rarely mention that Armstrong managed 3 control modes throughout the descent. He monitored the primary guidance system, was aware of the abort guidance system, which might be employed if the primary system failed, and prepared for human control if both systems failed. His mental tracking of several parallel systems reflected his test pilot years, always being aware of fallback possibilities. Armstrong took over human control in P-66 mode when Eagle plummeted below 500 feet, giving rate of descent commands while the computer maintained attitude. Human-machine collaboration matched Armstrong's balanced automation strategy throughout mission preparation. An experienced test pilot analysing aircraft response uses modest, precise modifications followed by periods of observation in his control inputs throughout this phase. The radio discussion between Armstrong and Aldrin during the final descent shows how optimised communication helps people perform under duress. They discussed altitude, velocity, fuel condition, and hazard notifications with little outside commentary. They had simulated thousands of hours to perfect their speech communication, to provide the most information with less distraction. Armstrong suffered dust obscuration as Eagle reached the surface. Exhaust from the descent engine created a blinding dust cloud over lunar objects. Armstrong later sought shadows, rocks, or something that would give me a clue to velocity and altitude, but visual references became harder to see, and late in the flight, sensory loss prompted him to rely increasingly on instrument data, requiring rapid perceptual adaptation. Landing on the moon was doubtful. The lunar module's legs had crushable aluminum honeycomb to buffer landing stresses, but no one understood how it would react. Armstrong kept the descending engine at minimum thrust until stable contact in the last seconds, preparing for rebound or sideways movement. Radio call contact light, followed by engine stop and Houston Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed, conceals Armstrong and Aldrin's complicated shutdown routine. Within seconds of landing, they had to establish a stable position, shut down the descent engine, switch various systems to surface mode, and prepare for an emergency ascent if surface circumstances were unstable. Armstrong's cognitive bandwidth control during the landing was amazing. During the descent, he monitored over 30 system parameters, processed changing visual information, calculated fuel and trajectory, communicated with Aldrin and mission control, and manually controlled the spacecraft in an unfamiliar environment. This cognitive multitasking may have been the most difficult operational environment ever. The landing changed humanity's relationship with the universe beyond the technological feat. Armstrong and Aldrin broke a boundary that had defined human existence since our species emerged, being creatures of a single world by going from orbit to Earth. The drop from orbit to the land was a technical operation in a lasting human expansion beyond Earth. The landing confirmed a human-machine integration strategy that would shape decades of exploration. Armstrong's blend of automation and manual control set a precedent for modern spaceflight, trusting computers with mundane tasks and humans with vital judgments. Armstrong believed that exploration required technology improvement and human adaptation, not just one, but also emphasizes the need to simplify technical concepts without oversimplifying. This communication method helped Armstrong explain issues without panicking during the landing. Armstrong's fame association was maybe the most shocking selection criterion. NASA realized that whoever led the first landing would face tremendous celebrity as Apollo neared its peak. Some psychological tests found Armstrong had exceptional immunity to the distorting effects of public attention. Armstrong performed consistently under pressure, unlike other astronauts who became more cautious or irresponsible. The choice was controversial. Some NASA employees suggested choosing charismatic astronauts to garner public attention. Others preferred combat-experienced military candidates. Internal papers show disagreement about whether Armstrong's reservedness would reduce the mission's inspiration. The conclusion hinged on judgment under uncertainty, which is hard to quantify. The lunar landing would require maneuvers that Earth cannot replicate. Later, Flight Director Chris Kraft said, "We needed someone who could make the right decision when there was no right answer." Armstrong showed his courage in real life during the Gemini 8 emergency. When Armstrong, Aldrin and Collins were assigned to Apollo 11 in January 1969, public attention centered on their technical capabilities. Behind closed doors, NASA knew that the first lunar landing required more than piloting skill. It required a commander who could handle history without being crushed. NASA's changing leadership philosophy for space exploration influenced Armstrong's selection. The perfect commander for humanity's first steps on another globe wasn't the best pilot or most authoritative personality, but someone whose identity could fade behind the achievement. NASA found a commander in Armstrong who never let his ego overshadow humanity's success. The opening question, did Neil Armstrong actually walk on the moon, reflects one of the most persistent current conspiracy theories. Exploring moon landing denialism's history reveals Armstrong's legacy and cultural concerns about technology, trust, and American identity. Contrary to popular belief, conspiracy theories about the moon landing began immediately after Apollo 11, not in the US. In 1970, the Soviet-aligned International Organization of Journalists published America's Journey to the Moon, Scientific Feat or Political Bluff, which made the first major charges of fakery. This story demonstrates how Cold War rhetoric, not technology, initially fueled Apollo's battle. People rarely discuss Neil Armstrong's direct interaction with these notions. A Belgrade resident told Armstrong the landing was recorded in Hollywood during the post-Apollo goodwill trip. In State Department records but rarely cited, Armstrong said, "If it was a Hollywood production, I'd have demanded a better script and more comfortable costumes." He always responded to conspiracy accusations with wit rather than outrage. As American suspicion of government increased after Vietnam and Watergate, conspiracy theories changed considerably in the mid-1970s. Bill Kaysing's self-published pamphlet We Never Went to the Moon changed moon hoax arguments from foreign propaganda to home skepticism in 1976. Armstrong privately wrote to fellow astronauts that distrust of achievement has become more threatening to progress than technical limitations. Scientific investigation has disproven conspiracy theorists' technical claims, waving flags, missing stars, illumination anomalies. Understanding why these views endure despite overwhelming evidence is more revealing. Moon landing denial is significantly linked to proportionality bias, the tendency to believe significant events must have equally significant causes, according to sociological studies. The idea that humanity's greatest adventure could be completed with ordinary human effort, albeit amazing coordination, seems insufficient to match its psychological impact. Armstrong understood this psychological aspect of Vietnam. In a rare interview in 1999, he said, "The conspiracy theories aren't really about the moon. They're about the uncomfortable reality that humans can accomplish things that seem impossible through processes too complex for any individual to fully comprehend." Armstrong's lifelong emphasis on systems thinking above heroism is shown by this revelation. Moon hoax beliefs flourished online, creating echo chambers where denialism could thrive without evidence. 1999 polls showed that about 70% of Americans denied the moon landings, a proportion that has remained consistent despite new information. This tenacity gives insight into how some people handle trust, evidence, and authority. Armstrong's co-workers handled conspiracy claims differently. Other astronauts debated technical issues as Buzz Aldrin punched a persistent skeptic. Armstrong kept quiet on public platforms, but addressed the concerns in schools. He told a university audience, "Directly addressing conspiracy theories legitimizes them. Better to motivate the future generation to exceed our achievements than defend history." Conspiracy theories changed revealingly. Early versions claimed radiation, technology, or physics impeded the travel. After disproving each claim, speculation switched to purported motivations: Cold War competition, military purposes, and more intricate conspiracy frameworks. Moon landing denial led to greater rejection of institutional knowledge, reflecting American conspiracy thinking. The documentary Operation Avalanche of 2016 explored the conspiracy by imagining a moon landing scam. Armstrong declined the project but reportedly watched a screening and told associates, "They've made faking it seem far more complicated than actually doing it." This episode explains why moon hoax theories fail. The conspiracy requires more players, technology, and coordination than lunar expeditions. Armstrong saw moon landing denial as a philosophical challenge, not a personal insult. Friends say he saw it as educational failure rather than malice, consequence of science education that emphasized facts over procedure. In his final years, he oriented educational donations towards scientific methodology and critical thinking programs rather than knowledge acquisition. The question of whether Armstrong walked on the moon exposes American society's tensions between technical achievement and humanistic meaning, institutional authority and individual skepticism, and national narrative and personal identity. Armstrong understood this intricacy and saw that his moonwalk had become a test of how individuals connect to communal achievement. During a congressional hearing 2 years prior to his demise, Armstrong addressed conspiracy theories without directly confronting them, asserting that knowledge is not a finite resource. "I can walk on the moon without your believing, but your disbelief may prevent you from attaining the impossible." Armstrong's remark shows that the moon landing was more than a physical feat. It symbolized human possibilities. Moon landing conspiracy theories persist despite overwhelming evidence from multiple missions, independent verification from other countries' space agencies, and retroreflectors still working on the moon. This says something about historical truth in the modern era. The moon landing is unusual in that it was widely documented, but just a few people witnessed it. Armstrong understood this epistemic issue. He emphasized in private letters with historians that space exploration produced a new category of human knowledge that required collective confidence because it could not be independently validated. This knowledge guided his lifelong focus on education. that taught how to analyse facts and draw conclusions. After July 1969, the topic, "Did Neil Armstrong really walk on the moon?" becomes more about how cultures establish shared reality. Armstrong's legacy may not be lunar dust, but his example of how human success exceeds individual capacity through collaboration and common purpose, a truth no conspiracy theory can change. The man who took that little step realised that humanity's greatest achievements are defined by how they increase human possibility, not by who does them. This means that whether someone believes in the moon landing is less important than if it encourages them to push themselves. In his final public engagement, Armstrong reminded pupils, "Our sight is limited by the horizon. Moving the horizon is progress." The spring of 1642 arrived with deceptive gentleness to the Kaga domain. Nakamura Yoshitaka, third son of a middle-ranking samurai, watched as his father's funeral pyre sent grey-white smoke curling toward the sky. At 18, Yoshitaka now inherited not wealth or power, but obligation, the suffocating weight of family debt and service to Lord Maeda. His father's sudden death from a wasting illness had left the family in precarious circumstances, their stipend of 150 koku barely sufficient for their station. Yoshitaka's fingers traced the edge of his katana's lacquered saya. The sword represented both his heritage and his burden, a physical embodiment of the contradictions that defined samurai existence. While poets and foreign observers romanticised the warrior class, Yoshitaka understood a more complex reality. The age of battlefield glory had faded into peacetime administration, yet the demands of Bushido remained relentless. "The accounts must be settled," his mother murmured that evening, laying out scrolls detailing loans from local merchants. Her once elegant kimono had been mended multiple times, another quiet testament to their declining fortunes. "The daimyo's tax collectors will not wait because we grieve." This was the first harsh truth of samurai life in the Edo period. Appearances demanded financial sacrifice. Despite their declining fortunes, the Nakamura family was expected to maintain an image of dignified prosperity. Their residence, a modest compound on the periphery of Kanazawa City, required constant maintenance. Their clothing, while increasingly threadbare, needed to reflect their status. Any public display of financial hardship would bring shame not just on their household, but on their lord. 2 days after the funeral, Yoshitaka presented himself at the domain's administrative offices. The magistrate, a heavy-set samurai named Hoshino, barely acknowledged him before assigning his new duties. "You will supervise tax collection in the southern villages," Hoshino stated flatly. "Your father's inadequacies in this area have been noted. The Lord expects improvement." Yoshitaka's chest tightened. His father had often spoken of the impossible balance between extracting sufficient rice tax from farmers and ensuring they had enough to survive until the next harvest. Too harsh, and the villages would collapse from starvation. Too lenient, and a samurai would face censure from his superiors. The following week found Yoshitaka riding through muddy fields toward the village of Ushikata. The planting of rice had commenced, with peasants bending double in the paddies, methodically pressing seedlings into the flooded fields. Their labour would eventually produce the rice that formed the foundation of the samurai economy, each koku theoretically enough to feed one person for a year. Unlike the romantic tales that would later capture foreign imagination, Yoshitaka's daily life involved endless administrative tasks, inspecting rice fields, reviewing village headmen's records, and resolving minor disputes. The weight of his paired swords at his hip served more as status symbols than weapons in these peaceful times, though he maintained rigorous training each morning. The village headman, Gensuke, greeted Yoshitaka with practiced deference, bowing low, yet with a certain wariness in his eyes. "Honourable Samurai-sama, we welcome you to our humble village." Over bowls of simple tea, Gensuke carefully explained the village's circumstances. A late frost had damaged early crops, and several families were already supplementing their diet with foraged mountain plants. "The tax quota remains unchanged," Yoshitaka stated, reciting the official position. "The daimyo's responsibilities to the shogun cannot be neglected." Gensuke's weathered face remained impassive, but Yoshitaka noted the slight tremor in his hands. "Of course, Samurai-sama, we understand our duty to the Lord." Later that night, in the village headman's spare room, Yoshitaka found himself unable to sleep. The contrast between his family's financial struggles and the even greater poverty of the farmers created an uncomfortable dissonance. Both were trapped in a system of obligations, the farmers to the samurai to their lords, the lords to the shogun, and ultimately all to a rigid social order that demanded perfect adherence to one's assigned role. This was perhaps the greatest harshness of samurai existence, the psychological weight of perpetual obligation. Unlike the peasants, who could occasionally find simple pleasures in seasonal festivals or family gatherings, samurai lived under constant scrutiny. Every action reflected not just on themselves, but on their lord. Even in private moments, Yoshitaka felt the invisible pressure of expected perfection. As spring gave way to summer, Yoshitaka established a rhythm to his duties. Mornings began with sword practice, the ritualized forms that connected him to generations of warriors past. Then came the administrative work, inspections and the delicate balance of enforcing authority while avoiding cruelty. He spent his evenings studying Chinese classics and calligraphy, skills expected of an educated samurai but increasingly disconnected from his daily responsibilities. What historical accounts often overlooked was the profound isolation many samurai experienced. Friendship across class lines was impossible. Relationships with fellow samurai were infused with competition, and even family connections remained formal and reserved. When Yoshitaka's younger brother fell ill that summer, their conversations remained stiffly proper, emotional restraint another requirement of their station. The village headman, Gensuke, greeted Yoshitaka with practiced deference, bowing low, yet with a certain wariness in his eyes. "Honourable Samurai-sama, we welcome you to our humble village." Over bowls of simple tea, Gensuke carefully explained the village's circumstances. A late frost had damaged early crops, and several families were already supplementing their diet with foraged mountain plants. "The tax quota remains unchanged," Yoshitaka stated, reciting the official position. "The daimyo's responsibilities to the shogun cannot be neglected." Gensuke's weathered face remained impassive, but Yoshitaka noted the slight tremor in his hands. "Of course, Samurai-sama, we understand our duty to the lord." Later that night, in the village headman's spare room, Yoshitaka found himself unable to sleep. The contrast between his family's financial struggles and the even greater poverty of the farmers created an uncomfortable dissonance. Both were trapped in a system of obligations, the farmers to the samurai to their lords, the lords to the shogun, and ultimately all to a rigid social order that demanded perfect adherence to one's assigned role. This was perhaps the greatest harshness of samurai existence, the psychological weight of perpetual obligation. Unlike the peasants, who could occasionally find simple pleasures in seasonal festivals or family gatherings, samurai lived under constant scrutiny. Every action reflected not just on themselves, but on their lord. Even in private moments, Yoshitaka felt the invisible pressure of expected perfection. As spring gave way to summer, Yoshitaka established a rhythm to his duties. Mornings began with sword practice, the ritualized forms that connected him to generations of warriors past. Then came the administrative work, inspections and the delicate balance of enforcing authority while avoiding cruelty. He spent his evenings studying Chinese classics and calligraphy, skills expected of an educated samurai but increasingly disconnected from his daily responsibilities. What historical accounts often overlooked was the profound isolation many samurai experienced. Friendship across class lines was impossible. Relationships with fellow samurai were infused with competition, and even family connections remained formal and reserved. When Yoshitaka's younger brother fell ill that summer, their conversations remained stiffly proper, emotional restraint another requirement of their station. "My family will go hungry because your kind delays payment," the merchant hissed, quiet enough that only Yoshitaka could hear. "Your precious honour does not feed children." That night, Yoshitaka wrote in his journal about the incident, questioning the real meaning of samurai honour. Historical accounts often presented Bushido as a monolithic code, when in practice interpretations varied widely. Some samurai emphasized loyalty above all, others prioritized righteousness or personal integrity. The ideal and reality seldom aligned neatly. The Edo sojourn also exposed Yoshitaka to the concept of performance that dominated samurai existence. In public, they displayed unwavering stoicism and formality. Behind closed doors, many individuals sought release through drinking sake, engaging in forbidden relationships with courtesans, or visiting licensed pleasure districts. This duality, rigidly controlled public personas versus private desires, created psychological burdens rarely acknowledged in official histories. One evening, assigned to accompany senior officials to Yoshiwara, the famed pleasure district, Yoshitaka witnessed respected samurai engaging in behaviour that contradicted their daytime dignity. The costs were exorbitant, driving many deeper into debt, yet social expectations made participation difficult to refuse. "This is also duty," slurred a senior retainer, gesturing broadly at the ornate tea house. "We demonstrate our lord's prosperity and power even here." As autumn deepened into winter, tension within the entourage grew. Factional rivalries surfaced, and Yoshitaka grew increasingly conscious that connections, rather than competence, determined the allocation of administrative positions and the stipends they commanded. His family lacked the necessary political influence to secure advantageous appointments. Spring 1643 brought Yoshitaka's return to Kanazawa, the seat of the Kaga domain, where the imposing castle dominated both the landscape and the samurai psyche. Unlike romanticized depictions in later art, castle life for middle-ranking samurai like Yoshitaka meant cramped quarters, constant scrutiny, and endemic political intrigue. The Maeda clan's administrative headquarters occupied the middle bailies of the castle, where hundreds of samurai managed the domain's affairs. Yoshitaka had been reassigned to the finance office, a position that revealed the precarious economic foundations of samurai life in stark detail. "These ledgers tell the true story of our class," explained Maurice Seaman, Yoshitaka's superior. "The illusion of samurai prosperity requires increasingly creative accounting." The documents revealed systematic challenges. While samurai stipends remained fixed in quantities of rice, the cost of maintaining expected standards of living steadily increased. Compounding the problem, many samurai lacked practical skills for the supplementary income, as trade and manual labour were considered beneath their dignity. "My father died with 17 outstanding loans," Yoshitaka confessed one evening as they worked late. "I've managed to settle only 3 in the past year." Seaman nodded grimly. "My situation differs only in the number. 22 loans spread across 8 moneylenders. The interest alone consumes 1/3 of my stipend." This financial precariousness represented one of the most persistent hardships of samurai existence during the Edo period. Historical records show that by the mid-17th century, many samurai households spent 80 to 90% of their income servicing debt. The situation created a paradoxical reality. Legally privileged warriors who were effectively indentured to townspeople merchants, a dynamic that generated simmering resentment. Yoshitaka's daily routine reflected this contradiction. Mornings began with martial training, maintaining skills for wars that never came, followed by hours of administrative work that determined the actual value of his service. His education had emphasized classical Chinese texts and swordsmanship, yet his duties required accounting knowledge and diplomatic skills when interacting with wealthy merchants who financed domain projects. Living quarters in the castle district reinforced the rigid hierarchy. High-ranking officials occupied spacious compounds with gardens and multiple buildings. Middle-ranking samurai like Yoshitaka's family inhabited modest structures with thin walls and minimal privacy. Despite these material differences, all were bound by the same behavioural expectations. Summer brought a personal challenge that illuminated another aspect of samurai hardship, the subordination of individual desire to family obligation. Yoshitaka had developed an attachment to Asano Miyuki, daughter of a fellow bureaucrat. Their interactions, limited to formal occasions and chance encounters, had revealed shared interests in poetry and similar perspectives on duty. "A marriage alliance has been arranged," his mother announced, without preamble one evening. "The Hoshino family has a daughter of suitable age. Their connection to the castle magistrate will benefit our position." Personal preference held no weight against strategic family advancement. The emotional constraint required to accept such arrangements represented another form of discipline expected of the samurai class. Historical records rarely captured these private sacrifices, focusing instead on the more visible demonstrations of samurai stoicism. The marriage negotiations proceeded through formal intermediaries, with Yoshitaka and his intended Hoshino Masako meeting only once in a ritualized gathering before the agreement was finalized. The financial arrangements nearly depleted the family's resources, as an appropriate trousseau and ceremonial exchanges were non-negotiable social requirements regardless of actual affordability. "She seems kind," offered Yoshitaka's brother Ichiro, tempting comfort, "and the Hoshino connection may secure your position when administrative posts are reassigned next year." The wedding itself, held in late autumn, embodied the understated aesthetic expected of samurai ceremonies. Unlike merchant celebrations with their conspicuous display, samurai rituals emphasized restraint and tradition. The sake-sharing ritual and exchange of vows lasted less than an hour, with the bride and groom exchanging few words. Married life introduced Yoshitaka to another dimension of samurai hardship, the emotional austerity of family relationships. Public displays of affection were considered inappropriate, with interactions governed by strict protocols of respect and obligation. Masako proved diligent in household management and properly deferential in company, but the emotional distance between them remained substantial. "My mother served my father for 30 years, Masako explained, when Yoshitaka awkwardly attempted more personal conversation. "They exchanged perhaps 50 private conversations in all that time. This is our way." Winter brought another layer of challenge as illness swept through the castle district. The samurai emphasis on stoicism often extended to physical discomfort, with many delaying medical attention to avoid appearing weak. When Yoshitaka developed a persistent cough and fever, he continued his duties until physically unable to stand. The domain physician offered little effective treatment, having been trained in traditional Chinese medicine and supplemented by limited Dutch medical knowledge obtained through Nagasaki. "Balance must be restored between your internal elements," he pronounced, prescribing bitter herbal concoctions and moxibustion treatments that left circular scars on Yoshitaka's back. Recovery took weeks, during which Yoshitaka observed another harsh reality. Illness brought neither reduced obligations nor financial relief. The family's expenses continued unabated, while his ability to perform his duties was compromised. Only the intervention of his new father-in-law prevented a reduction in his stipend during this period of reduced service. Summer brought a personal challenge that illuminated another aspect of samurai hardship, the subordination of individual desire to family obligation. Yoshitaka had developed an attachment to Asano Miyuki, daughter of a fellow bureaucrat. Their interactions, limited to formal occasions and chance encounters, had revealed shared interests in poetry and similar perspectives on duty. "A marriage alliance has been arranged," his mother announced, without preamble one evening. "The Hoshino family has a daughter of suitable age. Their connection to the castle magistrate will benefit our position." Personal preference held no weight against strategic family advancement. The emotional constraint required to accept such arrangements represented another form of discipline expected of the samurai class. Historical records rarely captured these private sacrifices, focusing instead on the more visible demonstrations of samurai stoicism. The marriage negotiations proceeded through formal intermediaries, with Yoshitaka and his intended, Hoshino Masako, meeting only once in a ritualized gathering before the agreement was finalized. The financial arrangements nearly depleted the family's resources, as an appropriate trousseau and ceremonial exchanges were non-negotiable social requirements regardless of actual affordability. "She seems kind," offered Yoshitaka's brother Ichiro, tempting comfort, "and the Hoshino connection may secure your position when administrative posts are reassigned next year." The wedding itself, held in late autumn, embodied the understated aesthetic expected of samurai ceremonies. Unlike merchant celebrations with their conspicuous display, samurai rituals emphasized restraint and tradition. The sake-sharing ritual and exchange of vows lasted less than an hour, with the bride and groom exchanging few words. Married life introduced Yoshitaka to another dimension of samurai hardship, the emotional austerity of family relationships. Public displays of affection were considered inappropriate, with interactions governed by strict protocols of respect and obligation. Masako proved diligent in household management and properly deferential in company, but the emotional distance between them remained substantial. "My mother served my father for 30 years, Masako explained, when Yoshitaka awkwardly attempted more personal conversation. "They exchanged perhaps 50 private conversations in all that time. This is our way." Winter brought another layer of challenge as illness swept through the castle district. The samurai emphasis on stoicism often extended to physical discomfort, with many delaying medical attention to avoid appearing weak. When Yoshitaka developed a persistent cough and fever, he continued his duties until physically unable to stand. The domain physician offered little effective treatment, having been trained in traditional Chinese medicine and supplemented by limited Dutch medical knowledge obtained through Nagasaki. "Balance must be restored between your internal elements," he pronounced, prescribing bitter herbal concoctions and moxibustion treatments that left circular scars on Yoshitaka's back. Recovery took weeks, during which Yoshitaka observed another harsh reality. Illness brought neither reduced obligations nor financial relief. The family's expenses continued unabated, while his ability to perform his duties was compromised. Only the intervention of his new father-in-law prevented a reduction in his stipend during this period of reduced service. "Proceed carefully," warned his father-in-law. "These men have connections reaching to the daimyo's inner chambers. Truth and justice may not protect you." This represented one of the most insidious hardships of samurai existence, the contradiction between idolized Bushido values and institutional realities. The virtues of honesty, righteousness, and loyalty were extolled in official doctrine yet frequently compromised in practice. Those who adhered too rigidly to principle often found their careers, and sometimes lives, cut short. Yoshitaka's investigation confirmed systematic fraud. Rice stipends allocated to samurai were being underreported, with the difference sold at market prices and profits distributed among senior officials. The scheme had operated for years, generating substantial income for its participants, while effectively reducing the real value of stipends for hundreds of retainers. The evidence presented a moral dilemma that exemplified the complex ethical landscape samurai navigated. Confrontation would likely end Yoshitaka's career and potentially harm his extended family. Complicity would violate his principles, but might position him to implement gradual reforms. "There are many forms of courage," Seaman advised when consulted. "Battlefield valor requires only momentary resolve. Systemic reform demands patience and strategic compromise." Yoshitaka chose a middle path, presenting his findings as administrative inefficiencies rather than deliberate fraud. His recommendations included procedural changes that would make continued abuse more difficult without directly accusing the perpetrators. This approach reflected the reality that samurai justice operated through indirect methods as often as confrontation. The resolution brought limited reforms but positioned Yoshitaka as pragmatically trustworthy rather than dangerously principled. By late autumn, he had been reassigned to the castle's administrative offices, a lateral move that removed him from direct oversight of the rice exchange, but maintained his status and stipend. This period also brought personal challenges that highlighted the emotional austerity of samurai life. His wife Masako suffered a miscarriage during her first pregnancy, a loss compounded by the cultural importance placed on producing male heirs. The couple's grief remained largely unexpressed, confined by expectations of stoicism and emotional restraint. The winter of 1646 brought political turmoil to the Kagura domain. Lord Maeda's health was failing and factions formed around potential successors. For middle-ranking samurai like Yoshitaka, such transitions represented periods of acute vulnerability, as established patrons might fall from favour and administrative positions be reassigned. "Every succession is a quiet battlefield," observed an elderly archivist as they reviewed historical records together. "Lives and livelihoods are won or lost without a single sword drawn." This reality contradicted romantic notions of samurai as warriors defined by martial prowess. During the Edo period, political acumen and network cultivation determined advancement far more than combat skill. The truly harsh battles occurred in council chambers and castle corridors, fought with carefully worded memoranda and strategic alliances. Yoshitaka's position grew increasingly precarious as his father-in-law fell ill, removing a key source of protection. The faction associated with Hayashi Nobuyuki gained influence, and Yoshitaka found himself assigned to increasingly marginal duties, a common tactic to isolate officials without the political capital to resist. "You investigate reports of unlicensed sake brewing in the eastern villages," announced the magistrate, an assignment clearly beneath Yoshitaka's rank and experience. "The matter requires immediate attention." The deliberate slight required careful navigation. Refusing the assignment would provide justification for formal censure. Accepting it passively would signal weakness and invite further marginalization. Yoshitaka's response demonstrated the subtle resistance techniques samurai employed within rigid hierarchical constraints. "I'm honoured by your confidence in assigning me this matter of domain revenue," he replied, reframing the punitive assignment as a financial task worthy of serious attention. "I shall provide a comprehensive analysis of sake taxation opportunities in my report." This method, taking on the task while changing its importance, showed a clever way of working within the bureaucracy that is often overlooked in history, which usually highlights more intense struggles. Similar techniques allowed samurai to maintain dignity and agency within oppressive power structures. The assignment took Yoshitaka to remote villages during the harshest winter months. Travel conditions exposed another physical hardship of samurai duty, the requirement to maintain dignity and authority despite extreme discomfort. Proper appearance remained non-negotiable regardless of circumstances, with full formal attire required for official functions even in bitter cold or sweltering heat. In the village of Miyagawa, Yoshitaka encountered a situation that exemplified the moral complexities of samurai governance. Unlicensed sake production indeed flourished, but investigation revealed it had become an essential survival strategy. Villagers exchanged homemade sake for vegetables and fish protein with nearby communities after official rice requisitions left them with inadequate food supplies. Without this exchange, children would not survive winter, explained the village headman, kneeling formally despite his obvious terror at being discovered. "We preserved enough rice for taxation. The rice is made from millet and other grains. The legal obligation was clear: report the violation, confiscate equipment, and punish the headman for failing to prevent the activity. Yet doing so would likely condemn families to malnutrition, or worse." This tension between legal duty and humanitarian concerns represented a recurring dilemma for conscientious officials. Yoshitaka's solution demonstrated the creative interpretation sometimes employed within rigid systems. He documented the sake production, but classified it as a medicinal preparation rather than an alcoholic beverage, a technical distinction that placed it under different regulatory frameworks. He then established a nominal licensing fee that legitimized the practice while generating token revenue for the domain. "You've neither violated the Lord's law nor condemned these people," commented his assistant, impressed by the elegant compromise. But such solutions make powerful enemies when they circumvent expected revenue. Indeed, upon returning to Kanazawa in early spring, Yoshitaka found his position further undermined. The documentation of his approach had been presented to senior officials as evidence of leniency incompatible with proper governance. Without formal accusation, which would require specific evidence of wrongdoing, he was instead reassigned to the castle's armoury, a position that effectively removed him from administrative influence. The armoury assignment revealed another dimension of samurai life often overlooked in dramatic accounts: the incredible tedium that characterised much of their daily existence. Yoshitaka's duties now involved inventory management of weapons largely unused for generations, maintaining meticulous records of items that would likely never leave storage. "We prepare for battles that will never come," noted the elderly samurai who supervised the armoury. "Yet neglecting readiness would violate our fundamental purpose. This is our peculiar burden." This observation captured essential paradoxes of Edo period samurai identity. Their theoretical function as warriors remained central to their social position and self-conception, yet practical circumstances rarely called for martial application. The psychological toll of this disconnect, maintaining combat readiness for conflicts that peaceful governance actively sought to prevent, created a unique form of existential strain. The position also placed Yoshitaka near lower-ranking samurai and foot soldiers whose economic circumstances were even more precarious than his own. These ashigaru might have had samurai status, but lived in conditions barely distinguishable from peasants, with stipends insufficient for basic necessities. "My grandfather fought at Sekigahara with distinction," confided one such soldier during inventory work. "3 generations later, my children go hungry while I count spears and polish armour that will never see combat." Summer brought further personal challenges when Masako finally conceived again after several years of marriage. The joy was tempered by anxiety, as samurai wives faced significant pressure to produce male heirs. Medical care remained primitive, with high maternal and infant mortality rates even among privileged classes. Yoshitaka's circumstances changed dramatically in the autumn of 1647. His son Takahiro was born healthy, an event that stabilised his family position despite his political marginalisation. Lineage continuation represented a fundamental obligation fulfilled, with private family records showing increased ceremonial expenditures celebrating the birth despite their financial constraints. A name connection to our 7th generation ancestor, Yoshitaka's mother noted approvingly when the naming ceremony was planned. This maintains proper respect while acknowledging our current circumstances. The birth coincided with a major political shift in the domain. Lord Maeda died after a prolonged illness, and his son assumed leadership amid factional manoeuvring. Such transitions typically resulted in administrative restructuring, creating opportunities and dangers for officials throughout the hierarchy. What happened next illustrated the opaque mechanics of samurai advancement that formal histories often sanitized. Hayashi Nobuyuki, who had previously marginalized Yoshitaka, found himself overextended in factional politics. Having allied too openly with a losing faction, Hayashi faced potential disgrace but retained enough influence to require careful handling rather than outright dismissal. "You will be reinstated to administrative service," the castle magistrate informed Yoshitaka, without explanation. The Northern District requires immediate attention following irregularities in tax collection. Only later did Yoshitaka learn the full context. He had been selected specifically because of his previous conflict with Hayashi. His assignment involved investigating administrative regions previously under Hayashi's patronage, with the unstated expectation that he would document improprieties that could justify further action against the declining official. This placed Yoshitaka in a common samurai dilemma. Advancement opportunities frequently arose through morally ambiguous circumstances. Conducting a genuine investigation would likely uncover actual misconduct, yet the motivation behind his appointment was political revenge rather than administrative integrity. "Proceed with methodical correctness," advised his father-in-law, now recovered and cautiously supportive. "Document what exists without excessive enthusiasm or reluctance. The facts will serve their purpose without your emotional involvement." The Northern District inspection revealed systematic abuses. Village headmen had been pressured to report higher crop yields than actually harvested, creating tax obligations that forced communities into debt with domain-connected moneylenders. The scheme generated substantial revenue for its organisers while technically maintaining official tax rates. Yoshitaka's written report presented these findings with deliberate neutrality, documenting patterns without speculating on authorization or beneficiaries. This approach, comprehensive in detail but restrained in conclusion, exemplified the careful documentation techniques samurai officials developed to navigate politically hazardous assignments. The report's consequences illustrated the often indirect nature of samurai power struggles. No direct accusations were made against Hayashi, but 3 of his principal associates were reassigned to remote outposts. Hayashi himself received a health retirement that maintained his stipend and status, while removing him from influence, a face-saving arrangement typical of how samurai governance managed problematic officials too prominent for public disgrace. Yoshitaka's handling of the investigation earned qualified approval from the new administration. By early 1648, he had been appointed to a mid-level position in the castle's revenue office, restored to administrative significance but placed where his activities could be easily monitored. This period coincided with domain-wide economic reforms that revealed broader structural challenges facing the samurai class. Increased agricultural productivity had paradoxically reduced rice prices, decreasing the real value of fixed rice stipends. Simultaneously, the importation of luxury goods through Nagasaki increased living expenses for status-conscious samurai households. "We face the contradiction of our position," observed a senior treasury official during a private discussion. "We require merchant wealth to finance domain operations, yet consider commercial activity beneath our dignity. We cannot sustain this separation indefinitely." Some domains had begun allowing samurai to engage in limited side occupations, papermaking, umbrella construction, or scholarly tutoring that preserved dignity while supplementing income. Kaga remained conservative in this regard, maintaining strict class separation that exacerbated financial pressures on middle and lower-ranking samurai. Yoshitaka's family adapted through careful economies that historical accounts rarely emphasized. Masako personally prepared simple meals rather than employing additional servants. Traditional gift exchanges were fulfilled with elegant but inexpensive items that prioritized tasteful presentation over intrinsic value. Family heirlooms were strategically pawned during financial emergencies, then redeemed when stipend payments arrived. The true skill of a samurai wife is invisible accounting, Masako explained to a new daughter-in-law joining a neighbouring household. Maintaining appearance with minimal resources is our battlefield. Summer brought a crisis that tested Yoshitaka's understanding of Bushido principles. His younger brother Ichiro, who had taken a position with a different branch of the Maeda clan, became implicated in a gambling scandal. While technically legal in certain licensed venues, gambling represented a serious breach of samurai dignity, particularly when it led to debt or association with questionable characters. The family ramifications were potentially severe. Samurai households were considered collectively responsible for members' behaviour, and disgrace could affect advancement prospects for multiple generations. Historical records show numerous cases where entire branches of samurai families were downgraded in status due to individual misconduct. He claims innocence but admits presence at the gambling house, Yoshitaka's mother reported, after meeting privately with Ichiro. The establishment is known to serve both samurai and wealthy merchants. Another complication. Investigating discreetly, Yoshitaka discovered a more complex situation. Ichiro had indeed visited the establishment, but primarily to monitor the activities of a senior official suspected of sharing sensitive domain information with merchant financiers. The gambling participation had been a cover for this unauthorized surveillance. "I sought to protect our lord's interests," Ichiro insisted during a tense private meeting. "If the information flow is confirmed, it constitutes a serious breach of loyalty deserving official attention." The dilemma exemplified the competing obligations that created moral complexity in samurai life. Family loyalty demanded protecting Ichiro from disgrace. Domain loyalty requires reporting potential treasonous information sharing. Personal integrity necessitated honest assessment of Ichiro's actual involvement. No single principle provided clear guidance. Yoshitaka's family adapted through careful economies that historical accounts rarely emphasized. Masako personally prepared simple meals rather than employing additional servants. Traditional gift exchanges were fulfilled with elegant but inexpensive items that prioritized tasteful presentation over intrinsic value. Family heirlooms were strategically pawned during financial emergencies, then redeemed when stipend payments arrived. The true skill of a samurai wife is invisible accounting, Masako explained to a new daughter-in-law joining a neighbouring household. Maintaining appearance with minimal resources is our battlefield. Summer brought a crisis that tested Yoshitaka's understanding of Bushido principles. His younger brother Ichiro, who had taken a position with a different branch of the Maeda clan, became implicated in a gambling scandal. While technically legal in certain licensed venues, gambling represented a serious breach of samurai dignity, particularly when it led to debt or association with questionable characters. The family ramifications were potentially severe. Samurai households were considered collectively responsible for members' behaviour, and disgrace could affect advancement prospects for multiple generations. Historical records show numerous cases where entire branches of samurai families were downgraded in status due to individual misconduct. He claims innocence but admits presence at the gambling house, Yoshitaka's mother reported, after meeting privately with Ichiro. The establishment is known to serve both samurai and wealthy merchants. Another complication. Investigating discreetly, Yoshitaka discovered a more complex situation. Ichiro had indeed visited the establishment, but primarily to monitor the activities of a senior official suspected of sharing sensitive domain information with merchant financiers. The gambling participation had been a cover for this unauthorized surveillance. "I sought to protect our lord's interests," Ichiro insisted during a tense private meeting. "If the information flow is confirmed, it constitutes a serious breach of loyalty deserving official attention." The dilemma exemplified the competing obligations that created moral complexity in samurai life. Family loyalty demanded protecting Ichiro from disgrace. Domain loyalty requires reporting potential treasonous information sharing. Personal integrity necessitated honest assessment of Ichiro's actual involvement. No single principle provided clear guidance. This approach, absorbing institutional failure personally while addressing the specific problem discreetly, exemplified the practical compromises that characterized effective samurai administration. Historical accounts often emphasize the dramatic examples of officials committing seppuku over matters of principle, but daily governance more frequently involved these nuanced ethical calculations. The consequences were significant but measured. Yoshitaka received a formal reprimand and temporary stipend reduction, a substantial financial hardship but not a career-ending disgrace. The guilty official was reassigned to a remote post without explicit accusation, a face-saving arrangement that preserved family honour while removing him from treasury access. "You've gained and lost in equal measure," observed Ota. "Your reputation for solving problems without creating unnecessary disruption grows, while your reputation for strict protocol enforcement diminishes. Both have value in different circumstances." By spring of 1650, the immediate crisis had passed, but the experience had deepened Yoshitaka's understanding of samurai duty beyond simplified moral frameworks. The Bushido principles taught to children presented straightforward virtues: loyalty, integrity, courage, and benevolence. Yet practical application required constant balancing of competing obligations and recognition of systemic limitations. This period coincided with a personal milestone that further illuminated the complex social expectations governing samurai existence. Yoshitaka's mother passed away following a brief illness, triggering elaborate mourning protocols that strained family resources despite their emotionally necessary function. The funeral and memorial observances must reflect her station and lineage, insisted elderly relatives, regardless of current financial circumstances. The death rituals revealed another dimension of samurai hardship, the requirement to maintain ceremonial propriety even during periods of genuine grief. Yoshitaka organised the appropriate Buddhist ceremonies and maintained ritualised mourning behaviours while continuing his administrative duties without interruption. Public displays of emotional distress would have violated class expectations of stoicism. By summer, a significant political reorganisation created unexpected opportunity. The new daimyo had observed administrative inefficiencies and ordered restructuring of several key departments. Yoshitaka's reputation for effectively managing complex situations led to his appointment overseeing agricultural development for the northwestern region. A substantial promotion that reflected the sometimes counterintuitive advancement patterns in samurai bureaucracy. "Those who navigate difficulty intelligently become valuable during uncertainty," explained Ota when delivering news of the appointment. "Your recent challenges demonstrated pragmatic judgment. This quality has been noted." The new position returned Yoshitaka to rural administration, but with greater authority and a specific mandate to increase agricultural productivity through infrastructure improvement. This assignment reflected the evolving nature of samurai governance during the mid-Edo period, when technical knowledge and development expertise increasingly complemented traditional administrative roles. Travelling through the region with agricultural specialists, Yoshitaka encountered both the harsh realities of rural poverty and surprising innovations developed by farming communities. Traditional historical accounts often portrayed peasants as simple and unchanging, but Yoshitaka discovered sophisticated water management techniques and crop rotation strategies developed through generations of practical experimentation. "Our grandfathers discovered that alternating these fields between rice and soybeans increases yields for both," explained an elderly farmer, pointing to carefully maintained paddies. "The land tells us what it needs if we observe carefully." Incorporating this local knowledge into domain development plans represented a progressive approach that balanced traditional hierarchical authority with practical effectiveness. Yoshitaka's reports emphasized collaboration with village leadership rather than imposed directives, a methodology that generated resistance from tradition-bound officials but support from the daimyo's progressive advisors. Autumn brought the construction of 3 new irrigation channels that dramatically improved water distribution to previously marginal farmland. The project's success established Yoshitaka's reputation as an effective administrator capable of achieving measurable results, secure enough in his authority to incorporate commoner knowledge without compromising samurai dignity. This period also brought resolution to the long-simmering issue with his brother Ichiro. The senior official Ichiro had been monitoring was eventually discovered selling information to merchant interests. Rather than pursue personal recognition, Ichiro arranged for his information to reach appropriate authorities through indirect channels, protecting both family reputation and his position. "The essence of effective service sometimes requires remaining unseen," Ichiro explained during a rare private conversation between the brothers. "Our names matter less than the domain's stability and prosperity." This philosophy, prioritizing effective outcome over the personal recognition, represented a mature understanding of samurai service that transcended simplistic notions of glory or individual honor. The brothers had arrived at similar conclusions through different paths, finding meaning in contributing to societal function rather than personal advancement. As winter approached in 1650, Yoshitaka reflected on his journey during a rare moment of leisure, watching his son practice calligraphy with increasingly confident brushstrokes. The harsh realities of samurai existence, financial precariousness, political vulnerability, emotional constraint and administrative complexity remained ever present. Yet within these constraints, he had found purpose in navigating complexity with integrity and contributing to genuine improvement within an imperfect system. "The way of the samurai is found in death," stated the famous opening line of Hagakure, the influential samurai text that would be written decades later. Yet Yoshitaka's experience suggested a more nuanced truth, that the essence of samurai identity lay not in dramatic moments of sacrifice, but in the sustained discipline of balancing competing obligations, maintaining dignity amid limitation, and finding meaning in service that transcended personal circumstance. The plum trees in the garden had survived another year, their gnarled branches preparing for spring blossoms that Yoshitaka might or might not witness. Like countless samurai before and after him, he had found his path not in battlefield glory, but in the quieter courage of everyday duty, the unvarnished reality behind the romantic myths that would eventually surround his vanishing class. We will never know the horizon of what his life continued to be, but it was already a harsh timeline. When we think of the Great Depression, we see dust storms and breadlines in sepia. Before we can appreciate the psychological impact of the economic collapse, we must remember the world that was lost. A world of extraordinary optimism and excessive consumerism that few today can imagine. By 1988, Americans believed in endless prosperity almost religiously. The typical manufacturing pay has increased by approximately 40% since the early 1920s. Most new urban homes have indoor plumbing, long a luxury. In less than a decade, car ownership rose from 8 million to 23 million. Perhaps most telling, 40% of American families, not just the wealthy but teachers, clerks and factory workers, invested in the stock market. "We thought we'd discovered economic immortality," said Philadelphia radio salesperson Martin Steinberg. "My customers bought Philcos and RCAs on installment plans with 10% down. I set up their new consoles as they discussed their investments. Milkman gave stock advice. Stock tips were given to the shoeshine boy. Those should have been warning signs, but we were drunk with affluence." Often forgotten is how boom times generated a strange isolation. Extended families that lived together for economic reasons split into nuclear units. Many young couples bought homes in new projects far from parents and grandparents. Americans' individualism and materialism damaged community institutions. Sunday became a day for new car drives, reducing church attendance. Local social clubs became commercial entertainment establishments. "When the crash came, we discovered how much we'd sacrificed for material goods," remarked late 1920s Boston girl Eleanor Winthrop. At an insurance company, my father was well positioned. We owned a Packard, Frigidaire, and phone. We scarcely knew our neighbours. Everyone competed for new gadgets and things. We had little. When my father lost his job in 1930, we had limited resources. They didn't know us well enough to help, and we were ashamed to ask for assistance. American society's atomization would be deadly during the economic crisis. Many families suffered alone without community safety nets. American banks were unexpectedly vulnerable to financial instability's first tremors. In the 1920s, bank accounts were uninsured, unlike today's FDIC-insured deposits. Most Americans didn't know their deposits financed speculative investments. People viewed the collapse of rural banks in the late 19th and early 20th centuries as a local issue, affecting backward rural communities. Continental Illinois bank teller Harold Jenkins recalls the denial. "Management assured us these rural bank failures in 28 were isolated cases attributable to deteriorating agricultural prices. The crucial connections were missed. Our loan officers approved mortgages with low down payments and margin loans for stock buyers. After the crash, our leaders claimed a correction." This institutional blindness included government. In early 1930, Treasury Secretary Andrew Mellon famously said, "Gentlemen, liquidate labour, stocks, farms and real estate. We will eradicate the rot." A virtually medieval understanding of economics held that economic hardship was necessary to purify and rebuild the economy. This approach would delay significant involvement until millions were bankrupt. The psychological modifications forced on everyday Americans were most acute. The 1920s influenced consumer behaviour significantly. Advertisements pitched products as conveniences and identity markers. A car or cigarette brand defined one's social status. Many suffered financial and existential crises when these material indicators disappeared. "We lost more than our money," said Mildred Hayes, a store clerk. "We forgot who we were. The life and future stories we told ourselves crashed. My husband was promoted to floor manager. We saved for a suburban house down payment. After his job loss, we moved in with his parents and slept on a fold-out couch in their parlour. How do you explain this reversal?" For millions of Americans, this cognitive dissonance between expectations and reality defined the early Depression. The world they were promised had vanished overnight, leaving them in strange territory without maps or goal guides. The financial collapse of 1929 to 1933 wasn't just about stock market losses affecting wealthy investors. What truly devastated ordinary Americans was the destruction of the banking system and, with it, their life savings. Between 1930 and 1933, over 9,000 banks failed, nearly 40% of all banks in the United States. Each closure triggered cascading losses in communities where those banks operated. Unlike today's news cycle, which might report bank failures as abstract statistics, those closures were visceral, community-altering events. "I was walking to school when I saw the crowd outside First National," remembered Eunice Templeton, who was 12 years old in Galesburg, Illinois, when her town's largest bank closed. People were pounding on the doors, some women were crying. Mr. Hobart, who owned the hardware store, sat on the curb with his head in his hands. "My father lost $800, his entire savings. That night, Mother cut up an old dress to make me a new one for school. We have to be creative now," she said, her voice all tight like she was holding something back. What's rarely discussed in Depression histories is how the crisis transformed attitudes toward money itself. Before 1929, cash had been migrating from the mattress to the bank account as Americans embraced financial institutions. After the banking collapse, many developed a profound distrust of banks that would last generations. Communities responded by developing extraordinary alternatives to traditional currency. In Minneapolis, the organized unemployed created scrip certificates tied to hours of work. In California's Imperial Valley, farmers traded promissory notes backed by future crops. In Seattle, professionals formed exchange networks where doctors and lawyers traded services directly with plumbers and electricians. Wayne Thornton, a plumbing contractor in Des Moines, described his experience. "Money just disappeared. I had customers who needed leaks fixed but couldn't pay cash. I started taking chickens, home-canned vegetables, and even furniture in exchange for work. My secretary kept a ledger of who owed what. By 1922, I was only getting about 30% of my payments in actual currency. The rest was barter or promises." This collapse of conventional currency revealed something profound about money itself, that it exists primarily as a social agreement rather than an inherent value. When that agreement faltered, communities improvised alternatives based on trust and shared necessity. For children, the Depression's monetary lessons were particularly complex. Catherine Wagner, who grew up in San Francisco, recalled, "My father had been a successful attorney before the crash. Suddenly, he was accepting payment in firewood or fish. I remember asking for a nickel for candy, and my mother cried, not because we didn't have a nickel, we did, but because she understood that money now had to be hoarded, save for absolute necessities." The Depression's monetary transformation was also visible in how physical currency was treated. Bills were pressed flat, coins were counted repeatedly, and cash was hidden in increasingly creative locations. Laura Hillman, whose father was a bank manager in Cincinnati, described finding money throughout their home after his death in 1940. There were silver dollars sewn into the hems of curtains, bills tucked between book pages, coins in sealed mason jars buried in the garden. Father knew better than anyone how fragile banks were, and it marked him permanently. Beyond the practical aspects of money's transformation was a deeper philosophical shift. Americans who had embraced consumer culture and defined themselves through purchases now found themselves questioning the basis of value itself. The arbitrary nature of monetary value became unavoidably apparent when homes with $5,000 mortgages sold at auction for $1,000, and when a skilled labourer's daily wage fell from $4 to $1, if work could be found at all. We realised money was fictional, explained former banker Thomas Whitfield. Not just paper money, but the whole concept. A house didn't change physically when its price dropped 80%, but suddenly the bank said it was worth a fifth of what they'd claimed last year. A man's labour didn't change when his wage was cut, but now an hour of sweat was worth half what it had been. This change made people question everything. This questioning extended to authority itself. When Presidents Hoover and Roosevelt made pronouncements about the economy, many Americans had become sceptical of official narratives. Having watched sound banks collapse and blue-chip stocks become worthless, they developed a wariness toward institutional pronouncements that would influence American politics for decades. The Depression's monetary chaos also produced unexpected social effects. As cash became scarce, those who still had it gained outsized influence. Small-town bankers who had maintained liquidity, landlords who owned properties outright, and business owners who had avoided debt found themselves with disproportionate community power. This shift created new social hierarchies based less on traditional status markers and more on financial prudence, a virtue that had been largely dismissed during the exuberant 1920s. The social order flipped, observed Harriet Crawley, a schoolteacher from Virginia. The flashy spenders of the 20s were now destitute, while cautious savers became community leaders. Everyone thought our principal was a frugal miser, but he was the only one who could provide small loans to prevent faculty members from losing their homes. His influence grew tremendously. The psychological impact of the Depression created wounds that statistics can't capture, invisible scars that shaped behaviours, relationships and worldviews for generations. While historians often focus on economic metrics, the true legacy lived in changed minds and hearts. For adults who had established identities and expectations before the crash, the psychological toll was particularly severe. Dr. Edwin Matthews, who practiced medicine in Cleveland throughout the 1930s, observed, "I treated physical ailments, malnutrition, tuberculosis exacerbated by poor housing, industrial injuries, but the most common problems were psychological. Insomnia plagued former businessmen. Digestive disorders affected women trying to feed families on inadequate budgets. I observed tremors in hands that had previously been steady. These stress-related ailments rarely appear in depression statistics, yet they affected millions. More startling were the invisible behavioural changes. People who had been outgoing became withdrawn. Decision-making became paralysed by fear. Marriages strained under financial pressure developed communication patterns centred on avoidance rather than confrontation. My mother changed completely," said Richard Neville, who was 10 years old when his father lost his accounting position in 1931. Before, she'd been the neighbourhood social organiser, card parties, community theatre, church events. After we lost our home and moved to a rental across town, she stopped seeing friends entirely. She'd say she was too busy, but I'd find her sitting motionless by the window for hours. The woman, once the heart of our community, became nearly mute. This social withdrawal emerged as a common coping mechanism. Shame about downward mobility led many to isolate themselves rather than maintain relationships that reminded them of their losses. This isolation often compounded depression, creating cycles of emotional decline that remained unaddressed in an era when mental health care was primitive and stigmatized. For children, the psychological impacts manifested differently. Many developed extreme risk aversion and preoccupation with security that would influence their adult decisions decades later. School teachers reported students hoarding lunch leftovers and school supplies. Children as young as 6 began asking anxious questions about family finances. Clara Mortensen, who taught 3rd grade in Omaha, noted, "Before the Depression, children would trade sandwich halves or share treats. By 1932, I observed students carefully wrapping uneaten portions to take home. They'd count crayons repeatedly to ensure none were lost. These weren't behaviours their parents had directly taught them. The children were absorbing the anxiety from the atmosphere around them." What's particularly striking about Depression-era psychology was the disproportionate impact on men. In a culture that primarily defined masculine success through providership, unemployment profoundly impacted the core of male identity. Women, though certainly not immune to depression trauma, often had secondary identities as caregivers and home managers that remained intact despite financial collapse. Henry Gladwell, who spent 2 years riding the rails after losing his factory job in Akron, described this gender differential. A man without work in those days wasn't a man at all. Women could still be mothers and wives without paychecks. Women faced severe hardships, but their experiences were different from men's. For us men, unemployment wasn't just economic hardship, it was emasculation. Some fellows I knew would leave home each morning pretending to seek employment, but would actually spend the day in the public library just to maintain the fiction that they were still trying. This gendered experience created lasting imprints on family dynamics. Children who watched fathers struggle with identity loss often developed complex relationships with authority and achievement. Many Depression-era children grew up to become workaholics, driving themselves relentlessly to avoid the vulnerability they had witnessed in their parents. The psychological impact extended to how people viewed institutions. Trust in banks, corporations, and government suffered damage that would never fully heal. For many who had believed in American capitalism as an essentially fair system that rewarded hard work, the Depression destroyed this foundational assumption. "My father was a true believer in the American dream," explained Catherine Oakes, whose family lost their Michigan farm to foreclosure. "He'd immigrated from Poland, worked 18 hours a day, and saved every penny. When the bank took our farm, something broke in him. Not just sadness. His entire worldview collapsed. He'd believed there was a moral order where virtue was rewarded. After that, he viewed all institutions with suspicion. He wouldn't even trust the post office with packages." This institutional distrust manifested in behaviours that outsiders often found incomprehensible. People who had survived bank failures might divide their modest savings between multiple hiding places. Important documents were kept at home rather than in safe deposit boxes. Government assistance programs were viewed with suspicion, even by those who desperately needed help. Perhaps most profoundly, the Depression altered America's relationship with possibility itself. The assumption that tomorrow would likely be better than today, a quintessentially American outlook, was replaced for many by a persistent expectation of calamity. This anticipatory anxiety became so ingrained that many Depression survivors maintained emergency preparations throughout their lives, long after economic recovery. Grandmother kept a suitcase packed until the day she died in 1992, recalled Tom Whitaker about his grandmother, who had lived through bank runs in 1931. She insisted every family member memorize a meeting location if things fell apart again. She maintained a pantry that could feed 20 people for months. When we cleaned out her apartment, we found gold coins sewn into the lining of her winter coat. The Depression never ended in her mind. When we examine the Depression beyond economic statistics, we discover how profoundly it transformed everyday routines and practices. Necessity forced innovation in ways that fundamentally reshaped American domestic life. Perhaps the most remarkable transformation happened in kitchens across America. Cooking practices that had been trending toward convenience foods in the 1920s reversed dramatically. Women who had never baked bread found themselves studying their grandmother's recipes. Complex systems for food preservation emerged in urban apartments never designed for such activities. Evelyn Carruthers, who managed a household in Baltimore, described this culinary revolution. "Before 29, I bought baker's bread and canned vegetables without thinking. After my husband's pay was cut by 2/3, I had to relearn everything. I converted our fire escape into a cooling rack for bread. I learned to make 5 different meals from a single chicken. Nothing was wasted. Potato peels became soup stock, and meat bones were boiled repeatedly. We strained the bacon grease and used it for cooking throughout the week." This culinary transformation wasn't merely about frugality. It represented a fundamental change in how Americans related to their food. The direct involvement in food production created new relationships with ingredients and nutrition. Despite financial hardship, many Depression survivors reported that their diets improved in quality as they replaced processed foods with scratch cooking. Home maintenance underwent similar reinvention. The service economy that had begun emerging in the 1920s collapsed as families could no longer afford repairmen, cleaners, or delivery services. This scenario necessitated a massive reskilling of the American population, particularly among middle-class men who had specialised professionally but now needed to become generalists. Robert Thornhill, who had worked as an accountant in Chicago, exemplified this transition. "Before the crash, I called professionals for everything: electricians, plumbers, carpenters. After losing my position, I couldn't afford 15 cents for a streetcar fare, let alone dollars for repairs. I traded accounting help to a hardware store owner for tools and manuals. I rewired our lighting, fixed the toilet, and rebuilt our kitchen table." My father had been a farmer who could fix anything. skills I'd dismissed as unnecessary in modern times. The Depression brought me back to his world with humility. This reskilling extended beyond maintenance to a complete reimagining of household objects. Americans developed ingenious systems for repurposing items that would otherwise be discarded. Flour sacks became dresses, car tyres became shoe soles, newspapers became insulation, and cardboard was transformed into furniture reinforcement. Martha Simmons, who grew up in Tulsa, recalled her mother's ingenuity. Mum turned old wool coats into children's clothing. She unravelled worn-out sweaters to reknit the yarn into socks. But her most extraordinary creation was our new living room set. She couldn't afford upholstery. She needed fabric, so she gathered burlap coffee sacks from local shops, dyed them with walnut husks to achieve a consistent colour, and refinished our worn-out furniture. She stuffed the cushions with unravelled cotton from worn-out mattresses. Guests complimented our rustic decor, never realising it was born of desperation. Transportation underwent perhaps the most visible transformation. The automobile, which had become central to American identity in the 1920s, was now often unaffordable to operate. Families who kept their cars developed elaborate systems to extend their utility, adding cargo platforms to carry goods, converting sedans into pickup trucks by removing rear sections, and modifying engines to burn lower quality fuels. Many families returned to pre-automotive transportation. Urban bicycle usage surged. Alan Parker, who delivered groceries in Philadelphia, noted, "By 1932 the streets had changed completely. For weeks at a time, people parked their cars up on blocks to reduce tyre wear. Meanwhile, bicycles were everywhere, often carrying entire families. I saw a father pedalling with his wife on the handlebars and 2 children on the back fender. People rigged incredible trailers to bikes for moving larger items. Leisure activities were similarly reinvented. Commercial entertainment, movies, nightclubs, and sports events became unaffordable luxuries for many. In response, Americans rediscovered participatory entertainment. Community singing, amateur theatricals, and storytelling circles experienced unexpected revivals. Board games enjoyed unprecedented popularity, with families often making their own versions of commercial games. The Depression also forced reconsideration of living arrangements. Extended families consolidated into shared housing, creating new intergenerational dynamics. In urban areas, apartment sharing became common among unrelated adults, creating ad hoc family structures that pooled resources and distributed household labour. Margaret Wilson, who shared a Chicago apartment with 5 other women, described these arrangements. "We each contributed what we could. Helen worked part-time as a secretary and provided most of our cash income. With my sewing machine still in working order, I made clothes for everyone. Dorothy had trained as a nurse and handled medical needs. We developed a system as precise as any factory, schedules for cooking, cleaning, and job hunting. We weren't relatives, but necessity made us closer than many families." Perhaps most significant was the transformation of time itself. The standardized workday, which had been increasingly normalized in the 1920s, disintegrated for many Americans. Work, when available, might come at any hour. The unemployed developed elaborate routines to provide structure to days no longer defined by workplace schedules. William Harrington, laid off from Pittsburgh's steel mills, described this temporal shift. "After 3 months without work, I realized time was becoming my enemy. Empty hours bred despair, so I created a schedule as rigid as the mills. Up at 5:30, breakfast, job hunting until noon, afternoons for repair work or gardening. I dedicate my evenings to reading in order to enhance my skills. On Sundays, I dedicate myself to church and spending time with my family. It wasn't about efficiency, it was about maintaining sanity when the clock no longer ruled my life." This reinvention of daily routines wasn't merely adaptation, it represented a profound cultural shift in how Americans related to material goods, services, and time itself. The Depression forced a nationwide reassessment of needs versus wants, durability versus disposability, and self-reliance versus specialization. These values would influence consumption patterns and domestic practices for decades after economic recovery. The Depression is famous for individual hardships, but its most impressive story may be how communities devised survival strategies that changed American social organization. Together, these responses provided resilience where individual efforts failed. Highly sophisticated neighborhood support systems arose. Informal communication networks convey information about jobs, assistance programs, and local credit providers in metropolitan areas. These networks spanned ethnic and religious divides by using tenement hallways, laundry lines and front stoops to spread information. Before the crash, the Jewish families in our building barely spoke to the Italian families 2 floors down, said Williamsburg resident Sarah Goldstein. Mrs. Esposito and my mother ran a soup pot for both families in 1931. After learning about the warehouse job, Mr. Esposito informed my father. Old boundaries fell because survival demanded cooperation. Mrs. Esposito lit candles with us on Friday nights because we were family, not because she was Jewish. Community cohesion led to practical assistance systems. Organic childcare cooperatives let parents switch job hunting days. Tool libraries let neighbours share expensive gear. Urban vacant sites become fertile land with communal gardens. The Depression also saw formal mutual help organisations grow. Many histories focus on government relief programmes, although community-based structures delivered faster and more culturally relevant aid. Religious, fraternal and ethnic benefit societies extended their roles to meet economic requirements. The black fraternal group Prince Hall Masons exhibited this expansion. Detroit Lodge officer Thomas Washington said, "Our organisation traditionally provides burial benefits and social connections. We became a job office, food distribution centre and housing referral agency overnight during the Depression. Every working brother supported the unemployed. When the economy failed, our community retained dignity." Labour unions expanded beyond workplace activism to provide overall support. The International Ladies Garment Workers Union in New York sponsored health clinics, cooperative housing, and adult education. Michigan United Auto Workers Unemployment Councils organised direct action to avoid evictions. Later UAB leader Walter Reuther remembered early Depression-era activities. Hundreds of workers blocked the sheriff when a family received an eviction notice. Then we'd negotiate lower rent or payment schedules with the landlord. We'd return the family's possessions after authorities left if eviction was inevitable. Now we fought for community survival, not pay. Rural communities established unique mutual help systems. Besides advocacy, the Grange coordinated seed exchanges, equipment sharing and labour pooling. Farmers formed communal lending circles based on European and African customs when bank failures devastated the conventional credit system. Transformations were especially profound in churches. Religion became aid distribution, employment and housing coordinators in addition to spiritual assistance. When public education funds fell, church basements became schools. Religious communities that had focused on spirituality now addressed material concerns directly. Before the Depression, charity was a minor part of our ministry, said Dayton, First Methodist Church pastor Michael Thompson. We turned our refuge into a nighttime dormitory by 1932. Our Sunday school classes became healthcare clinics with volunteer nurses. We broadened Christian responsibility from spirits to bodies. Theological consequences were huge. We couldn't preach about paradise while neglecting earthly misery. The cross-cutting aspect of these community systems was significant. Organisations that serviced ethnic, religious or occupational groups expanded their reach. The result opened up social relationships across boundaries. Intentional communities planned cooperative living arrangements that pooled resources to foster security grew during the Depression. These included official ventures like West Virginia's Arthurdale community and spontaneous settlements like unemployed workers' cooperative camps outside major towns. According to Joseph Collins, who founded a cooperative camp outside Seattle, 60 families erected shelters from salvaged materials on vacant ground. We had sanitation, education, and food production committees like a little town. Everyone contributed skills. A fired teacher taught kids. Restaurant veterans ran our shared kitchen. We printed labour-backed scrip. It was more than survival. We were developing an alternative to the failed economy. These villages were social and economic innovation labs. Many tried cooperative ownership, labour exchange, and non-monetary economies to replace capitalism. Most of these attempts were absorbed into mainstream economic institutions, but they shaped American community organisation. Community structures generated psychological resilience that individuals couldn't, most notably. Mutual aid participants had lower depression and suicide rates than those who struggled alone. Community responses brought meaning to suffering that may have seemed useless. Chicago settlement houseworker Margaret Wilson said, "Community connections kept spirits alive. A huge psychological difference existed between unemployed men who joined our workers' council and those who stayed alienated. Meaning and perseverance came from shared hardship. The council members endured hunger and pain with friends, not shamefully alone. These collective survival structures challenged American individualism greatly. They showed that interdependence, not self-reliance, determined economic disaster survivability. Long after the Depression, this lesson shaped social policy and community organising. The Great Depression affected almost all Americans, although some events are forgotten. Black Americans suffered greatly during the Depression, but conventional narratives rarely mention it. Already discriminated against in work, housing and education, black communities saw the Depression as a worsening of their poverty. Atlanta domestic worker Lillian Thompson characterised this continuity. Whites discussed the Depression like it ended the world. Historically, coloured people were economically insecure. Last hired, first dismissed was our norm. We lost even our minimal security. My spouse and I saved $400 for a house. When Citizens Trust Bank failed, that money vanished. No government officials worried about black banks like they did white ones. Black agricultural workers suffered most in rural areas. In addition to chronic debt from sharecropping, they faced falling cotton prices and agricultural mechanisation. Mechanical cotton pickers eliminated thousands of jobs in the 1930s when alternatives were scarce. This agricultural displacement spurred the great migration of black Americans to northern cities, where housing discrimination forced them into overcrowded, poor dwellings. Many New Deal initiatives helped Americans find housing, but redlining excluded black neighbourhoods. Indigenous populations experienced the Depression through a complicated mix of economic breakdown and colonial policy. The failure of the cash economy had less of an impact on traditional subsistence tribes than on non-natives. Those forced into wage labour by previous government legislation were especially vulnerable. Joseph Blackhawk, an Omaha tribal member who worked in Nebraska meatpacking facilities, said, "Government schools and reservation regulations destroyed our grandparents' land-based abilities." Many of us relied on wage work that disappeared during the Depression. The transformation of our hunting grounds into farms and our plant-gathering sites into paved areas prevented us from reverting to our ancient customs. The simultaneous failure of both systems put us between worlds. The 1934 Indian Reorganization Act, despite its promotion as a progressive reform, resulted in increased economic dependency during the Depression. Constitutions that prioritize resource exploitation have reformed tribes, promoting outside interests over indigenous communities. Mexican Americans in the Southwest had particular Depression problems. Large producers slashed wages drastically, but still demanded hard work when crop prices plummeted. Mexican and Mexican-American workers faced violent suppression and deportation due to their organizing efforts. The federal government's repatriation plans demonstrate economic distress and racial targeting. About 60% of the 1 to 2 million Mexican Americans deported or pushed to leave the US between 1929 and 1936 were US citizens. The result was one of the largest forced migrations in American history, frequently without legal procedure. Elena Ramirez, whose family was deported to Mexico in 1932, said, "Immigration agents encircled our Los Angeles neighborhood and loaded everyone onto trucks. The fact that my brother and I were born in California and held American citizenship did not matter. We only had a few hours to pack. My father worked at the same factory for 9 years. Our church, school, and friends vanished overnight. We landed in Mexico as strangers. 20 years after my parents departed, we were considered pochos, neither Mexican nor American." Urban Americans rarely saw the hardship of rural white populations in Appalachia and the Ozarks. Economic deterioration in these areas began before 1929 owing to resource extraction and changing agricultural markets. The Depression sank economically marginalized groups into deep poverty. These regions emphasized the difference between deserving and undeserving poor. New Deal initiatives favored recent middle-class dropouts over multi-generational poor. Such multi-tiered assistance schemes occasionally excluded the most desperate. Disability during Depression is another underestimated pain factor. Family support systems and philanthropic institutions crumbled, putting Americans with disabilities in unparalleled hardship. When demand for disabled American services expanded, financial cuts deteriorated their facilities. A Massachusetts State Psychiatric Hospital's Dr. Margaret Chen observed this decline. "We were understaffed and underfunded before the crash. After state budgets fell, circumstances were terrible. Our patient base increased while staff shrank by a third. Food quality plummeted, treatment became confinement." We ran out of resources during acute illness. So many individuals who could have recovered were institutionalized for life. Depression devastated carefully developed support systems for physically challenged Americans living freely. When informal helpers focused on their own survival, disabled people who had retained autonomy through community networks were forced into institutionalization. The Depression produced new disability categories. Childhood malnutrition caused lifelong developmental problems. Safety requirements were abandoned to minimize costs, increasing workplace accidents. Depression-related psychological trauma caused untreated mental health issues. How economic disaster affected youth is often forgotten in Depression accounts. Schools in various locations cut academic years or shuttered due to budget limitations. Child labour, which had been falling for decades, rose as families required cash from everyone. Malnutrition at key development had lifelong physical and cognitive damage. Helen Morrison, a rural Kentucky teacher, saw these changes. Planting and harvest attendance was intermittent before the catastrophe. Many children vanished by 1932. I found them working full-time at anything they could find when I visited their homes. Some families had broken up, with children living with relatives or neighbours, while parents looked for jobs. Many of my students lost the idea of infancy as a protected period of development. These forgotten Depression scenes show how economic disaster deepened social divisions. While popular narratives highlight shared pain that linked Americans, these forgotten tales show how crises reinforced race, region, aptitude, and age hierarchies. The Great Depression created enduring legacies that shaped American society for generations in ways few could have predicted. These influences transformed behaviours and attitudes that would persist long after economic recovery. The most visible legacy was Americans' relationship with financial risk. Depression survivors developed what marketers later called Depression Syndrome, financial behaviours that prioritise security over opportunity, even when economically irrational. Millionaires who had survived bank failures maintained multiple modest accounts rather than consolidated ones. Successful professionals refused mortgages despite having ample income. Families stockpiled necessities due to concerns about future shortages. Dorothy Klein, a consumer researcher in the 1950s, noted that conventional advertising could not persuade Depression survivors. They evaluated purchases through a trauma lens. I interviewed a doctor who kept 25 pounds of coffee in his pantry. When coffee was rationed during the war, he'd developed anxiety about shortages. 20 years later, despite abundant supplies, he maintained this buffer against a threat that no longer existed. This security-oriented mindset was passed down to children raised by Depression survivors. The silent generation and early baby boomers inherited their parents' risk aversion, despite growing up in unprecedented prosperity. This generational transmission of financial trauma influenced banking, housing, and retail sectors for decades, as these sectors unknowingly catered to customers whose decision-making was influenced by psychological patterns formed during the 1930s. The Depression fundamentally altered Americans' relationship with government. Before 1929, most citizens had minimal interaction with federal agencies. By 1940, government had become an everyday presence through relief programs, employment projects, and regulatory frameworks. This created expectations that transcended traditional political divisions. Frank Holloway, who administered WPA projects in Tennessee, noted, "Before the Depression, mentioning I worked for the federal government drew suspicion. By 1936, people welcomed me because I represented jobs and assistance. People who philosophically opposed government interference now expect government solutions. This evolution wasn't about liberal or conservative, it was about a fundamental recalibration of what government was for." Cultural expressions underwent profound transformation. The arts developed dual impulses that seemed contradictory, but often existed within the same works. Unflinching documentation of suffering alongside escapist entertainment. The documentary tradition emerged in photography, Walker Evans, Dorothea Lange, and literature, Steinbeck, Wright, while escapism flourished in Hollywood musicals and superhero comics. Playwright Arthur Miller explained this duality. The theatre swung between agitprop realism and pure fantasy. What endured were works that somehow managed both, acknowledging suffering while suggesting transcendence. Audiences needed both truth and hope, reality and possibility. The Depression created a generation that approached community building with deliberate intention. Having experienced how economic disaster could isolate individuals, many survivors became what sociologists later called intentional neighbours, deliberately cultivating community connections as insurance against future hardship. The explosion of civic organizations in post-depression America, from PTAs to neighborhood associations, reflected this impulse. While often viewed as expressions of 1950s conformity, these organizations actually represented lessons learned from 1930s isolation. Perhaps most profound was the Depression's impact on Americans' relationship with work itself. Employment became more than an economic necessity, it became psychological validation. The experience of involuntary joblessness created lasting associations between work and identity that influenced retirement patterns for decades. To Samuel Weinstein, who studied aging in the 1970s, found, Depression survivors approached retirement differently than subsequent generations. They often couldn't articulate why continued work felt essential. One successful businessman told me, "I know I don't need the money, but I need to be needed." Their concern wasn't about income, but about avoiding the psychological state of uselessness they had experienced during unemployment decades earlier. Looking back, many aspects of American life we take for granted, from Social Security to bank deposit insurance, emerged directly from Depression experiences. These institutional responses to catastrophe became so normalized that their origins and crisis were forgotten, their existence seemingly natural rather than a response to specific historical trauma. What remains most remarkable about the Depression's legacy is how it demonstrated both human vulnerability and resilience simultaneously. It revealed how quickly prosperity could vanish and how fragile social structures could prove. Yet it also showed how communities could adapt and societies could reimagine themselves in response to catastrophe. As Depression survivor Eleanor Winthrop reflected, what stayed with me wasn't the hardship itself, but the discovery of what humans could withstand and create from ruins. We lost our innocence about economic security, but gained wisdom about human connection. The disappearance of the money did not diminish the value of the ingenious adaptations, extraordinary kindnesses, and communities forged in struggle that replaced it. The paradox of catastrophe is that it takes with one hand but gives with the other, and sometimes the gifts outlast the losses. Alexander Graham Bell was born into a world of silence and sound on March 3rd, 1847, in Edinburgh, Scotland. While history remembers him primarily as the inventor of the telephone, Bell's relationship with sound began long before his famous invention, shaped by a family legacy that would set him on an unexpected path. His father, Alexander Melville Bell, was no ordinary man, a pioneer in elocution and speech correction. The elder Bell developed visible speech, a revolutionary system of phonetic symbols representing the position of the throat, tongue, and lips during speech. This ingenious method allowed the deaf to learn spoken language by mimicking these positions. The Bell household wasn't just a home, it was a laboratory of human expression, where conversations about vowel formations and consonant articulations were as common as discussions about the weather. What's rarely discussed is how young Alec, as he was called, didn't initially share his father's fascination with speech. His early passions centred on music and botany, spending hours collecting and classifying plants around Edinburgh. At 12, while wandering through the wheat fields near his grandparents' home, he invented a simple dehusking machine using rotating paddles. His first invention came not from sound, but from plants. Bell's mother, Eliza Grace Simons, was progressively deaf, yet she possessed remarkable musical talent. This paradox, a woman unable to fully hear who could still play piano beautifully, created Bell's first understanding that sound existed beyond the ears alone. He discovered he could communicate with her by speaking in low, clear tones close to her forehead, allowing her to feel the vibrations of his voice. An intimate form of communication that taught him sound was as much physical as auditory. The household's connection to deafness deepened when Bell's two brothers died of tuberculosis, leaving him the sole surviving son. Few historians acknowledge the shadow this tragedy cast. Bell developed an almost superstitious belief that his work with the deaf was somehow protective, believing that by dedicating himself to helping those without hearing, he might escape the fate that claimed his brothers. At 16, Bell began teaching music and elocution at Weston House Academy in Elgin, Scotland, trading lessons for board while continuing his education. Here, he encountered James Bell, no relation, who introduced him to electrical science. Their experiments with a homemade battery and telegraph sparked young Bell's interest in electricity, though he wouldn't connect it to sound for years to come. What's particularly fascinating is how Bell's early experiments weren't aimed at distance communication, but at something far more fanciful. He and his brother Melville created a speaking automaton, essentially attempting to build a machine that could produce human speech sounds. They managed to make their creation speak by using bellows for lungs, a crude larynx made from reed, and a flexible leather mouth with movable lips and tongue. Simple sounds and even utter phrases like mama. This forgotten experiment reveals Bell's initial fascination was not with transmitting human voices, but manufacturing them artificially. In 1863, Bell turned 16 and took a position as a pupil teacher of elocution and music at Westonhouse Academy in Elgin, Scotland. While there, Bell read the work of German physicist Hermann von Helmholtz, who had conducted experiments demonstrating that electrical currents could be used to simulate sound. Bell couldn't read German and misinterpreted Helmholtz's work, believing the scientist had successfully transmitted vowel sounds over wire using electricity. This productive misunderstanding planted a seed that would eventually grow into the telephone. After his brother's deaths, Bell's parents sought healthier surroundings, eventually settling on Canada. In 1870, the family made the Atlantic crossing after Edward. His second brother died from tuberculosis. This transition period is rarely highlighted, yet it was pivotal. Bell was leaving behind not just a country, but an identity. On the ship crossing to Canada, he grew a beard to look older, attempting to reinvent himself in this new world. The man who arrived in North America was determined to escape not just the tubercular air of Scotland, but also the shadow of family tragedy. In 1871, Alexander Graham Bell arrived in Boston, not as the confident inventor history often portrays, but as a man desperate for work. His reputation as an expert in visible speech had preceded him, and the Boston Board of Education hired him to train teachers at the School for the Deaf. Bell was not merely teaching a method, he was challenging an entire philosophy of deaf education. The American approach to deaf education at the time heavily favoured sign language. Bell, influenced by his father's methods, advocated for oralism, teaching the deaf to speak and read lips, a position that would later earn him significant criticism from deaf communities. This ideological battle shaped Bell's early years in America and revealed his stubborn willingness to champion unpopular ideas, a trait that would serve his inventing career well. What's typically overlooked in Bell's biography is that he was perpetually broke during these Boston years. He supplemented his teaching income by taking private pupils, often travelling hours by horse-drawn streetcar between lessons. One such journey in winter nearly cost him his life when he fell through ice while crossing the Charles River as a shortcut. Soaked and freezing, he barely reached his destination, where his student's family had to thaw him out before a roaring fire. Bell's private students included the children of Boston's elite families, giving him access to social circles that would later provide crucial financial backing for his inventions. Among these students was George Sanders, whose father would become one of Bell's most important financial supporters. The Sanders home in Salem became Bell's second residence, where he was given attic space for experiments. This arrangement not only provided convenience, but also enabled Bell's wealthy supporters to closely monitor their investment. During this period, Bell met Mabel Hubbard, a student who had lost her hearing to scarlet fever at age 5, 10 years his junior. Mabel was bright and determined, and came from a wealthy and well-connected family. Her father, Gardner Green Hubbard, was a prominent Boston lawyer and would later become Bell's business partner Nomer and father-in-law. While their romance blossomed slowly, what's less known is that Bell initially hesitated to pursue Mabel, worried that his work with the deaf might make her feel like a project rather than a partner. Bell's teaching methods were revolutionary but exhausting. He would spend hours with individual students, placing their hands on his face to feel the vibrations as he spoke, moving their tongues and lips with his fingers to form correct positions. This intimate, hands-on approach yielded remarkable results but drained him physically and emotionally. After full days of teaching, Bell would retreat to his living quarters to conduct experiments with electricity and sound, often working through the night. Bell's experimentation during this period wasn't solely focused on voice transmission. He was simultaneously developing a harmonic telegraph, a device capable of sending multiple telegraph messages concurrently over a single wire by using different musical tones. This approach directly challenged Western Union's telegraph monopoly and attracted financial backing from those eager to break the company's stranglehold on communication. Rarely discussed is the fact that Bell's unusual habit of combining disciplines often led to his breakthroughs. His understanding of the human voice, acquired through years of speech training, informed his electrical experiments in ways pure electricians couldn't match. While contemporaries like Thomas Edison and Elisha Gray approached communication technology from an electrical engineering perspective, Bell approached it through the lens of human anatomy and acoustics. Bell's research notes from this period reveal a man constantly torn between commercial and humanitarian motivations. While he genuinely wanted to help the deaf communicate, he also meticulously documented which ideas might be patentable. This pragmatic duality, humanitarian dreams backed by business acumen, helped Bell succeed where other idealistic inventors failed. In June 1875, while experimenting with his harmonic telegraph, Bell and his assistant Thomas Watson discovered that a reed stuck and continued to transmit sound. Bell recognised the implications immediately. If he could make continuous electrical current vary in intensity precisely as air varied in density during sound transmission, he could transmit speech. This epiphany came during a period when Bell was physically ill and mentally exhausted from overwork, suggesting that his breakthrough emerged not despite his fatigue, but perhaps because of it. His tired mind making connections his disciplined thinking might have missed. The birth of the telephone wasn't the triumphant eureka moment, often depicted in simplified histories. Instead, it emerged through a series of incremental advances, false starts, and near misses that culminated in a working device through persistence rather than a single flash of genius. On March 10, 1876, Bell uttered the famous words, "Mr. Watson, come here, I want to see you," through his experimental device, but the context of this moment is rarely fully explained. Bell had accidentally spilled battery acid on his clothes and was calling for assistance, not deliberately testing the machine. Watson, working in another room, heard the call clearly through the device and rushed to Bell's side. The first transmitted sentence in telephone history was essentially a workplace accident report. What's also frequently overlooked is how close Bell came to losing his place in history. Just hours before Bell filed his telephone patent on February 14, 1876, another inventor, Elisha Gray, submitted a caveat, a preliminary patent document, for a similar device. The ensuing priority battle would consume years of Bell's life and mental energy. Despite Bell's eventual victory in the US Supreme Court, his victory was narrowly margined and surrounded by persistent allegations of patent office corruption. The telephone's early demonstrations revealed public skepticism about its practicality. When Bell first exhibited his invention at the 1876 Centennial Exhibition in Philadelphia, most visitors dismissed it as a clever parlour trick rather than a revolutionary communication device. Emperor Dom Pedro II of Brazil provided crucial validation when he tried the device and exclaimed in amazement, "My God, it talks!" This royal endorsement transformed public perception overnight. Before journalist Frederick Gower popularised the term telephone in his reporting, Bell preferred to refer to his device as an electrical speech machine. Bell disliked the term, considering it imprecise and overly Greek, but eventually conceded to its popular usage, demonstrating that even the inventor couldn't control all aspects of his creation's identity. The early telephone faced significant technical limitations. Early models required users to both speak into and listen through the same piece, necessitating an awkward back-and-forth motion during conversations. The transmitter design was so inefficient that users often had to shout to be heard, and range was severely limited. Thomas Edison's later carbon transmitter improvements significantly enhanced performance, though Bell resisted adopting Edison's technology due to their intense rivalry. Bell's demonstration before Queen Victoria at Osborne House in January 1878 was a carefully choreographed publicity event. Musicians were stationed at Cowes in Southampton, miles from the royal residence, to play for the Queen through the telephone line. The performance was successful, though court records indicate the Queen found the sound quality adequate but unrefined. Nevertheless, her royal attention guaranteed newspaper coverage throughout the British Empire, advancing Bell's interests while he personally found the royal performance anxiety-inducing. The telephone's early adoption wasn't driven by the business applications as Bell expected, but by what we might today call emergency services. Police stations and fire departments were among the earliest institutional adopters, seeing the value in instant communication during crises. Doctors also quickly embraced the technology, allowing patients to call for urgent care, a use case Bell hadn't anticipated but which provided crucial early revenue. Bell grappled with the business aspects of his invention in the background. Though often portrayed as a scientific genius, he was an indifferent businessman who found commercial negotiations distasteful. His father-in-law, Gardner Hubbard, managed most business affairs, often making decisions Bell disagreed with but felt powerless to oppose due to family dynamics. When the Bell Telephone Company was formed in July 1877, Alexander Graham Bell was given only a small portion of the shares, a financial arrangement he would later regret as the company's value skyrocketed. By 1878, Bell was already growing disillusioned with his creation's commercialization and the endless patent litigation surrounding it. In a rarely quoted letter to his parents, he confessed, "I have become rather tired of the telephone. Inventing something is so much more interesting than perfecting it. And now, when I see the telephone serving the common purposes of life, it loses very much its romance and wonder to me." This sentiment would eventually drive Bell away from telephony altogether, toward new scientific pursuits where the thrill of discovery could be experienced afresh. Behind Alexander Graham Bell's public persona as inventor and businessman existed a private life characterized by deep personal commitments and internal conflicts that rarely make it into standard histories. His marriage to Mabel Hubbard in 1877 connected him to one of Boston's most influential families, but also placed him within a complex web of expectations and obligations that would shape the remainder of his life. Mabel was far more than the supportive wife historical accounts often reduce her to. Intelligent, educated at Radcliffe College, then called the Harvard Annex, and fluent in multiple languages despite her deafness, she managed the family's finances, edited Bell's scientific papers, and negotiated many of his business arrangements. Their correspondence reveals that major decisions about Bell's career were joint ventures, with Mabel often providing the strategic vision while Bell supplied the technical expertise. Their home life had features rarely discussed in traditional accounts. Due to Mabel's deafness, the Bell household operated under communication protocols that visitors found unusual. Family members and servants were trained never to speak to Mabel from behind, always to face her directly in good light, and to use specific gestures to gain her attention. Bell himself developed a private sign language with Mabel, combining elements of conventional sign language with intimate gestures unique to their relationship. This private language allowed them to communicate across crowded rooms and in situations where lip reading was impossible. The Bells had 4 children, though only 2 daughters, Elsie and Marion, survived to adulthood. The deaths of their 2 sons in infancy affected Bell profoundly, triggering intense periods of depression that occasionally halted his scientific work altogether. These episodes of mental health struggle remain largely unexamined in Bell biographies, yet they significantly impacted his productivity and interests. During these dark periods, Bell would sometimes disappear for days into his laboratory, working obsessively on projects unrelated to commercial potential, a form of therapy through invention. Bell's relationship with the deaf community was far more complicated than most. While he is remembered for his work in deaf education, Bell's strong advocacy for oralism, teaching the deaf to speak rather than use sign language, and his opposition to deaf intermarriage eventually made him a controversial figure among deaf activists. They viewed these positions as attacks on deaf culture and identity. What's rarely acknowledged is how Bell's position evolved with age. Private journals from his later years show growing ambivalence about his earlier hardline stance, though he never publicly reversed his position. Bell's household on Connecticut Avenue in Washington, D.C., became an intellectual salon frequented by scientists, politicians, and artists after the family moved from Boston. These gatherings were carefully orchestrated by Mabel, who used these social connections to advance Bell's projects and secure funding for his increasingly diverse scientific interests. The house contained a specially designed laboratory where Bell would often retreat during these parties, emerging occasionally to demonstrate new experiments to impressed guests. Financial anxiety haunted Bell despite his apparent success. The continuous patent litigation surrounding the telephone drained resources, and Bell's habit of funding elaborate scientific explorations frequently strained the family finances. Mabel imposed a strict allowance system on her husband, controlling his access to funds when she felt his spending on scientific equipment became excessive. Their correspondence contains numerous instances of Bell pleading for additional research funds, while Mabel insisted on budgetary discipline. By the standards of his time, Bell's personal habits were eccentric. He typically worked through the night and slept during daylight hours, a schedule that caused friction within the household, but which Bell insisted was essential to his creative process. He was known to go days without changing clothes when absorbed in an experiment, and household staff were instructed never to clean or rearrange his laboratory, no matter how chaotic it appeared. Bell claimed to have a topographic memory for the position of every tool and paper. Bell's relationship with his famous father-in-law, Gardner Hubbard, was complex and occasionally strained. While Hubbard provided crucial business support and connections, he also pushed Bell toward commercial applications when Bell preferred pure research. After one particularly heated argument about the direction of the Bell Telephone Company, Bell retreated to his Nova Scotia estate for nearly 6 months, communicating with Hubbard exclusively through Mabel as intermediary. As he aged, Bell developed various health problems, including diabetes and symptoms consistent with neurasthenia, a period diagnosis for fatigue and anxiety. Bell managed these conditions by combining conventional medicine with the popular water cures of the late 19th century. Bell became an advocate of hydrotherapy, installing elaborate bathing equipment in his homes and maintaining detailed journals about the effects of various water treatments on his health and intellectual energy, an aspect of his life completely absent from standard biographies. Alexander Graham Bell's identification with the telephone has overshadowed his remarkable range of other scientific contributions, some visionary, others curious dead ends, but all revealing a restless intellect that refused to be defined by a single invention. Bell's work on the photophone, developed with his assistant Charles Sumner Tainter between 1879 and 1880, represented the first wireless telephone communication system. The device transmitted sound on a beam of light, essentially the same principle behind fibre optic communication developed nearly a century later. Bell considered it the greatest invention I have ever made, greater than the telephone, yet the technology was ahead of its time, limited by contemporary light sources and detectors. Few people realise that when making a fibre optic call today, that you're using principles Bell pioneered. In the realm of aviation, Bell formed the Aerial Experiment Association in 1909, bringing together Glenn Curtiss, Thomas Selfridge, Casey Baldwin, and Douglas McCurdy. This team created several notable aircraft, including the Silver Dart, which in 1909 made the first controlled powered flight in Canada. Bell's particular contribution was the tetrahedral kite, a unique design using triangular cells that provided remarkable structural strength. He built increasingly large versions, eventually creating the Cygnet, a tetrahedral kite large enough to carry a man. What's rarely mentioned is how Bell's obsession with these tetrahedral structures extended beyond flight. He incorporated the geometric pattern into furniture, lamps, and even children's toys he designed for his grandchildren. Bell's work in genetics and animal husbandry represents another largely overlooked chapter. At his estate in Nova Scotia, he conducted extensive breeding experiments with sheep, meticulously documenting the inheritance of traits across generations. His specific focus was producing sheep with multiple nipples, a trait he believed would allow ewes to nurse more lambs, increasing meat production efficiency. After nearly 30 years of selective breeding, he successfully developed a strain of sheep where multiple nipples were consistently inherited. While this work never gained commercial application, his meticulous records anticipated principles of genetics that would only be fully understood decades later. Environmental concerns occupied Bell's later scientific work in ways that appear surprisingly modern. In the 1910s, he became concerned about deforestation and fossil fuel depletion, writing, "The unchecked consumption of our natural resources will bring future generations to privation we can hardly imagine." He experimented with alternative energy sources, including early solar collectors and alcohol-based fuels derived from plant materials. He even designed a distillation system that converted plant cellulose to ethanol for use in internal combustion engines, essentially an early biofuel program. Bell's work with the deaf led him to medical innovations that extended well beyond speech therapy. He developed an early metal detector specifically to locate the bullet lodged in President James Garfield after his 1881 assassination. While the device worked in laboratory tests, it failed in practice because the metal bed springs in the president's bed created interference, a factor the attending physicians hadn't disclosed to Bell. This experience sparked Bell's interest in medical instrumentation, which led to his development of a vacuum jacket for patients with respiratory problems, a predecessor to the iron lung that would be fully developed decades later. In his Nova Scotia laboratory, Bell conducted extensive hydrofoil experiments, culminating in the HD-4 craft, which set a world marine speed record of 70.86 miles per hour in 1919, a record that stood for 2 decades. This work was conducted in close collaboration with Casey Baldwin, and the two men developed several innovative hull designs that influenced later naval architecture. Bell submitted designs for hydrofoil warships to the US Navy during World War I, but they never saw construction. Bell's interest in sound led him to acoustical experiments that extended well beyond telephony. He developed methods for recording sound vibrations visually, allowing detailed analysis of speech patterns. This work evolved into techniques for teaching the deaf to modulate their voices by watching these visual representations, a precursor to the speech visualization technology used in modern speech therapy. He also conducted extensive research on how different architectural materials and designs affected sound transmission, creating customized acoustic environments decades before acoustic engineering became a recognized discipline. Perhaps most surprisingly, Bell devoted considerable attention to desalination technology in his later years. Concerned about freshwater scarcity, he designed several solar distillation systems intended to provide drinking water in arid coastal regions. His vacuum distillation design was particularly innovative, using pressure differentials to reduce the energy required for water purification. Although it was never commercialized during his lifetime, versions of Bell's approach later became standard in desalination plants worldwide. Throughout these diverse projects, Bell maintained meticulous records, thousands of pages of laboratory notes, diagrams, and correspondence that reveal the day-to-day workings of his experimental process. These documents show Bell wasn't the solitary genius of popular imagination, but rather the central node in a network of collaborators, assistants, and correspondents who contributed significantly to his various projects. Bell freely acknowledged these contributions in his private papers, though public accounts often attributed innovation solely to him, a simplification that distorted the collaborative nature of his actual work. Among the most troubling yet least discussed aspects of the legacy of Alexander Graham Bell is his involvement with the eugenics movement, a connection that reveals the complex intersection of progressive scientific thinking and regressive social policies that characterized much intellectual thought of his era. Bell's interest in heredity began innocently through his work with the deaf. His statistical studies of deaf families documented patterns of deafness across generations, and were published in 1883 as Memoir upon the Formation of a Deaf Variety of the Human Race. While the research methodology was sound for its time, Bell's conclusions and policy recommendations have tarnished his legacy in deaf communities to this day. Bell became concerned that congenital deafness might lead to the formation of a deaf variety of humans if deaf people continued to marry other deaf people. A common practice as shared language and culture created natural social bonds. In what he viewed as humanitarian concern, Bell advocated for laws discouraging or prohibiting deaf people from marrying other deaf people. This position, rooted in his belief that deafness was a disability to be eliminated rather than a culture to be respected, placed him squarely within the eugenics movement gaining momentum in America and Europe. What's rarely examined is the profound conflict this created in Bell's personal life. His wife, Mabel, was deaf, though not congenitally so. She lost her hearing to scarlet fever, and many of their close social circle included deaf individuals whom Bell genuinely respected. Private letters reveal his struggle reconciling his scientific conclusions with his personal relationships, writing to a colleague, "I find myself in the uncomfortable position of advocating publicly what would have prevented my own marriage had it been law." Bell served on the board of scientific directors for the Eugenics Record Office from 1912 to 1918, alongside prominent eugenicists like Charles Davenport and Harry Laughlin. However, his participation was marked by increasing discomfort with the organisation's more extreme positions. Meeting minutes and correspondence show Bell repeatedly objecting to proposals for forced sterilisation and immigration restrictions based on pseudo-scientific racial theories, though he rarely made these objections public. Bell's position within the eugenics movement was complicated. He endorsed the general principle that society should encourage breeding from the fit, while discouraging reproduction among those with hereditary conditions he considered detrimental. Yet he consistently opposed coercive methods, writing in 1914, "I believe in eugenics, but not eugenics by compulsion." This middle position satisfied neither eugenics hardliners nor those who opposed the movement altogether. As the eugenics movement increasingly embraced racist ideology in the 1910s, Bell's participation diminished. His resignation from the Eugenics Record Office in 1918 came after increasing disagreements with Davenport and Laughlin over proposed immigration restrictions targeting Southern and Eastern Europeans. Bell's objections were based partly on scientific. He questioned the methodology behind claims of racial differences in intelligence, partly based on his personal experience with immigrants as colleagues and employees. The evolution of Bell's thinking about heredity and human improvement is visible in his private papers but absent from his public statements. By the early 1920s, he had largely abandoned the terminology of eugenics in favour of human engineering, a concept he defined more broadly to include education, nutrition, and environmental factors alongside heredity. This shift reflected growing scientific understanding about the interaction between genetics and environment, though Bell never publicly repudiated his earlier eugenic positions. Bell's relationship with the deaf community remained complicated throughout his life. While he dedicated significant resources to deaf education and consistently advocated for the integration of deaf people into mainstream society, his opposition to deaf intermarriage and his promotion of oralism over sign language were viewed by many deaf people as attacks on their community and culture. The National Association of the Deaf passed resolutions opposing Bell's positions as early as 1880, creating a rift that has persisted long after his death. What's particularly notable is how Bell's eugenics views contradicted his otherwise progressive social positions. He supported women's suffrage, advocated for the education of indigenous peoples when such education was primarily assimilationist, and opposed racial segregation in the organisations he led. These positions coexisted uneasily with his eugenics work, demonstrating how even forward-thinking individuals of the period could embrace what would later be recognised as profoundly discriminatory ideas. The complexity of Bell's engagement with eugenics serves as a cautionary tale about how scientific authority can be misapplied to social policy. Bell genuinely believed his positions were both scientifically sound and humanely motivated, a reminder that ethical failures often emerge not from malicious intent, but from incomplete understanding and unexamined assumptions. His legacy includes not just his inventions, but also these complicated moral positions, which reveal the dangers of applying scientific reasoning to human diversity without recognising its intrinsic value. Later in life, Alexander Graham Bell retired to Bain Brake in Baddeck on Cape Breton Island, Nova Scotia. Pronounced Benvria, Bell became an American citizen in 1882, but his name, meaning beautiful mountain in Scottish Gaelic, showed his Scottish heritage. Bell used this 600-acre estate as his home, lab, and community centre, not just a summer vacation place. Bell's original design of Bain Breg for integrated living and working is rarely mentioned. The estate comprised collaborator housing, workshops for craftspeople making his experimental equipment, and sheep genetic research facilities in addition to the family residence and lab buildings. Beyond institutional constraints, Bell's community functioned practically as a self-contained research facility, believing scientific progress required both seclusion for concentration and community for cooperation. Few biographies described Bell's Bain Bray schedule. He woke up late, generally midday, ate a lot and read letters and newspapers. His experiments began in the evening and lasted all night. Food was served at midnight and drinks were served all night by household staff. Despite difficulties with family and guests following typical timetables, Bell said his midnight schedule allowed him to think freely without the distractions of the workday. The Bain Brake Lab's technology was unusual for their remote location. Bell built his own electrical producing system to power modern technology in his workshops before rural electricity came to Nova Scotia. He established one of Canada's first private phone lines from the estate to Baddeck. Most importantly, he created a darkroom and photographic studio with cutting-edge equipment, believing that rigorous visual documentation was essential for scientific progress. The thousands of photos taken at Bain Bray provide an unsurpassed visual record of his later experiments. In these later years, Bell's connection with Bell Telephone became more distant. He remained a stakeholder but spoke privately about his dissatisfaction with the company's direction and had no operational role. Bell sometimes gave brief approval when phone officials visited Bain Bray to discuss new projects but quickly switched to tetrahedral construction, hydrofoils or sheep farming. For the old inventor, his name-brand firm was almost irrelevant. In his final years, Bell became interested in cancer research after his daughter's diagnosis. Despite his lack of medical experience, he invented a cooling device to prevent cancer growth by lowering tissue temperature. Cancer cells reproduce faster than normal cells, making them more susceptible to temperature decline. This experiment failed, but his detailed notes show his systematic approach even in unrelated fields. Bell, 75, died at Bain-Brie on August 2nd, 1922 of diabetes complications, which he had fought for years with little success given medical knowledge at the time were the main cause. Insulin treatment became available only months before his death. He specified that his coffin be made from estate materials by his workshop staff, demonstrating his scientific approach to funeral arrangements. On Bell's funeral day, all phone service in the US and Canada was suspended for 1 minute, possibly the longest period of technological quiet in history. Unlike many innovators, Bell lived to see his main invention become a staple of modern civilization, with over 14 million telephones in use worldwide by his death. Bell's legacy went beyond the phone. Early aircraft design profited from his aviation innovations. His hydrofoil research improved marine technology. Though controversial, his deaf educational approaches altered education. Even after his death, architecture and engineering used his tetrahedral structural principles. Most crucially, Bell's invention, combining systematic experimentation with instinctual leaps, set a paradigm for industrial research that corporate research laboratories adopted throughout the 20th century. Bell Laboratories, named for the telephone rather than the man, pioneered transistors and information theory that shaped technology. Many of the tools, laboratory supplies, and personal things of Alexander Graham Bell are at the neighbouring Alexander Graham Bell National Historic Site. But the Bell estate at Bain-Brie is mainly intact. Instantaneous global communication, which Bell pioneered, is his greatest legacy. Every time a voice crosses continents in milliseconds and knowledge pours over telecommunications networks, I sometimes wonder if my name will be associated with the telephone in the ages to come, Bell wrote to his wife. Instead of the technological means we used, I want it to be remembered as the notion that human speech is unaffected by distance. Bell's vision was extraordinary in this modest wish, and in other aspects. In the mid-13th century, Venice was not simply another Mediterranean port. It was the nexus of an economic empire built on salt, ships, and shrewd diplomacy. When Marco Polo entered the world in 1254, he was born into a city undergoing profound transformation. The Venice of Marco's childhood existed in a perpetual state of reinvention, balancing between Byzantine heritage and an increasingly independent identity. The Polo family themselves exemplified this complex position. Niccolo and Maffeo Polo weren't merely merchants, but sophisticated entrepreneurs operating within intricate networks of commerce and politics. The traditional narrative often portrays young Marco as simply a merchant's son awaiting his destiny. The reality proved considerably more nuanced. While his father and uncle embarked on their initial journey to the Mongol Empire in 1260, Marco remained with his mother, Donna Polo. Her influence on the boy's development typically receives minimal attention in historical accounts, yet contemporary Venetian records suggest she belonged to a family with connections to the naval administration. These early exposures likely shaped Marco's later attentiveness to maritime matters in his accounts of Asian waterways and naval technologies. Marco's education reflected Venice's peculiar position between East and West. Unlike Florence or Bologna with their classical curriculum, Venetian education emphasized practical knowledge, mathematics for commerce, languages for the negotiation, and geography for navigation. Young patricians studied Arabic numerals rather than Roman calculations, a pragmatic choice that outraged traditionalists, but prepared Venice's next generation for global trade. Marco likely received instruction not only in Latin and Greek, but possibly rudimentary Arabic and Persian, languages that would prove invaluable during his travels. The Venice of Marco's youth functioned as an information clearinghouse where rumours and reports from disparate corners of the known world collided in marketplaces and merchant houses. The city's position as a commercial republic rather than a traditional monarchy created a distinctive civic consciousness. While mainland Italian cities remained locked in bloody feuds between Guelphs and Ghibellines, papal and imperial supporters, Venice cultivated a pragmatic approach to power, forming alliances based on commercial interests rather than ideological commitments. What often goes unrecognised is how Venetian colonial expansion fundamentally shaped Marco's worldview. By the time of his birth, Venice controlled significant territories along the Dalmatian coast and numerous Aegean islands. These weren't mere trading posts but administered territories with Venetian governors and legal systems. Young Marco would have encountered returning officials and merchants from these colonies, absorbing stories of governance and cultural adaptation that informed his later observations of Mongol administrative techniques. The religious atmosphere of 13th century Venice defied easy categorization. While nominally devout Catholics, Venetians maintained a distinctly arm's-length relationship with papal authority. The city's extensive trade with Muslim and Orthodox territories fostered a pragmatic religious tolerance was unusual for medieval Europe. The Fourth Crusade's controversial diversion to sack Constantinople in 1204 had yielded Venice tremendous wealth and liturgical treasures, but also created complex theological justifications for interaction with non-Catholic powers. Marco grew up in a city whose magnificent St. Mark's Basilica incorporated Byzantine domes, Islamic decorative elements, and classical columns, architectural evidence of Venice's cultural hybridization. When Marco was 15, his father and uncle returned to Venice after their initial journey eastward. Traditional accounts emphasize the emotional reunion, but contemporary evidence suggests their return served specific diplomatic purposes. The Polos carried letters from Kublai Khan requesting educated Europeans to return with them, particularly those who could explain Christian theology and European technical knowledge. This request reflected not merely curiosity but calculated policy. The Mongol Empire actively recruited administrative talent from across their conquered territories, implementing a system that transcended ethnic and religious boundaries. The Venice that the teenage Marco prepared to leave in 1271 had already begun evolving beyond the city of his childhood. Political reforms under Doge Ranieri Zeno had strengthened the Great Council's authority, while naval conflicts with Genoa intensified competition for Mediterranean trade routes. The eventual journey would consume nearly a quarter century of Marco's life, transforming not only his understanding of the world but ultimately Venice's conception of itself within a rapidly expanding global context. The conventional narrative of Marco Polo's travels typically begins with his departure from Venice in 1271. This simplified chronology overlooks a critical element of the Polo saga, the first journey undertaken by Niccolo and Maffeo Polo that laid the groundwork for Marco's later expedition. This initial voyage, occurring between 1260 and 1269, remains curiously under-examined despite its profound influence on subsequent events. When Niccolo and Maffeo first ventured eastward, they weren't pioneering an unknown route, but rather extending established Venetian commercial networks. However, what distinguished their journey was the remarkable timing. They departed during a unique geopolitical window, after the initial Mongol conquests had stabilized into the administrative structure known as the Pax Mongolica, but before European knowledge of Asian political realities had crystallized. The brothers originally intended a conventional trading expedition to Constantinople and the Crimean port of Soldaya, modern Sudakin, where Italian merchants maintained trading posts. What forced the Polos to deviate from their intended route was not adventurous spirit, but pragmatic necessity. Civil war between Mongol factions had temporarily closed their planned return path. Rather than retreat, they pressed eastward to Bukhara in modern Uzbekistan, where they remained for 3 years. This extended stay, often treated as a mere precursor to later events, actually provided the linguistic and cultural immersion that would prove invaluable for the subsequent journey with young Marco. In Bukhara, the brothers encountered an ambassador from Hulagu Khan, grandson of Genghis Khan, travelling to the court of his brother, the great Khan Kublai. The ambassador's invitation to join his embassy represents a frequently misunderstood aspect of Mongol diplomatic practice. The Mongols actively collected knowledgeable individuals from across their territories, viewing diverse expertise as valuable intelligence assets. The Mongols did not select the Polos for their individual importance. but rather as representatives of Latin Christendom, who could provide valuable information about European politics and technology. Their journey to Kublai's court at Chengdu, immortalised as Xanadu in European literature, traversed the Eastern Silk Road through regions no Venetian had previously documented. Contemporary accounts suggest they travelled as members of an official Mongol embassy, which granted them access to the imperial post system with its relay stations and official protection. This status explains how merchants of modest standing managed to traverse thousands of miles of territory safely. They moved within administrative infrastructure designed to facilitate official communication across the empire. Upon reaching Kublai's court, the brothers encountered not an exotic, oriental despot of later European imagination, but a sophisticated ruler preoccupied with governance challenges. The Mongol Empire of 1266 was experiencing substantial administrative evolution, incorporating Chinese bureaucratic practices while maintaining nomadic military traditions. Kublai's questions for the Polos focused primarily on practical matters: European military capabilities, political structures, and technical innovations. The Khan's famous request for 100 learned men from Europe reflected not mere curiosity but strategic intelligence gathering about potential Western allies or adversaries. What's often overlooked is that the Polos' return journey to Venice carried specific diplomatic communication. They transported formal letters from Kublai to Pope Clement IV requesting Christian teachers. This diplomatic component transformed what might have been merely an extraordinary commercial venture into an unofficial embassy between powers. Upon reaching Accra in 1269, they learned of Pope Clement's death 2 years earlier, which complicated their diplomatic mission. Rather than proceeding immediately to Rome, they returned to Venice, where Niccolo discovered his wife had died during his absence, leaving his son Marco in the care of extended family. These 3 years in Venice between journeys, 1269 and 1271, represented a crucial period of preparation for Marco. Traditional accounts depict him merely waiting to depart, but evidence suggests this interlude involved intensive education tailored to the planned Eastern journey. He likely received specialised instruction in languages, astronomical navigation, and manuscript preparation, skills that would prove invaluable for documenting the subsequent travels. The Polos also arranged commercial partnerships and credit instruments to finance their second journey, developing complex arrangements that allowed them to transport valuable goods while minimising physical carrying of currency. When the three Polos finally departed in 1271, they carried not only papal letters from the newly elected Gregory X, but also diplomatic credentials and commercial contracts representing multiple interests. The foundation laid by Niccolo and Maffeo's first journey, establishing relationships, understanding routes, and gaining imperial favour, provided the essential framework that made Marco's subsequent journey and chronicle possible. This overlooked first expedition represents not merely a prologue, but the essential foundation for the epic that followed. The departure of the three Polos from Venice in 1271 marked the beginning of a journey frequently reduced to a simplistic east-west trajectory in popular accounts. The actual route reveals a far more complex diplomatic and commercial enterprise, shaped by evolving geopolitical circumstances rather than a predetermined path. Their initial progress followed established Mediterranean shipping lanes to Accra in the Crusader Kingdom of Jerusalem, where they obtained supplementary diplomatic credentials from Teobaldo Visconti, soon to become Pope Gregory X. This papal connection has traditionally been emphasised as their primary diplomatic sanction, but Venetian records suggest they simultaneously carried commercial authorisations from the Doge and several prominent trading houses. The Polos operated within multiple overlapping networks of authority, religious, commercial and political, that reflected the fragmented nature of medieval European power structures. After departing Acre, the expedition encountered its first significant deviation from planned routes. Traditional accounts mention briefly that war conditions forced them to turn northward, but the story dramatically understates the historical context. The Mamluk Sultan Baybars was actively campaigning against remaining Crusader territories and Mongol forces in Syria, making direct eastward travel impossible. This Mamluk-Mongol war represented one of the most consequential geopolitical conflicts of the 13th century, effectively establishing boundaries between Islamic and Mongol spheres of influence that would persist for generations. The Polos' adaptive response to this obstacle reveals their sophisticated geographical knowledge. Rather than abandoning their journey, they navigated northward through Armenian Cilicia, modern southern Turkey, where Christian rulers maintained alliances with both Mongols and European powers. This region functioned as a crucial interface between civilizations, maintaining diverse diplomatic connections that provided the Polos with updated intelligence about conditions further east. Their subsequent traversal of the Armenian highlands and northern Mesopotamia brought them through territories only recently incorporated into Mongol administration. The expedition's timing proved fortunate. They travelled during a period when the Ilkhanate under Abaka Khan, ruler from 1265 to 1282, had established relative stability following the destructive initial Mongol conquests. Archaeological evidence from this period shows revitalization of urban centres and trading networks that had suffered catastrophic disruption just decades earlier. At Tabriz in northwestern Iran, the Polos entered one of the Ilkhanate's principal commercial centres. Marco's later accounts of this city's international markets reveal his growing awareness of transcontinental trade patterns. Here he first encountered merchandise from India, Central Asia, and China circulating alongside Russian furs, Byzantine textiles, and European metals. His detailed observations of currency exchange mechanisms and credit instruments used by merchants from diverse backgrounds reflect a sophisticated understanding of commercial operations, rather than the wide-eyed wonder often attributed to him in romanticized accounts. The journey's eastern progression through Persia followed not the most direct route, but rather a network of recently secured trade corridors. Near Kerman in southeastern Iran, archaeological evidence from the period shows way stations, caravanserais, being restored and expanded under Mongol patronage after years of neglect. These structures weren't simply convenient accommodations, but represented systematic infrastructure investment that facilitated administrative control and commercial exchange across the empire. The Polos' traversal of the Pamir Mountains, often characterized as a heroic passage through an inhospitable wilderness, actually followed carefully maintained routes regularly travelled by diplomatic missions and merchant caravans. Marco's descriptions of high-altitude terrain and climate demonstrate careful observation, but shouldn't be interpreted as evidence of pioneering exploration. His accounts of highland peoples and their customs show particular attention to practical matters like animal husbandry techniques and local commodities, reflecting his growing commercial acumen. Upon reaching Kashgar in what is now western China, the expedition entered the Tarim Basin, where Marco documented not only trade goods but also agricultural techniques and water management systems. His observations about irrigation networks reveal an appreciation for the administrative systems maintaining these complex infrastructures across political boundaries, perspective reflecting his distinctly Venetian understanding of how governance enables commerce. The crossing of the Taklamakan Desert, often portrayed as the journey's most arduous segment, followed established caravan routes that had functioned for centuries. What distinguished Marco's account of this crossing was his attention to the economic niches occupied by different ethnic groups along the route: Uyghur merchants operating trading posts, Tangut herders supplying livestock, and Chinese officials administering taxation and security. This multi-ethnic commercial ecosystem operated under Mongol oversight, but maintained distinctive local practices that Marco documented with unusual detail. As the expedition approached the Chinese heartland, they encountered increasingly sophisticated administrative control. At Dunhuang, they entered a region where Mongol rule had been superimposed upon existing Chinese bureaucratic structures. Marco's accounts reveal his fascination with this hybrid governance system, particularly the imperial postal relay network that facilitated rapid communication across vast distances. This infrastructure enabled the Mongol Empire to maintain administrative cohesion across disparate regions while accommodating local governing traditions. Throughout the 3-year eastward journey, the Polos traversed not wild, unknown territories but a carefully administered network of trade routes, experiencing substantial integration under Mongol governance. Their achievement wasn't discovering new paths, but successfully navigating complex political, commercial, and cultural boundaries during a period of unprecedented transcontinental connectivity. The skills they developed, linguistic adaptation, diplomatic flexibility, and commercial awareness, prepared them for effective service in Kublai Khan's cosmopolitan court. When Marco Polo arrived at Kublai Khan's court in 1275, he encountered not the exotic oriental paradise of later European imagination, but a sophisticated administrative machine grappling with the challenges of governing the world's largest contiguous land empire. The traditional narrative emphasizes Marco's personal relationship with Kublai, suggesting the young Venetian became a trusted confidant almost immediately. Contemporary evidence suggests a more nuanced integration into court life, one that reflected the Mongol Empire's systematic approach to utilizing foreign expertise. Shangdu, the Xanadu of European literature, operated not merely as an imperial pleasure dome, but as a seasonal administrative capital within a complex governing system. The court regularly migrated between multiple capitals, including Beijing, then called Khanbalik or City of the Khan, allowing the ruler to maintain a personal presence across different regions while accommodating both Chinese administrative tradition and Mongol nomadic heritage. This mobile governance model, incomprehensible to stationary European bureaucracies, enabled direct imperial supervision across vast territories while symbolically maintaining Mongol traditions of movement. Marco's integration into this system began not with immediate elevation to imperial advisor, but through a typical assessment process applied to foreigners with useful skills. The Mongol administrative approach emphasized meritocratic utilization of talent regardless of ethnic or religious background, a pragmatic necessity for governing diverse populations across Eurasia. Chinese bureaucrats managed civil administration, Persian astronomers directed scientific research, Central Asian Muslims controlled financial operations, and Uyghur scribes handled diplomatic correspondence. Within this multicultural framework, Western Europeans like Marco occupied specialized niches based on their particular knowledge and capabilities. The traditional narrative suggesting Marco learned 4 languages oversimplifies the complex linguistic environment of the Mongol court. Contemporary evidence indicates communication occurred through layered translation processes, with documents often passing through multiple languages before reaching their final form. Administrative documents initiated in Mongolian might be translated to Uyghur, then Persian, then Chinese, depending on their intended audience and purpose. Marco likely developed working knowledge of Mongol court Persian, a lingua franca among administrative officials, rather than achieving full fluency in multiple unrelated language families. Marco's initial assignments reflected the standard Mongol practice of testing foreign abilities through provincial postings rather than immediate court responsibilities. His often referenced journeys to Yunnan and other Chinese regions weren't romantic explorations, but administrative assignments, likely tax assessment missions or diplomatic deliveries. These provincial postings served dual purposes, providing practical training while allowing imperial officials to evaluate foreign talent before entrusting them with more sensitive responsibilities. The Mongol taxation system that Marco encountered demonstrated remarkable administrative sophistication. Beyond simple collection, it encompassed censuses, resource surveys, and commercial regulations are administered through a hierarchical bureaucracy. His detailed descriptions of salt monopolies, paper currency controls, and standardized weights and measures reflect not mere curiosity, but direct involvement with these revenue systems. Archaeological evidence confirms Marco's accounts of tax receipts produced on mulberry paper with standardized seals, documents allowing goods to move through commercial networks without repeated taxation. When Marco Polo arrived at Kublai Khan's court in 1275, he encountered not the exotic oriental paradise of later European imagination, but a sophisticated administrative machine grappling with the challenges of governing the world's largest contiguous land empire. The traditional narrative emphasizes Marco's personal relationship with Kublai, suggesting the young Venetian became a trusted confidant almost immediately. Contemporary evidence suggests a more nuanced integration into court life, one that reflected the Mongol Empire's systematic approach to utilizing foreign expertise. Shangdu, the Xanadu of European literature, operated not merely as an imperial pleasure dome, but as a seasonal administrative capital within a complex governing system. The court regularly migrated between multiple capitals, including Beijing, then called Khanbalik or City of the Khan, allowing the ruler to maintain a personal presence across different regions while accommodating both Chinese administrative tradition and Mongol nomadic heritage. This mobile governance model, incomprehensible to stationary European bureaucracies, enabled direct imperial supervision across vast territories while symbolically maintaining Mongol traditions of movement. Marco's integration into this system began not with immediate elevation to imperial advisor, but through a typical assessment process applied to foreigners with useful skills. The Mongol administrative approach emphasized meritocratic utilization of talent regardless of ethnic or religious background, a pragmatic necessity for governing diverse populations across Eurasia. Chinese bureaucrats managed civil administration, Persian astronomers directed scientific research, Central Asian Muslims controlled financial operations, and Uyghur scribes handled diplomatic correspondence. Within this multicultural framework, Western Europeans like Marco occupied specialized niches based on their particular knowledge and capabilities. The traditional narrative suggesting Marco learned 4 languages oversimplifies the complex linguistic environment of the Mongol court. Contemporary evidence indicates communication occurred through layered translation processes, with documents often passing through multiple languages before reaching their final form. Administrative documents initiated in Mongolian might be translated to Uyghur, then Persian, then Chinese, depending on their intended audience and purpose. Marco likely developed working knowledge of Mongol court Persian, a lingua franca among administrative officials, rather than achieving full fluency in multiple unrelated language families. Marco's initial assignments reflected the standard Mongol practice of testing foreign abilities through provincial postings rather than immediate court responsibilities. His often referenced journeys to Yunnan and other Chinese regions weren't romantic explorations, but administrative assignments, likely tax assessment missions or diplomatic deliveries. These provincial postings served dual purposes, providing practical training while allowing imperial officials to evaluate foreign talent before entrusting them with more sensitive responsibilities. The Mongol taxation system that Marco encountered demonstrated remarkable administrative sophistication. Beyond simple collection, it encompassed censuses, resource surveys, and commercial regulations are administered through a hierarchical bureaucracy. His detailed descriptions of salt monopolies, paper currency controls, and standardized weights and measures reflect not mere curiosity, but direct involvement with these revenue systems. Archaeological evidence confirms Marco's accounts of tax receipts produced on mulberry paper with standardized seals, documents allowing goods to move through commercial networks without repeated taxation. The popular imagination typically places Marco Polo on camels traversing endless deserts, yet some of his most significant observations concerned maritime networks that connected East Asian economies. This nautical dimension of his account offers crucial insights into 13th century globalization rarely highlighted in conventional narratives. After approximately 1284, Marco's responsibilities increasingly involved maritime administration, likely overseeing commercial shipping regulations and customs collection in coastal regions. This shift from inland to maritime duties coincided with Kublai Khan's growing interest in naval power projection and maritime commerce following failed invasion attempts against Japan. Marco's Venetian background made him particularly valuable for maritime assignments. Despite their geographic distance, both Venice and Songyuan China had developed sophisticated naval architectures, navigational techniques, and maritime commercial systems. Marco's descriptions of Chinese shipbuilding technology reveal more than superficial impressions. His detailed accounts of hull construction techniques, particularly the multiple watertight bulkhead compartments that prevented sinking from localized damage, demonstrate technical understanding rather than mere wonderment. Archaeological evidence from shipwrecks confirms these construction methods, which remained unknown in European shipbuilding until centuries later. Similarly, his observations about rudder design and sail configuration indicate professional assessment rather than casual observation. Rather than being isolated ports, the maritime infrastructure Marco recorded across Southeast Asia represented interconnected commercial networks. His descriptions of Quanzhou, which he called Zaytun, emphasized not just its impressive harbour facilities but also the administrative systems coordinating vessel arrivals, cargo inspections, and customs assessment. These descriptions reveal an understanding of port operations informed by his Venetian background, where similar though less extensive systems managed Mediterranean shipping. The spice trade routes Marco documented through the Strait of Malacca and into the Indian Ocean represented the world's most valuable commercial networks, ones that European powers would later compete violently to control. His accounts of these trading patterns provided among the first detailed European documentation of these systems, identifying key transshipment points and commercial centres. However, Marco observed these networks not as an outsider, but as a participant operating within established commercial patterns, dominated by Chinese, Arab and Indian merchants. Marco's descriptions of naval warfare techniques, particularly incendiary weapons, boarding tactics, and formation movements reflected professional military assessment rather than civilian observation. His accounts of naval engagements during Kublai's campaigns against southern Chinese resistance forces and Southeast Asian kingdoms provide valuable information about operational practices otherwise poorly documented in surviving records. These observations suggest Marco may have participated in naval operations beyond purely administrative roles, possibly serving in technical advisory capacities. The navigational technologies Marco encountered in East Asian waters demonstrated a sophisticated application of astronomical knowledge to maritime movement. His descriptions of Chinese compass use extended beyond the basic magnetic principles known in Europe to include standardized compass cards with directional calibrations and techniques for compensating for magnetic deviation. Similarly, his accounts of celestial navigation using the pole star and other astronomical markers reflect practical understanding of techniques developed through generations of transoceanic voyaging. The commercial vessels Marco documented ranged from massive treasure ships to specialized regional craft adapted to particular waterways. His descriptions of multi-decked ocean-going vessels carrying hundreds of merchants and thousands of tons of cargo accurately portrayed the world's most advanced commercial shipping at that time. Archaeological discoveries of period shipwrecks confirm his accounts of vessel sizes and construction techniques that wouldn't be matched in Europe until the Age of Exploration centuries later. What often goes unexamined is Marco's documentation of hybrid governance systems managing maritime trade. Unlike European models where territorial rulers claimed coastal waters, the maritime spaces Marco described operated under complex overlapping authorities. Harbour masters collected fees, guild representatives enforced commercial standards, imperial officials assessed taxes, and local authorities maintained navigation markers, creating layered systems of governance adapted to commercial needs rather than territorial control. This administrative complexity reflected a sophisticated understanding that maritime spaces required specialized governance distinct from land-based models. Marco's observations about marine resource exploitation, particularly pearl diving in the South China Sea and fisheries throughout Southeast Asia, documented sustainable management systems developed over generations. His accounts describe not just harvesting techniques, but also the regulatory systems governing access rights, seasonal limitations, and resource conservation. These observations countered later European colonial narratives depicting Asian waters as unregulated commons awaiting proper management. The final maritime journey that brought Marco homeward from 1291 to 1295 represented not an extraordinary expedition, but participation in regular commercial diplomatic patterns. The marriage convoy escorting a Mongol princess to Persia that Marco joined operated within established maritime networks, connecting Yuan China to the Ilkhanate. His documentation of this journey, recording navigation patterns, seasonal weather systems, and port facilities throughout Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean, provided Europe with unprecedented information about maritime spaces that would become central to later colonial ambitions. Throughout his observations of maritime Asia, Marco consistently documented connections rather than exoticizing differences. He recorded how Vietnamese shipbuilding techniques influenced Chinese naval architecture, how Persian astronomical knowledge enhanced navigational practices, and how Indian commercial contracts facilitated multi-regional trade. This integrated perspective reveals a maritime world characterized by technological exchange, commercial interdependence, and administrative sophistication that defies simplistic East-West dichotomies. The circumstances of Marco Polo's return to Europe in 1295 involved considerably more intentionality than the romantic narrative of a homesick Venetian finally escaping foreign service. Contemporary evidence suggests the Polos' departure from Kublai's court coincided significant political transitions made the continued presence of foreign officials problematic. Kublai died in 1294, and subsequent succession politics created an increasingly factionalized court environment where foreign officials associated with previous administrations faced uncertain status. Their journey homeward followed established maritime routes rather than retracing their original overland path. This decision reflected not merely convenience, but strategic awareness of changing geopolitical conditions. The initial overland route had become increasingly destabilized by conflicts between Mongol khanates no longer unified under singular authority. By contrast, maritime networks connecting Yuan China to the Ilkhanate in Persia maintained regular diplomatic and commercial traffic despite political fragmentation of the broader Mongol Empire. The maritime return journey brought the Polos to Hormuz at the entrance to the Persian Gulf, where they transitioned to land routes through the Ilkhanate territories to Trebizond on the Black Sea, then continuing by sea to Constantinople and finally Venice. This multimodal journey exposed them to diverse commercial networks and political systems during a period of significant transition throughout Eurasia. Their return to Venice in 1295 placed them in a city dramatically transformed from the one they had left 2 decades earlier. The intervening period had seen Venice's commercial position simultaneously strengthened through expanded Mediterranean networks and threatened by rising Genoese power. The city's governance had evolved through constitutional reforms that strengthened oligarchic control while limiting individual ducal authority. The returning Polos encountered not simply a static homeland, but a dynamic commercial republic adapting to shifting geopolitical circumstances. The famous account of the Polos' return likely contains elements of literary embellishment, as they were initially unrecognised and revealed jewels sewn into their clothing to prove their identity. However, it reflects the genuine challenge of reintegration after extended absence. Their appearance, mannerisms, and perspectives had been profoundly shaped by 2 decades in Asian contexts, making their Venetian identity something that required performance and reassertion rather than automatic recognition. Marco's subsequent captivity during conflict between Venice and Genoa created the essential conditions for his account's creation. Imprisoned in Genoa around 1298, he encountered Rustichello of Pisa, a writer of chivalric romances also held as a prisoner of war. Their collaboration produced the text known variously as The Description of the World, The Travels, or Il Milione. This unusual cross-cultural literary partnership united Marco's first-hand observations with Rustichello's literary frameworks, creating a hybrid text that defies simple categorization. The conventional narrative portrays Rustichello merely as Marco's scribe, faithfully recording dictated memories. Contemporary textual analysis suggests a far more complex collaborative process. The manuscript exhibits characteristics of Rustichello's established literary style, particularly narrative frameworks drawn from Arthurian romances and rhetorical conventions from chivalric literature. Simultaneously, it contains specialized commercial, administrative, and geographic information that clearly originated from Marco's experience. The resulting text represents neither pure memoir nor pure romance, but a sophisticated fusion of formats addressing multiple audiences simultaneously. The original manuscript was composed in Franco-Italian, a literary language combining French vocabulary with Italian syntactic structures commonly used for commercial and literary documents in the Mediterranean contexts. This linguistic choice reflected pragmatic concerns about audience and distribution rather than either author's native language. Franco-Italian provided access to elite audiences across multiple European regions while facilitating eventual translation into various vernaculars. The text circulated in multiple versions even during Marco's lifetime, with significant variations in content, organization, and emphasis. Some manuscripts emphasized commercial information, while others highlighted exotic customs or political structures. This diversification suggests active adaptation for different reading communities, rather than unauthorized corruption of an original text. Marco himself may have participated in revising and extending certain versions following his release from Genoese captivity. The manuscript's reception reveals considerably more complexity than simple skepticism or acceptance. Different communities evaluated the text through diverse frameworks. Commercial agents assessed its practical information. Religious authorities examined its implications for missionary activity, and political figures considered its intelligence value regarding Mongol capabilities. Terms like accurate or fabricated inadequately capture these multidimensional readings, which often simultaneously accepted certain elements while questioning others. Marco's subsequent life in Venice after his return showed active engagement with the city's commercial and political networks, rather than retirement into obscurity. Legal documents from 1300 to 1324 show him engaged in commercial partnerships, property transactions, and family financial arrangements. He appears as a witness to legal agreements, in business ventures, and as a manager of family assets, functions requiring community recognition of his identity and capabilities. His will, dictated on January 1324, shortly before his death, revealed a substantial estate with diverse assets, including cash, jewellery, and commercial partnerships distributed among family members, religious institutions, and freed servants. These provisions reflect successful reintegration into Venetian economic networks rather than marginalised existence. Particularly notable were provisions for his daughter Mareta to maintain control of her inheritance independent of her husband's authority, an unusual arrangement suggesting familiarity with more expansive female property rights observed in certain Asian contexts. Throughout his later life, Marco maintained connections with travellers and merchants and engaged in Asian trade, providing consultation and information based on his experiences. This ongoing engagement with transcontinental networks suggests he viewed his Asian experience not as a closed episode but as a continuing resource. Rather than simply narrating past adventures, he actively applied his knowledge to contemporary commercial and political questions, helping shape Venetian engagement with evolving trans-Eurasian networks during a period of significant reconfiguration following Mongol imperial fragmentation. The posthumous influence of Marco Polo's account extends far beyond the simplistic inspiration for European exploration. Its reception and utilization followed multiple distinct trajectories that reveal the complex interplay between knowledge, transmission, and cultural adaptation across diverse societies. In the immediate aftermath of the account's creation, its primary audiences were not visionary explorers but practical commercial agents seeking actionable intelligence about distant markets. Venetian and Genoese merchant houses consulted the text not for exotic curiosities but for specific information about commodity sources, exchange rates, taxation systems, and seasonal trading patterns. Annotations in surviving manuscripts from commercial archives highlight passages concerning customs duties, commercial regulations, and market conditions rather than sensational cultural observations. This pragmatic utilization underscores how the text functioned within existing commercial networks rather than inspiring entirely new directions. The manuscript's religious reception followed similarly practical trajectories. Franciscan and Dominican missionaries preparing for Asian journeys studied Marco's observations about Buddhist, Confucian, and various Central Asian religious practices. However, they approached this information not merely as curiosities but as intelligence for developing conversion strategies. The detailed information about religious hierarchies, ritual practices, and institutional structures provided tactical guidance for missionary activities that expanded significantly during the 14th century. This religious utilization extended beyond Christianity. Surviving commentaries suggest Jewish merchants similarly consulted the text for information about co-religionists in Asian communities. The transformation of Marco's account from practical document to literary phenomenon occurred gradually through multiple adaptations. As manuscript copies proliferated across Europe, translators and copyists modified the text to suit local interests and literary conventions. German translations emphasized commercial information relevant to Hanseatic trade networks, while Iberian versions highlighted potential military intelligence about Mongol capabilities. These weren't corruptions of an original text, but active adaptations for specific use contexts. The account's cartographic influence manifested not in immediate revolutionary change, but through gradual incorporation into existing geographical frameworks. Early 14th century Mappe Mundi show selective integration of Marco's geographical information rather than wholesale revision. The famous 1375 Catalan Atlas incorporated details about inland Asian cities and routes while maintaining traditional cosmological frameworks. This selective utilization reflects how new information was evaluated against established knowledge systems, rather than automatically displacing them. The narrative that Columbus carried Marco's book on his voyages oversimplifies a complex intellectual genealogy. Columbus indeed possessed an annotated copy, but his geographical understanding derived from multiple sources synthesized through particular interpretive frameworks. His marginalia suggests selective reading focused on passages about eastern islands and maritime routes, while largely ignoring inland Asian information. This curated reading extracted elements supporting pre-existing theories rather than comprehensively engaging Marco's actual observations about Asian geography. The scientific reception of Marco's account deserves greater recognition than it typically receives. His detailed observations on coal use in China, paper currency systems, astronomical practices, and medicinal applications were circulated among European technical communities. Metallurgists noted Chinese furnace designs, fiscal theorists examined monetary systems, and medical practitioners investigated described remedies. These technical adaptations occurred through specialized knowledge networks distinct from broader literary or geographical reception. Beyond Europe, Marco's account experienced significant cross-cultural transmission through Persian and Arabic translations. These versions, appearing from the late 14th century onward, evaluated his observations against established Middle Eastern geographical knowledge about Asian regions. Persian geographical works incorporated material from Marco's descriptions of Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean, while comparing them with existing Persian accounts of these regions. This integration process involved critical assessment rather than passive acceptance, with commentators noting where Marco's observations aligned with or diverged from established knowledge. The account's reception in East Asia followed particularly intriguing trajectories. While no complete Chinese translation appeared until the 19th century, specific information from Marco's text reached China through diverse routes. Persian geographical works incorporating Marco's observations circulated in Yuan and Ming scholarly circles, while Jesuit missionaries in the 16th to 17th centuries brought European geographical knowledge partially derived from Marco's account. This created fascinating scenarios where information originally observed in China returned in transformed form through multiple cultural mediations. The 19th century rediscovery of Marco Polo during European colonial expansion involved substantial reinvention of his significance. Colonial administrators and commercial agents reimagined him as a proto-colonial pioneer, rather than a participant in Asian-centered networks. This reframing extracted his observations from their original 13th century context of Mongol imperial integration, and repositioned them as precedent for European dominance. This colonial appropriation obscured how Marco operated within existing Asian systems, rather than pioneering European expansion. Academic study of Marco Polo's account developed through multiple phases reflecting broader disciplinary evolutions. 19th century scholarship focused predominantly on verifying or disproving specific observations, approaching the text as a straightforward historical source rather than a complex cultural product. Mid-20th century analysis shifted toward understanding its literary construction and transmission history. Recent scholarship increasingly examines the text within transcultural frameworks, analysing how information moved between cultural systems and underwent transformation through multiple mediations. Archaeological discoveries throughout the 20th and 21st centuries have provided physical evidence confirming numerous specific observations in Marco's account. Excavations of Yuan period cities have verified architectural details, recovered examples of paper money matching his descriptions, and uncovered administrative documents reflecting systems he documented. These material confirmations do not turn the text into mere factual reporting. Instead, they show how it blends precise observation with literary structures to present this information to European audiences. The enduring value of Marco Polo's account lies not in pioneering discovery or initiating European expansion, but in documenting a critical moment of Eurasian connectivity. His observations captured complex commercial, cultural, and administrative systems during a period of unprecedented integration under Mongol imperial frameworks. The continuing relevance of his account derives from this documentation of interconnection rather than exploration, providing insight into how diverse societies engaged in exchange networks that transcended cultural boundaries while remaining embedded in local contexts. He was truly one of the greatest to ever do it. The alarm clock's shrill cry ringed through the Dallas hotel room at precisely 6:30 a.m, though I must confess I was already wide awake. Sleep had become as elusive as Republican votes in Massachusetts these days. I rolled over, my back protesting with the enthusiasm of a Cold War summit meeting, all tension and very little resolution. Jackie stirred beside me, her hair still perfectly coiffed even in slumber. Given our political climate, it was practically a job requirement for her to maintain her composure even during a hurricane. "Good morning, Mr. President," she murmured, her voice carrying that familiar mixture of affection and formality that had become our morning ritual. Even in private moments, the presidency seemed to hover over us like an omnipresent Secret Service agent. "Good morning, Mrs. Kennedy," I replied, attempting to inject some levity into what promised to be another day of handshaking, speech-making, and the general business of being presidential. Are you prepared to dazzle Texas? The double entendre wasn't lost on either of us, and Jackie's raised eyebrow suggested she found my humour about as presidential as my Boston accent. The morning routine began with military precision: shower, shave, and the careful selection of attire that would photograph well under the harsh Texas sun. My back brace, that constant companion since my PT 109 days, required its usual careful adjustment. The irony wasn't lost on me that the very thing meant to keep me upright often made me feel like I was wearing a medieval torture device. Still, appearances mattered, and a president couldn't very well slouch through a motorcade like a college student in a lecture hall. Breakfast arrived with the morning briefings delivered by staffers who moved with the efficient urgency of men who knew their jobs depended on keeping the leader of the free world properly caffeinated and informed. The newspapers spread before me painted the usual picture: Cold War tensions, civil rights struggles, and political manoeuvring that would make Machiavelli proud. Each headline seemed to demand immediate attention, as if the world's problems could be solved over coffee and toast. The crowds in Fort Worth were magnificent last night, Kenny O'Donnell reported, his Boston accent making magnificent sound, like a personal endorsement from the Pope himself. Dallas should be even better. His optimism was contagious, yet I couldn't dispel the notion that Texas hospitality carries specific requirements, namely, remembering who was hosting. The flight to Dallas proved uneventful, which in politics is often the best kind of event one can hope for. Jackie looked radiant in her pink Chanel suit, chosen specifically for its photogenic qualities and its ability to stand out in a crowd. "You know," I told her as we prepared for landing, "that colour makes you look like $1,000,000. She smiled, but I couldn't tell if it was in response to the compliment or because I had managed to keep my economic metaphors relatively modest. Crowds pressed against the barriers at the Love Field reception, surpassing the expectations of an opening night at a Broadway show. The enthusiasm was genuine, which always lifted my spirits. There's something profoundly moving about Americans exercising their democratic right to gather, cheer, and occasionally throw flowers at their elected officials. The Secret Service maintained their vigilant positions, their eyes scanning the crowd with the intensity of accountants reviewing tax returns, methodical, thorough, and slightly paranoid. As we made our way toward the waiting limousine, I couldn't help but notice the perfect weather. The sun shone with the kind of brilliance that made everything seem possible. The air carried just enough warmth to make the open car comfortable, and the sky stretched endlessly blue above us. It was, I thought to myself, a capital day for democracy. The presidential limousine, that marvel of American automotive engineering and paranoia, waited with its top down to accommodate the spectacular Texas weather. Governor John Connolly and his wife Nellie comfortably settled into the jump seats, demonstrating the practiced ease of politicians who have spent decades perfecting the art of appearing comfortable in uncomfortable situations. Jackie arranged herself beside me with the grace of someone who'd been doing this particular dance for nearly 3 years now. "This is going to be quite a ride," I mentioned to Connolly, although my thoughts were focused less on the 12-mile route through Dallas and more on the political implications of our visit to Texas. Next year's election calculations heavily weighed the state's electoral votes, and each handshake, wave, and perfectly timed smile symbolized an investment in America's democratic future. Or at least that's how I prefer to think about it, rather than as an elaborate exercise in political theatre. The motorcade began its stately procession through Dallas streets lined with enthusiastic citizens. The Secret Service had plotted our route with mathematical precision: wide streets for visibility, strategic turns to maximize crowd exposure, and carefully timed stops that would allow the press corps to capture those essential photographs that would grace tomorrow's front pages. Democracy, I'd learned, was as much about optics as it was about policy. "Mr. President, you certainly can't say Dallas doesn't love you," Nellie Connolly called out over the crowd noise, her voice carrying the kind of genuine warmth that made politics occasionally worthwhile. She was right. The reception had been overwhelmingly positive, with crowds. I pressed forward to catch glimpses of the presidential party. Children waved American flags with the unself-conscious enthusiasm that reminded me why this job, despite its considerable burdens, remained fundamentally hopeful. The sun beat down with friendly intensity, and I found myself genuinely enjoying the ride. There's something uniquely American about a motorcade. The ordered chaos of democracy in motion, citizens gathering spontaneously to participate in the grand experiment of self-governance. Even the most cynical political operative would have to admit there was something stirring about it all. Jackie waved with practiced perfection, her pink suit providing exactly the visual contrast the advance team had calculated. Every detail had been choreographed, from the car's position in the motorcade to the timing of our arrival at the trade mart. Political success, I discovered, lay in the intersection of genuine sentiment and careful planning. The crowd seemed to sense both elements, responding with an enthusiasm that felt authentic rather than manufactured. "You know," I leaned over to tell Jackie, "I think we might actually win Texas next year." The comment was partly serious political analysis and partly an attempt to lighten the mood. Presidential campaigns were marathons, not sprints, and every positive reception represented momentum that could be built upon. The mathematics of electoral politics demanded constant attention to these regional variations in public sentiment. The route took us through downtown Dallas, past buildings whose windows were filled with office workers, taking an extended lunch break to witness history in motion. Some held cameras, others simply watched, and a few displayed signs welcoming the presidential party to Texas. The diversity of the crowd pleased me. Young and old, various ethnic backgrounds, the kind of American melting pot that made democracy not just possible but inevitable. Governor Connolly provided running commentary on local landmarks, pointing out sites of historical significance with the pride of a man showing off his hometown to distinguished visitors. His knowledge was encyclopedic, his delivery engaging, and his obvious affection for Texas infectious. Political partnerships, I reflected, worked best when they were built on genuine mutual respect and shared objectives. The limousine's pace remained steady, allowing for optimal crowd interaction while maintaining security protocols. Every few blocks, I'd spot Secret Service agents positioned strategically, their presence both reassuring and slightly sobering. The balance between accessibility and security had become one of the defining challenges of modern democracy. How to remain close to the people while acknowledging the realities of an increasingly complex world. As we approached Dealey Plaza, I noticed the crowds growing even larger, pressed against barriers with the enthusiasm of baseball fans waiting for autographs. The enthusiasm was palpable, the Texas hospitality genuine, and the political implications encouraging. Whatever challenges lay ahead, this moment represented democracy at its most elemental level. Citizens and their elected representatives sharing the same space, the same sunshine, the same hopes for the future. Dealey Plaza opened before us like a natural amphitheatre, with spectators arranged along the grassy slopes in what could have been mistaken for a particularly well-attended outdoor concert. The crowd's energy was infectious. People pointed, waved, and called out greetings with the kind of spontaneous enthusiasm that reminded me why I'd entered politics in the first place. Democracy, at its core, was about these moments of connection between the governed and those who served them. "What a turnout!" I called to Jackie, though the crowd noise nearly swallowed my words. She nodded, her smile radiant as she continued her practiced wave. Not too enthusiastic to appear undignified, not too reserved to seem aloof. 3 years of presidential appearances had perfected her technique to an art form. The photographers would love this, I thought, already envisioning tomorrow's newspaper coverage with headlines about Texas hospitality and democratic unity. The limousine's progression through the plaza felt almost ceremonial, like a slow-motion parade celebrating the peaceful transfer of democratic power. Children sat on their parents' shoulders, teenagers clustered together with cameras, and adults pressed forward with the kind of civic engagement that made the entire system worthwhile. This was what the Founding Fathers had envisioned: active citizenship, public participation, and government by consent of the governed. Governor Connolly half-turned in his seat, pointing toward a group of particularly enthusiastic supporters near the grassy knoll. "Those folks have been waiting since dawn," he said, his Texas drawl adding warmth to the observation. Political advance work was part science, part art, and part sheer luck. But when it all came together like this, the results justified every hour of planning and preparation. The sun continued its friendly assault, making the pink of Jackie's suit even more vibrant against the blue sky. Colour coordination might seem trivial to political newcomers, but experienced campaigners understood that visual impact often mattered as much as policy positions. Every element of today's appearance had been calculated to project competence, accessibility, and optimistic leadership. The crowd's response suggested the strategy was working. As we neared the plaza's centre, I observed the crowd composition with the expertise of someone who had dedicated decades to studying electoral demographics. The mix looked promising: young families, middle-aged professionals, and elderly citizens exercising their democratic prerogative to witness history. These authentic moments of public engagement won or lost regional campaigns. Mr. President, they really do love you here. Nellie Connolly's voice carried genuine pleasure, and I had to agree with her assessment. The reception had exceeded even our most optimistic projection. Texas, with its complex political landscape and crucial electoral significance, represented one of the keys to next year's campaign. Days like this built the kind of momentum that could carry through an entire election cycle. The motorcade's pace allowed for extended interaction. Hands reached out for handshakes, voices called personal greetings, and cameras captured the kind of spontaneous moments that define democratic participation. Secret Service agents maintained their vigilant positions, but their presence felt appropriately unobtrusive. The balance between security and accessibility had been struck precisely right. Jackie leaned over briefly, her voice carrying amusement. "I think we've created quite a sensation." She was right. The crowd's enthusiasm had reached almost festival proportions, with people streaming into the plaza from surrounding streets to catch glimpses of the presidential party. This was democracy in its most elemental form, citizens gathering to participate in the grand American experiment. The limousine began its gentle turn onto Elm Street, following the predetermined route that would take us through the heart of the plaza before continuing toward the Trade Mart. Every aspect of the journey had been choreographed, from the speed of our progression to the optimal angles for crowd interaction. Political theatre, when executed properly, served the dual purpose of entertainment and civic engagement. Looking up at the clear Texas sky, I couldn't help but feel optimistic about the day, the visit, and the future. The crowds, the weather, and the entire atmosphere suggested that democracy was working exactly as intended. Citizens were engaged, government was accessible, and the peaceful transfer of power continued its unbroken American tradition. It was, I thought to myself, a perfect day for politics. The gentle curve onto Elm Street provided an even better vantage point for crowd observation, and what I saw continued to reinforce my growing confidence about Texas's political future. The demographic mix remained encouraging. Working families, business owners and students, retirees, exactly the kind of broad coalition that successful campaigns required. Political mathematics demanded this kind of cross-sectional appeal, and today's reception suggested we were achieving it. "This is what I call a Texas-sized welcome," I commented to Governor Connolly, who beamed with the satisfaction of a host whose party was exceeding expectations. Regional pride was a powerful political force, and Texas possessed it in abundance. The state's sense of itself as unique, important and influential made it both challenging and rewarding for national politicians. Day felt distinctly rewarding. The Secret Service had positioned agents throughout the area with their characteristic blend of visibility and discretion. Their presence provided necessary security without overwhelming the democratic character of the event. Balancing protection with accessibility had become one of the defining challenges of modern presidential leadership: how to remain connected to the people while acknowledging contemporary security realities. Jackie continued her graceful performance, each wave calibrated to project warmth without appearing overly familiar. Presidential spouses walked a particularly narrow line, too formal, and they seemed cold, too casual, and they undermined the dignity of the office. She'd mastered the balance with characteristic intelligence and style. The photographers were undoubtedly capturing images that would define today's coverage. The crowd's energy showed no signs of diminishing as we progressed deeper into the plaza. If anything, the enthusiasm seemed to be building, with people calling out personal greetings and extending hands in hopes of contact. These moments of human connection were what made the political process worthwhile, the reminder that governance was ultimately about serving real people with real hopes and concerns. "You know," I mentioned to Jackie, "I think we might need to schedule more Texas visits." The comment was a blend of humour and serious politics. Success bred success in politics, and today's reception would generate positive coverage that could influence future public opinion. Authentic moments of public engagement often built electoral momentum. The limousine's steady pace allowed for optimal crowd interaction while maintaining the security protocols that had become standard procedure. Every aspect of presidential movement required careful coordination between multiple agencies, advanced teams, and local officials. When it all worked smoothly, as it had today, the result was seamless democratic theatre that served both ceremonial and practical purposes. Observing the crowd, their diversity and genuine enthusiasm struck me. These weren't partisan political rallies with carefully screened attendees. These were ordinary citizens taking time from their daily routines to participate in democracy. Their presence represented the kind of civic engagement that made the entire system function effectively. The Texas sun continued its friendly bombardment, making the day feel more like a celebration than a political obligation. The weather had a significant impact on the success of public events, and today's conditions were ideal. Clear skies, comfortable temperatures, and excellent visibility created ideal circumstances for the kind of public engagement that defined successful democratic leadership. Governor Connolly provided ongoing commentary about local landmarks and the crowd's composition, his observations reflecting profound knowledge of Texas politics and genuine pride in his state's reception of the presidential party. Regional partnerships were crucial to national success, and today's collaboration was functioning exactly as planned. As we continued through the plaza, I found myself genuinely enjoying the experience rather than simply enduring it as a political necessity. The crowd's warmth, the perfect weather, and the general atmosphere of celebration made this feel like one of those rare occasions when politics achieved its highest aspirations, bringing people together around shared hopes and common purposes. The route ahead looked clear, the crowd remained enthusiastic, and the entire event was proceeding with the kind of smooth precision that political advance teams dreamed about. The result was democracy working exactly as intended, with citizens and their elected representatives sharing the same space, the same moment, and the same optimistic vision of American possibilities. The plaza's unique geography created natural acoustics that amplified the crowd's enthusiasm, making their cheers and applause echo off the surrounding buildings like applause in a concert hall. The effect was almost musical, a spontaneous symphony of democratic participation that reminded me why public service, despite its considerable challenges, remained fundamentally rewarding. These were the moments that justified the long hours, the difficult decisions, and the constant scrutiny that defined presidential life. "This reception is absolutely remarkable," I told Governor Connolly, who nodded with obvious satisfaction. Texas hospitality was proving itself in spectacular fashion, and the political implications were undeniably positive. Regional support of this caliber could translate into significant electoral advantages, and today's demonstration of public enthusiasm would undoubtedly influence future campaign calculations. Jackie's performance continued to be flawless, her waves precisely calibrated to acknowledge the crowd without appearing either too casual or overly formal. The pink suit had been an inspired choice. It photographed beautifully against the blue sky and provided exactly the visual impact our advance team had calculated. Political success often depended on seemingly minor details that, when combined, created major impressions. The Secret Service maintained their vigilant positions throughout the plaza, their presence both reassuring and appropriately unobtrusive. Modern presidential security required constant vigilance without overwhelming the democratic character of public events. Today's balance effectively allowed interaction while maintaining necessary protective protocols. As we approached what appeared to be the plaza's centre, I noticed the crowd density increasing even further. People were pressing against barriers with the enthusiasm of baseball fans hoping for autographs, their faces reflecting genuine excitement about this opportunity to witness history in motion. This was civic engagement at its most elemental level, citizens choosing to participate in the democratic process through their physical presence and vocal support. The limousine's progression allowed for extended observation of crowd composition, and what I saw continued to reinforce optimistic assessments about Texas's political future. The demographic mix remained encouraging, young families with children, middle-aged professionals, and elderly citizens exercising their democratic prerogatives. Successful national campaigns required exactly this kind of broad-based regional appeal. "Mr. President, I don't think I've ever seen Dallas this excited about a political visit," Nellie Connolly observed, her voice carrying genuine warmth. Her comment reflected the kind of authentic local perspective that political professionals valued highly. Spontaneous enthusiasm couldn't be manufactured or purchased. It emerged from genuine public sentiment and real political momentum. The weather continued to cooperate with almost supernatural precision, providing perfect conditions for outdoor political events. Clear skies, comfortable temperatures, and excellent visibility created ideal circumstances for the kind of public engagement that defined successful democratic leadership. Even the most experienced political operatives would have to acknowledge that days like this were exceptional. Looking ahead, I could see the route continuing through the plaza before turning toward our final destination at the Trade Mart. Every aspect of today's schedule had been carefully coordinated to maximise positive public interaction while maintaining security requirements. When political advance work functioned this smoothly, the results justified every hour of planning and preparation. The crowd's energy remained consistently high, with people continuing to call out greetings and wave with undiminished enthusiasm. Political momentum was often built on exactly these kinds of authentic moments of public connection, times when the theoretical concepts of democratic governance became real through direct human interaction between citizens and their elected representatives. Jackie leaned over briefly, her voice carrying satisfaction. "I think we can call this visit a complete success." She was absolutely right. By any measurable standard, today's reception had exceeded expectations. The political implications were overwhelmingly positive. The public response had been enthusiastic, and the entire event was proceeding with remarkable smoothness. As the limousine continued its stately progression through Dealey Plaza, I found myself thinking that this was exactly what the Founding Fathers had envisioned when they designed American democracy. Engaged citizens, accessible government, and the peaceful transfer of power through public participation and consent of the governed. It was, I reflected, a nearly perfect day for democracy. The sounds of the plaza seemed to intensify as we approached what felt like the crescendo of our Dallas visit. Applause, cheers, and individual voices calling out greetings created a tapestry of democratic participation that reminded me why I'd entered public service. This was the essential element that made all the political manoeuvring, the long hours, and the constant scrutiny worthwhile, these moments of genuine connection with the American people. "Jackie, you truly look stunning today," I said, my voice almost drowned out by the din of the crowd. Political theatre required attention to these details, and today's performance was achieving its objectives flawlessly. Governor Connolly continued his running commentary about local landmarks and crowd composition, his obvious pride in Texas hospitality evident in every observation. Regional partnerships were crucial to national political success, and today's collaboration was functioning with the kind of precision that political professionals spent careers trying to achieve. The reception had exceeded even our most optimistic projections. The Secret Service maintained their positions with characteristic vigilance, their presence providing necessary security without overwhelming the democratic character of the event. Balancing protection with accessibility had become one of the defining challenges of modern presidential leadership, and today's arrangements represented that balance at its most effective. I was struck by the crowd's diversity and their real excitement. These weren't carefully screened partisan supporters, these were ordinary citizens taking time from their daily routines to participate in the democratic process. Their presence represented civic engagement at its most fundamental level, the kind that made American democracy not just possible but inevitable. The plaza's unique acoustics continued to amplify every sound, creating an almost theatrical atmosphere that seemed perfectly suited to the occasion. Political events, when they worked properly, achieved a kind of ceremonial significance that transcended their immediate practical purposes. Today felt like one of those rare occasions when politics achieved its highest aspirations. "This has been flawless," I told Jackie, and I meant it completely. The weather, the crowds, and the entire atmosphere had combined to create exactly the kind of public engagement that justified the considerable effort required to maintain democratic governance. Days like this reminded me why the presidency, despite its burdens, remained fundamentally hopeful. The limousine's steady pace allowed for continued crowd interaction, with people pressing forward to catch glimpses of the presidential party and photographers capturing images that would define tomorrow's coverage. Every element was functioning with the kind of smooth precision that political advance teams dreamed about achieving. As we continued through the plaza, I found myself thinking about the broader side of today's success. Texas represented crucial electoral territory for next year's campaign, and this kind of authentic public enthusiasm could translate into significant political momentum. The crowd's energy remained consistently high, their voices creating a sustained celebration of democratic engagement that echoed off the surrounding buildings. This was what the Founding Fathers had envisioned: active citizenship, accessible government, and the peaceful exercise of democratic power through public participation and mutual respect. Suddenly, there was a sound I didn't immediately recognise, sharp, distinct, cutting through the crowd noise with unusual clarity. For just a moment, I found myself thinking it sounded almost like, but that couldn't be right, that couldn't be true, not here, not today, not when everything was going so smoothly. The crowd was still cheering, Jackie was still waving, and the sun was still shining with that remarkable Texas brilliance. This was supposed to be a perfect day for democracy, a moment that would remind everyone why the American government, established by the consent of the governed, remains humanity's best hope for peaceful coexistence. There was another sound, clearer this time, and I felt something I couldn't quite identify. The plaza seemed to shift slightly, the crowd's voices taking on a different quality. Jackie was facing me, her expression transforming from the routine smile of a political performance to a new expression of concern, confusion, and alarm. "Jack," she said, and her voice carried a note I'd never heard before. And in that moment, with perfect clarity, I finally understood that some stories don't end the way anyone expects them to. Time seemed to slow in the most peculiar way, like those moments in combat when everything becomes crystalline and immediate. The voices of the crowd persisted, yet they underwent a transformation, transitioning from a joyful chorus to a completely different tone. Jackie's face was turning toward me with an expression I'd never seen before. Not the practiced composure of political performance, but something raw and immediate and terrified. "My God, what are they doing?" Governor Connolly's voice cut through the altered atmosphere, and I realised he was looking not at the crowd but at something else entirely. The cheerful chaos of democratic celebration was transforming into something darker, more urgent, and more real than any political satire we'd carefully pieced together. The pink suit that had looked so perfect in the Texas sunshine now seemed almost garish against the sudden gravity of whatever was happening. Political calculations, electoral mathematics, regional demographics, all the frameworks I'd spent decades mastering, suddenly felt irrelevant in the face of this moment that was spinning beyond anyone's control or planning. Jackie's hand extended towards me, revealing a terror in her eyes that was unrelated to campaign setbacks. This was an entirely different realm, existing beyond the meticulously orchestrated realm of presidential appearances and democratic theatre. The Secret Service agents were moving, their positions shifting with an urgency that suggested protocols far removed from crowd control. "Jackie, what?" I tried to say, but the words seemed to dissolve before I could complete them. The plaza's acoustics, which had so perfectly amplified the crowd's enthusiasm just moments before, now carried sounds that belonged to an entirely different kind of event. The sounds of sharp reports, screams, and chaos were reminiscent of a crisis rather than a celebration. The limousine, which had been progressing with such stately precision through the carefully planned route, was suddenly accelerating with desperate urgency. Something far more primitive and immediate had replaced the measured pace of political drama. Such behaviour wasn't part of any advanced team's calculations or security protocols. This was improvisation born of emergency. Looking at Jackie's face, I finally understood that all my careful analysis of crowd composition, regional politics, and electoral momentum had missed the most important element entirely. Democracy wasn't just about engaged citizens and accessible government. It was also about the fundamental fragility of the entire enterprise. Individual decisions that existed entirely outside the system's assumptions could shatter the peaceful transfer of power. The Texas sun continued shining, with the same brilliant intensity, but everything it illuminated had changed in ways I was only beginning to comprehend. The crowds that had seemed so welcoming, so genuinely enthusiastic, so representative of American democracy at its finest, now appeared different. Not hostile exactly, but powerless to prevent whatever was happening from continuing to happen. "Jackie, get down," someone was yelling, but the voice seemed to come from very far away, even though I knew it must be close. The careful choreography of presidential movement had dissolved into something unscripted and uncontrolled. This was the kind of moment that existed outside political planning, beyond security protocols, past the reach of democratic institutions. The plaza, initially perceived as ideal for our objectives due to its natural amphitheatre, excellent acoustics, and clear sightlines that promoted optimal crowd interaction, now manifested itself as a different entity. Geography that had facilitated political connection could apparently serve other purposes as well. purposes that had nothing to do with civic engagement or democratic participation. In what felt like the last moment of clear thinking I might have, I realised that history was full of these sudden transitions, moments when everything that seemed stable and predictable revealed itself to be far more fragile than anyone had imagined. The presidency, American democracy, and the entire elaborate system we'd all worked so hard to maintain, it all depended on assumptions that could be challenged by individual actions that existed entirely outside the system's logic. Jackie was now screaming, and the pink suit was spreading a warm glow. The moment we had experienced with such precision was dissolving into something entirely different, something real, irreversible, and final. And as consciousness began to fade, my last coherent thought was that the puns had finally stopped being funny. The conversation was no longer about political bullets, or campaign shots, or any of the military metaphors that filled our everyday political vocabulary. The conversation shifted to discussing actual bullets, real shots, and genuine consequences that transcended mere wordplay and wit. The perfect day for democracy was ending in the most imperfect way imaginable, and there would be no opportunity for revision, no chance for second takes, and no possibility of political recovery. Unexpectedly, some stories come to an end. The Texas sun was still burning, the crowds continued reacting, and history continued moving forward into whatever came next. But I would not be part of that continuation. It appeared that I had already penned the final chapter, yet I remained oblivious to what was going through my mind. Leonardo da Vinci was born on April 15th, 1452, or 1452 by the Florentine calendar, 1452 to 1453 by modern reckoning, in the Tuscan hamlet of Anciano, near the town of Vinci. He came into a world undergoing seismic changes. Florence was a republic brimming with artistic energy, and Europe was on the cusp of the Renaissance's full flowering. His father, Ser Piero da Vinci, was a notary of moderate renown, while his mother, Caterina, is believed to have been a local woman of humble background. The boy's illegitimacy meant he was never part of the upper echelons, yet it freed him from certain constraints that might have shackled a legitimate son to family business. Even as a child, Leonardo is said to have displayed an intense curiosity, wandering fields and streams, sketching plants, small creatures, or swirling eddies in the water. At this time, many children in Tuscany received minimal formal education, but Leonardo's father recognised the boy's precocious mind. Records suggest that around age 14, Leonardo began an apprenticeship in Florence with Andrea del Verrocchio, a master known for sculpture, metalwork, and painting. The workshop bustled with talented pupils and assistants, forging a collaborative environment. Apprentices learned to prepare pigments, craft details, and replicate the master's style. Leonardo's innate knack for observation set him apart. His notebooks from that era, though mostly lost, would have contained anatomical sketches, mechanical doodles, and fleeting notes on geometry. While other students memorized standard forms, Leonardo probed the underlying structures, dissecting how limbs attached or how light refracted on glossy surfaces. An early turning point arrived when Verrocchio assigned him to paint a small angel in the corner of the Baptism of Christ. Legend has it that upon seeing Leonardo's contribution, Verrocchio felt overshadowed and vowed never to paint again. Though that story might be apocryphal, it underscores how swiftly Leonardo's skill gained recognition. He brought a fresh approach to shading, employing what we now call chiaroscuro to infuse figures with tangible volume. While older masters often used linear outlines, Leonardo blended tones so that forms emerged gracefully from shadow. Despite his promise, Leonardo's early years in Florence carried frustrations. Some commissions fizzled due to political upheavals or patron shifts. Eager to expand his reach, Leonardo sought new vistas. Around 1482, he journeyed to Milan, offering his services to Ludovico Sforza, the ruling duke. He wrote a letter extolling his engineering prowess, listing designs for bridges, cannons, and war machines, only concluding with a mention that he could paint. This detail reveals how Leonardo viewed himself, not merely an artist, but a multifaceted engineer who happened to paint. Sforza, intrigued by such potential, welcomed him. In Milan, Leonardo thrived. The ducal court was a centre of intellectual pursuits, blending politics, the arts, and emerging sciences. He tackled a massive equestrian statue project for Ludovico, intending to cast a colossal bronze horse to honour the Duke's father. For years, Leonardo studied horses' musculature, sketched them in various gaits, and designed elaborate foundry techniques. Ultimately, political strife disrupted the project. French armies invaded, and the raw bronze allocated for the statue was repurposed into cannons. The uncompleted clay model became a casualty of war, shattered as Milan fell. This fiasco, however, did not dampen Leonardo's thirst for grand challenges. During his Milanese phase, Leonardo also produced The Virgin of the Rocks, a painting that showcased his mastery of atmospheric perspective. He experimented with layered glazes and gentle transitions, making the rocky grotto and figures radiate an otherworldly hush. Simultaneously, he furthered his anatomical investigations, dissecting animals to refine his knowledge of muscle groups. He documented swirling water patterns in the city's canals, studied the flight of birds, and toyed with the idea of a flying machine. Milan's environment gave him the space to roam intellectually, bridging artistry with scientific speculation in a manner rarely seen before. Yet these pursuits coexisted with real-world demands. The Sforza court needed fortifications, festival designs, and mechanical contraptions. Leonardo obliged, penning treatises on geometry, building stage sets for pageants, and engineering ephemeral wonders. Some found him eccentric, especially as he scribbled notes in mirror writing. Others recognised him as an inexhaustible thinker who might at any moment produce the next stroke of genius. By the late 15th century, Leonardo had established himself as a leading figure of the Renaissance, though his restless mind kept him pushing forward, always hungry for the next frontier of knowledge. Leonardo's life in Milan was bustling, yet destiny had other turns in store. In 1499, French forces under King Louis XII conquered Milan. The once powerful Sforza dynasty collapsed, leaving Leonardo and his patrons scrambling. With the city's patron gone, Leonardo lost his secure base. He departed Milan, travelling to Venice, then briefly to Mantua, carrying an uneven portfolio of half-finished commissions and a head brimming with experiments. The aftermath was a tumultuous period, marked by shifting alliances across Italy's city-states. In Mantua, the Marchioness Isabella d'Este welcomed him, seeking a portrait. She was a formidable patron, but Leonardo's restlessness prevailed. He quickly moved on, possibly uninterested in the standard portrait tasks. By the mid-1500s, he found his way back to Florence after 2 decades away. The city had changed. It was now under the sway of the Republican government, briefly influenced by the fiery preacher Savonarola. Tensions simmered, and art commissions had a new flavour, patriotic or moralistic. Yet Florence remembered Leonardo's early promise. He was invited to paint a major altarpiece, though negotiations stalled. Instead, he seized on a more prestigious assignment, a mural in the Palazzo della Signoria, the seat of Florence's government. This mural project, known as the Battle of Anghiari, was meant to commemorate a 1440 Florentine victory. Across town, Michelangelo was commissioned to do a different battle scene in the same hall. The city braced for a competition between two towering geniuses. Leonardo approached the mural with an experimental technique. He planned to use a wax-based paint to speed drying. He built a giant scaffold and devised advanced heating systems to help the paint set, but the innovation backfired. Parts of the mural dripped or refused to adhere. Despite partial success in depicting dramatic cavalry charges, the painting never reached its final form. Over time, the incomplete mural decayed or was covered by later renovations. Still, the surviving sketches and copies hint that it was a dynamic, swirling composition of men and horses locked in ferocious combat. During this same stretch, Leonardo painted the Mona Lisa, commissioned by Francesco del Giocondo for his wife, Lisa. It was initially a private portrait, yet Leonardo spent years refining it, working and reworking subtle glazes. The face's elusive smile and luminous complexion resulted from layering translucent paint. Each layer diffused light. The painting's mysterious aura also came from Leonardo's habit of constantly altering details. While smaller than some grand frescoes, the piece represented a culmination of his sfumato technique. The background's hazy mountains and winding roads mirrored Leonardo's fascination with geology and fluid dynamics. Over time, he kept the painting with him, never delivering it to the patron. possibly he saw it as a personal testament to portraiture's pinnacle. Parallel to these artistic feats, Leonardo advanced his scientific explorations. He dissected human cadavers in hospitals outside Florence, sketching cross-sections of muscles and bones. Though dissection was sensitive, certain hospitals allowed it for educational ends. His anatomical drawings, some discovered centuries later, revealed a near-modern understanding of the spine, the arrangement of internal organs, and the skeleton's mechanics. He planned an extensive treatise on anatomy, combining text with diagrammatic precision, anticipating the modern concept of illustrated medical textbooks. However, like many Leonardo projects, it was never formally published in his lifetime. Politics roiled again in 1503 to 1504 when Pisa threatened Florence. Leonardo contributed to engineering solutions, brainstorming ways to divert the Arno River to hamper Pisa's supply lines. He drafted canals, levees, and even considered flooding tactics. The plan was bold but faced practical obstacles in Tuscany's terrain. Although partially attempted, the scheme never fully materialised. The episodes highlight Leonardo's willingness to tackle large-scale engineering challenges, blending topographical studies with strategic insight. The lessons gleaned would echo in his future city planning sketches and water management designs. By 1506, French rule stabilised in Milan, opening the city once more. Long gone was Ludovico Sforza, but the new French governors beckoned Leonardo. Eager to revisit uncompleted ideas like the giant horse statue, he returned. Florence parted ways with him under a cloud of frustration, as the Battle of Anghiari lingered unfinished. Yet Leonardo's departure signalled that loyalty to a single city was never his style. He roamed, following whichever environment let him chase multiple intellectual pursuits. In returning to Milan, he sought continuity for the scientific and artistic projects left behind a decade prior. Thus, by the mid-1500s, Leonardo had become an artist-engineer bridging city-states, forging a pattern of partial achievements and unfinished marvels. Some critics found him unreliable, an eternal tinkerer, yet few denied his brilliance. He left Florence having revolutionised portraiture and capturing ephemeral visual mysteries in the Mona Lisa, while also nearly revolutionising mural painting. The stage was set for further meanderings in Milan and eventually beyond, as Europe recognised him as a truly singular figure, a testament to the Renaissance's union of art and science. Leonardo's second stint in Milan began around 1506 under the patronage of Charles d'Amboise, the French governor. This time the city was controlled by the French crown, not the Sforza family. The environment was different, less personal loyalty, more bureaucratic oversight. But Leonardo's fame had grown. He was recognised as a Renaissance man, whose counsel was prized for everything from architecture to geometry. Some records indicate he was granted a workshop near the Porta Vercellina district, where he resumed anatomical, mechanical, and artistic endeavours. One ongoing obsession was the equestrian monument he had once planned for Ludovico Sforza. Though the bronze had been lost to war, Leonardo still dreamed of building the largest horse statue known. He refined the design, adjusting how a rearing stallion might balance on hind legs. He sketched innovative casting methods, hoping to circumvent earlier meltdown issues. However, the politics had shifted. With Ludovico deposed, the impetus for a Sforza memorial dissipated. Leonardo might have pitched the idea to the French administration, but it never crystallised. He remained resolute in exploring equine anatomy, capturing every sinew and tendon in fresh sketches. During this period, Leonardo welcomed a youthful apprentice named Francesco Melzi, who would become his most devoted disciple and eventual executor of his estate. Melzi, from a noble Milanese family, offered loyalty, scribing capabilities, and stable finances. He accompanied Leonardo on trips, helped organise notes, and became the master's confidant. The presence of a still or respectful apprentice might have provided Leonardo the continuity he'd long sought, especially after dealing with earlier assistants who sometimes parted on mixed terms. Meanwhile, glimpses of his scientific mania multiplied. He dissected more cadavers, filling notebooks with nuanced drawings of hearts, muscles, the bronchial system. Observing that heart valves directed blood flow, he speculated about circulation decades before William Harvey's formal discovery. He studied the vitreous humour in an ox's eye, investigating how images formed. While the Catholic Church mostly tolerated such dissections for medical progress, certain clergy frowned on it, so Leonardo often performed them discreetly or at night. Had he published these findings, he might have revolutionized medicine centuries earlier, but perfectionism and continuous revision meant his data stayed personal, locked in cramped notebooks and penned in a mirror script. In parallel, Leonardo authored treatises on flight. Fascinated by birds' wing structures, he dissected wings to decode the interplay of feathers. He built mechanical prototypes, ornithopters, aiming to replicate flapping flight. Though never tested on a large scale, these contraptions presaged modern aviation concepts. He recognised that pure flapping wouldn't suffice for human flight. He studied gliding surfaces, suspecting that air currents could keep a craft aloft. Yet the technology of the era, no engines or suitable materials, curbed these ambitions. Even so, the sketches reveal an acute understanding of aerodynamics. Around 1510, Leonardo's patron Charles d'Amboise died, prompting another shift in Milan's political circle. Still, the French King Louis XII valued Leonardo. Another momentous figure emerged. The newly ascendant Giuliano de' Medici, brother of Pope Leo X, invited Leonardo to return to the Florentine orbit or possibly move to Rome, where the papacy was fueling grand building projects. Leonardo, now in his late 50s, weighed these overtures carefully. The lure of Rome's architectural expansions and advanced scientific resources might prove irresistible. Eventually, around 1513, Leonardo departed Milan for Rome, with an entourage that included Melzi and some assistants. In Rome, under Pope Leo X, the artistic scene soared. Michelangelo and Raphael dominated the city's commissions, Sistine Chapel expansions, grand papal apartments. Leonardo expected a role in major architectural or hydraulic projects. Instead, he found himself overshadowed by younger rivals. Michelangelo, known for moody brilliance, had little patience for Leonardo's diversions, while Raphael's rising star enthralled the papal court. Leonardo was offered small tasks. For instance, the Pope asked him to devise mechanical amusements or stage designs, but no major papal commission emerged. Despite the frustration, Leonardo utilised Rome's libraries, continuing anatomical dissections. He took advantage of more cadaver supply from local hospitals. Some rumours suggest friction with the Vatican Curia, especially after a cardinal supposedly saw dismembered bodies in Leonardo's quarters. The environment felt stifling. He wrote letters implying that the papal circle favoured spectacle over more profound research. With insufficient official support for his large-scale experiments, Leonardo grew restless again. Yet he found fleeting satisfaction exploring the Belvedere Gardens, measuring ruins of ancient Roman structures. He studied geometry with scholars, exchanging ideas about perspective and the Ptolemaic universe. Perhaps a quieter dream to unify art and mathematics kept him going. Still, the unstoppable politics of Italy soon overshadowed local tasks. The shifting alliances in 1516 catapulted France into dominance once more. Francis I became king, eyeing Italy hungrily. For Leonardo, the swirling intrigue spelled an opportunity to pivot yet again. The next invitation from the French crown would beckon him across the Alps for what would become the final chapter of his life's remarkable journey. In 1516, King Francis I of France, a young monarch intrigued by art and technology, extended an invitation to Leonardo da Vinci. Tired of Roman politics and seeing limited scope for big projects there, Leonardo accepted. He travelled north, crossing the Alps at an advanced age, bearing precious paintings and volumes of notes, among them the Mona Lisa and likely St. John the Baptist. Francis offered him the manor house of Clos-Lucé, near the royal Château d'Amboise in the Loire Valley. This arrangement put Leonardo under royal patronage, granting him comfort and a platform for his creative urges. At Clos-Lucé, Leonardo enjoyed relative calm, gone were the fierce rivalries of Florence and the ephemeral commissions of Milan. Francis I often strolled over, discussing fortifications, canal systems, or mechanical contraptions. The king revered Leonardo as a living legend, a reservoir of Renaissance brilliance. The older man reciprocated with sketches of improved weaponry or designs for a grand palace. However, age and ill health limited the impetus for new large-scale ventures. Some accounts claim Leonardo tried to outline an ideal city for Francis, merging symmetrical layouts with efficient waterways, but no direct implementation followed. Amid this peaceful setting, Leonardo's health issues worsened. He wrote fewer lines in his notebooks, and his once dexterous hand might have trembled from possible strokes or nerve troubles, yet his mind remained inquisitive. He refined old anatomical drawings, re-examining them in the quiet orchard near his manor. Melzi, ever faithful, organised the piles of manuscripts, ensuring references to geometry, geology, optics, and anatomy didn't vanish into chaos. The older assistant Salai, who had begun as a teenage model with a mischievous streak, also lived there, though rumoured tensions occasionally flared between him and Melzi. A highlight of this period was visits by French courtiers who marvelled at the Mona Lisa. They admired her half-smile, rumoured to be a representation of intangible grace. Francis I himself is said to have purchased the painting directly from Leonardo, or inherited it after the artist's death, eventually placing it in Fontainebleau. Then it travelled to the Louvre centuries later. Another puzzle, St. John the Baptist, a moody, half-lit figure, pointing heavenward, also accompanied him to France. Its swirling hair and ambiguous expression invited speculation that it was a deeply personal reflection on spiritual transformation. Though slowed physically, Leonardo sometimes produced ephemeral amusements for the court. Francis might request a mechanical lion that roared, or a winged contraption to amuse guests. These ephemeral wonders were reminiscent of his younger days planning festivals for the Milanese dukes. In letters, watchers described him as gracious but occasionally melancholic, lamenting the ephemeral nature of grand projects he never completed. The once unstoppable polymath was contending with the reality that time was finite. He also penned reflections on theology, bridging Catholic doctrines with his own scientific viewpoint. While devout in belief, he had long championed rational inquiry, sometimes rattling clergy with statements about Earth's position or the universal laws of nature. In France, the monarchy had a slightly more flexible attitude toward intellectual exploration, so long as loyalty to church dogma wasn't overtly challenged. This gave Leonardo space to fuse spiritual musings with scientific wonder. A few cryptic lines in his notebooks hint that he believed the study of anatomy and nature only deepened reverence for a divine creator. Socially, the small circle at Clos Lucé was cosy. Francis I occasionally dined with Leonardo, absorbing tall tales from Italy's golden cities. Melzi recorded these dialogues, though few transcripts remain. Meanwhile, rumours circulated about Leonardo's final unseen manuscripts. Some believed he was penning a definitive treatise on flight or a universal theory of water currents. In truth, he likely polished segments of older notes rather than forging a single cohesive magnum opus. The scattered nature of his archive meant the future would discover his brilliance piecemeal. During the winter of 1518 to the 1519, Leonardo's condition deteriorated. Chronic arm pains, possibly from a stroke, forced him to rely heavily on Melzi for everyday tasks. Francis, hearing of the decline, visited more often, hoping for final insights from the master. Legend has it that the king was at Leonardo's side as he passed on May 2nd, 1519. While romanticised accounts depict Leonardo dying in Francis's arms, the historical veracity is uncertain. Still, the bond between them was genuine, a deep mutual respect between an ageing Renaissance titan and a monarch hungry for cultural ascendancy. Thus ended Leonardo's mortal journey far from the Tuscan hills of his birth, in a French manor brightened by orchard blooms. This final French chapter was quieter, reflective, yet still brimming with sparks of creativity. From building ephemeral mechanical lions to preserving the greatest paintings humankind had known, Leonardo's culminating years embodied a spirit that refused to go dim. He might not have erected a final monument, but he left behind a personal realm of knowledge-bridging art, science, and imagination, a legacy that would endure for centuries to come. In the immediate aftermath of Leonardo da Vinci dying, the question arose, what would become of his manuscripts and personal effects? According to some accounts, Francesco Melzi emerged as the designated heir, entrusted with safeguarding the thousands of pages brimming with sketches, notes and drafts. Salai, an earlier companion, received certain paintings and minor possessions. Yet the sheer volume of Leonardo's papers posed a challenge. Melzi dedicated years trying to organise them, hoping to publish coherent treatises, but the scale was daunting. Over time, bits of the collection were dispersed, sold, or gifted by Melzi's heirs across Europe. This fracturing explains why Leonardo's notebooks eventually surfaced in places from Spain's royal libraries to British aristocratic collections, each chunk unveiled in irregular intervals. Europe of the 16th century recognised Leonardo's artistic brilliance. The Last Supper in Milan, though deteriorating due to his experimental fresco approach, was already hailed as an emotional masterpiece. The Mona Lisa, now in French royal possession, attracted courtly admiration for her haunting expression. Yet the fuller scope of his genius, engineering drawings, anatomical plates, or treatises on geometry remained largely hidden. The slow trickle of discovered manuscripts fueled centuries of fascination. In the 17th century, a few scientists glimpsed certain sketches, marvelling at advanced concepts of gear systems or diving apparatus, but it wasn't until the 19th century that broader scholarship systematically studied his codices, unveiling a mind centuries ahead of his era. Leonardo's immediate legacy in art was clearer. His painting style influenced a generation of mannerists who admired his smoky transitions, sfumato, and atmospheric depth. Milanese artists, though overshadowed by the city's shifting political fortunes, carried forward elements of his approach. In Florence, students who'd glimpsed the aborted Battle of Anghiari mural adapted some compositional ideas, but the direct lineage was complicated. Leonardo left no formal academy. He taught a few pupils thoroughly, except for Melzi and a handful of others. The intangible aura of Leonardesque painting permeated the late Renaissance with its softness of edges and subtle interplay of light. Over the next centuries, as Baroque flamboyance rose, certain of Leonardo's works fell out of style. Others recognized them as timeless. The Last Supper, for example, underwent multiple restorations, each attempt often introducing fresh problems, leading to controversies about how much of Leonardo's original brushstrokes survived. Meanwhile, in the 19th century, Romantic and Victorian scholars resurrected the cult of the Renaissance genius. Leonardo emerged as a symbol of the solitary visionary, an introspective figure bridging reason and art. Writers like Walter Pater penned rhapsodic essays on the Mona Lisa, describing her as an enigma embodying centuries of emotion. Such effusions etched the painting's fame deep into Western cultural consciousness. Only in the modern age did the scale of Leonardo's scientific legacy become widely recognised. As more codices were catalogued, like the Codex Atlanticus or the Codex Arundel, historians realised that he had conceptualised flying machines, armoured vehicles, and tension-based mechanical devices. He had studied wave patterns, sketched gear differentials, and dissected the human body with an exactitude unmatched for centuries. Art historians marvelled at how the same man who painted the lady with an ermine had also measured the mathematical proportions of reflection angles. The synergy of aesthetics and logic rendered him the archetype of the Renaissance man. Modern architects gleaned from his city planning concepts, while robotic engineers found preludes to modern mechanical linkages in his swirling diagrams. For a time, many described Leonardo as a man out of time, but recent scholarship refines that narrative. He was indeed extraordinary, but also a product of a vibrant milieu. Italian city-states teemed with cross-pollination from Greek, Roman, and Islamic knowledge. Leonardo built on the achievements of earlier polymaths, from the classical treatises of Archimedes to the reintroduced works of Alhazen on optics. Recognizing that synergy doesn't lessen his brilliance, it situates him in the network that made such leaps feasible. Meanwhile, the mystique around Leonardo occasionally overshadowed more grounded truths. Tales of him finishing commissions in a single burst or conjuring bizarre contraptions for stage illusions became embroidered over time. The reality was that he left many tasks incomplete, struggled with perfectionism, and juggled ephemeral court demands. This tension between the unstoppable imagination and the practical burdens of day-to-day labour infuses his story with a human dimension. He wasn't some aloof superhuman, but an individual forging through the same complexities and distractions we all face, albeit with an incandescent spark few could rival. Thus, centuries after his passing, Leonardo's name resonates as the embodiment of creative ambition. Whether in art galleries, engineering labs, or philosophical debates, references to his fusion of imagination and observation abound. People see in him the ideal of curiosity unshackled, bridging the intangible rifts between art, science, beauty, and data. That intangible legacy, more than any single painting or device, might stand as the core reason we revere him. He left behind not just objects, but a testament that the quest for knowledge and mastery can, in the right hands, rewrite the boundaries of possibility. In contemporary times, Leonardo's legacy permeates cultural and scientific discourse in ways both lofty and mundane. The Mona Lisa has become a pop icon, reproduced endlessly on posters and novelty items, its wry smile fueling conspiracy theories about hidden identities or coded messages. Meanwhile, The Last Supper continues to captivate pilgrims and tourists in Milan, though advanced ticket reservations are required to see the heavily conserved mural. Documentaries dissect each brushstroke, offering competing theories about cryptic symbolism in the arrangement of bread loaves or apostolic gestures. Beyond these famous works, Leonardo's name adorns everything from children's educational kits about invention to NASA references to lunar craters named in his honour. Tech innovators sometimes cite him as a paragon of design thinking, bridging aesthetics and function. The phrase Leonardo-like mind denotes someone unbound by a single domain. Museums stage blockbuster exhibitions, assembling scattered folios of his codices under one roof. Visitors queue for hours to glimpse the delicate sketches of a fetus in utero or a swirling aerial screw. In such gatherings, viewers witness the raw lines of a man who wrestled with nature's secrets on scraps of paper, unknowing they'd be revered centuries later. Yet the question arises, what would Leonardo have done with modern resources? Some imagine him thriving in an era of 3D printers and digital imaging, or leading biotech startups. Others caution that the intangible synergy of Renaissance Italy, a world open to invention, but also bound by craft traditions, shaped him. A modern environment might hamper that slow, observational approach. He thrived in a realm where forging your pigments and dissecting cadavers in candlelit corners built a holistic sense of wonder. Today's rapid data flow might overshadow the meticulous wonder that fueled his slow revelations. Scholars continue analysing Leonardo's notebooks for overlooked insights. One might find a newly deciphered margin note revealing how he planned water-lifting devices for farmland irrigation. Another might unearth a fragment referencing a missing treatise on mirror making. Each fresh revelation underscores how incomplete our knowledge remains. Because his notebooks were so scattered, lines vanish into private collections, sometimes re-emerging at auction houses with $1 million price tags. Bill Gates famously purchased the Codex Leicester in 1994, digitizing pages for public curiosity. This interplay of private ownership and public thirst for knowledge epitomizes Leonardo's enduring mystique. One dimension of modern interest focuses on Leonardo's personal life. The few references to intimate relationships or sexuality remain ambiguous. Some interpret his heavy focus on male assistants as indicative of hidden personal aspects. Others see no direct evidence of romance in his notes. He rarely wrote about personal feelings, preferring coded references or allegorical musings. The aura of secrecy around his private life parallels the guarded manner in which he protected his scientific methods, fueling endless speculation. At the same time, the notion of the incomplete genius resonates with modern anxieties about productivity. Leonardo's many half-finished paintings and ephemeral designs illustrate the challenge of reconciling curiosity with the finality of deadlines. In an age obsessed with completion and output, his story hints that the path of exploration, though meandering, can yield intangible but profound insights. That he never published his anatomical volumes didn't negate their brilliance. Their posthumous influence shaped fields from architecture to fluid dynamics. Many contemporary creatives draw solace in Leonardo's example. Creation can be iterative, perpetually in flux, and still crucial to progress. Even so, some critics note that praising Leonardo can overshadow other Renaissance figures, like Filippo Brunelleschi, who concretely built the Florence Dome, or Luca Pacioli, whose mathematics influenced him. They argue that the Leonardo legend occasionally romanticizes an era's synergy. While that synergy was real, credit goes to many. Leonardo's singular star shouldn't blind us to the collective genius of the period, but precisely because he integrated so many fields, art, science, engineering and anatomy, he became an enduring symbol for the entire Renaissance moment, capturing the fervour of bridging knowledge domains. Hence, in the 21st century, Leonardo da Vinci remains less a static historical figure than a living metaphor for potential. Each generation reinterprets him, plugging his name into the contexts as varied as STEAM education, cultural diplomacy, or brand marketing. The friction between the legend and the historical details keeps him relevant. People yearn for the secret of how a single mind could roam so broadly, producing both timeless artistic wonders and notebooks brimming with half-realised marvels. That tension between the completed and the fragmentary may well be Leonardo's final gift, spurring us to question how far our curiosity might take us if we refuse to erect barriers between the arts and sciences. The story of Leonardo da Vinci serves as a lens on lifelong reinvention. Born in a modest Tuscan setting, he navigated uneven patronage system, accepted partial successes, and found resilience in perpetual learning. Each city he lived in, Florence, Milan, Rome, and ultimately France, offered fresh vantage points, reminding us that mobility can spark renewal at any stage in life. Though he occasionally lamented incomplete tasks, he pressed forward, bridging discipline after discipline. It's worth extracting lessons from his approach. He cultivated an insatiable observational habit, scrutinizing swirling water, the geometry of a flower's petal, or the subtle shift of a face's muscles. Even in an era lacking cameras or modern labs, he gleaned universal patterns by focusing on the details. As midlife adults, we too can regain that sense of direct observation, whether it's noticing minor changes in a friend's demeanour or analysing complexities at work. A Leonardesque perspective encourages seeing anew, not coasting on assumptions. Another facet resonates with modern times, the synergy of creative expression and methodical research. Leonardo was no carefree dreamer. He systematically tested ideas, building prototypes, dissecting bodies, and refining pigments. He let imagination drive him, but insisted on verifying theories with experiments. For those in middle adulthood, managing teams, families, or personal projects, balancing vision with practicality is an art. Leonardo's notebooks bristle with micro-failures, a water-lifting device that jammed, a mural technique that peeled, yet each misstep taught him something. This iterative mindset fosters resilience and yields deeper expertise. Moreover, Leonardo's story underscores the role of collaboration. He soared highest not in isolation, but in synergy with patrons, mentors, and assistants. The Sforza and French courts gave him resources to dream big. Skilled workshop members helped realise or test concepts. Even his competition with Michelangelo and Raphael, albeit fraught with tension, catalysed fresh impetus. In present life, synergy across skill sets can amplify outcomes. We see parallels in cross-functional corporate teams or community coalitions that blend varied talents to achieve breakthroughs. However, we also need to address the negative aspect, the eerie feeling of unrealised potential. Many of Leonardo's grand designs, such as the Sforza horse or the treatise on flight, remained incomplete. Some might interpret him as a cautionary tale about perfectionism. Indeed, he sometimes spent years layering glazes on a single painting or rewriting the same mechanical design. For busy modern adults, it can be a nudge to find closure. Not every idea demands indefinite polishing. Finishing and sharing can unlock new phases of growth. Still, Leonardo's incomplete wonders also remind us that partial efforts can spark future revolutions, even if we ourselves never see them fully bloom. His final years in the French court also highlight that one can remain relevant even in advanced age. By building a lifelong reputation for innovation, he found fresh patrons who treasured his wisdom. He might not have executed large public works then, but he contributed to strategic discussions and shaped cultural enrichment at the French court. Similarly, for those transitioning out of intense early career phases, there's a reminder that mentorship, idea sharing, or specialised consultancy can be equally impactful. Leonardo's twilight wasn't about retirement in a quiet sense, but about integrating decades of experience into a culminating sphere. Another essential angle is how Leonardo balanced religious sentiments with rational inquiry, deeply respectful of Christian doctrine. He never let dogma quell his questions about nature's mechanisms. He believed understanding creation's intricacies honoured the Creator. In an era where faith and science sometimes clashed, he navigated a personal path, for a modern audience frequently contending with polarised debates. Leonardo's outlook offers a model. Rational exploration can coexist with spiritual depth, each fueling gratitude for existence's marvels. Ultimately, the life of Leonardo da Vinci stands as an emblem of boundless curiosity, bridging disciplines that many treat as separate. He embraced incremental knowledge, acknowledging that each discovery planted the seeds for further mysteries. His notebook, though scattered and partial, reveal a mind enthralled by the interplay of form, motion, and cosmic design. 5 centuries on, we still glean from him the power of wonder, the value of dogged experimentation, and the humility to accept that mastery is a continual journey, never fully complete. In a world that yearns for innovation and empathy, he remains a shining example of what a single human can accomplish when guided by the persistent awe at the world's complexities, and that, perhaps, is Leonardo's ultimate gift, to remind us that even the simplest observation, like a swirl of water in a basin, can unravel entire universes of insight if we only dare to look closely enough. The American Civil War didn't happen overnight. It was the result of tensions that had been building for decades, tensions rooted in profound differences between the North and South. At the heart of it all was the issue of slavery. In the South, slavery wasn't just an institution, it was their economy. Cotton fields stretched as far as the eye could see, and the labour of enslaved people made the South incredibly wealthy. But it came at an unbearable cost, the humanity of millions denied, their voices silenced. In the North, things were changing. The Industrial Revolution was taking hold, and with it came growing calls to abolish slavery. People were starting to speak out more, questioning how a nation built on the idea of liberty could allow such a system to exist. This wasn't just a difference of opinion, it was a clash of values, one that only grew louder as time went on. Then there was the question of states' rights. Southern leaders believed they had the right to govern themselves without interference, especially when it came to slavery. They feared that the federal government, growing stronger by the year, would strip them of their autonomy. On the other side, many in the North believed that a united country required a strong central government, one that could uphold the principles of freedom and equality. The country tried to hold itself together through compromise. The Missouri Compromise, the Compromise of 1850, these were like bandages on a wound that just wouldn't heal. Each new agreement seemed to deepen the mistrust between the North and South. By the 1850s, things were nearing a breaking point. Laws like the Fugitive Slave Act demanded that even people in free states help capture runaway slaves, and that outraged abolitionists. Books like Harriet Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin brought the horrors of slavery to light, stirring emotions on both sides. Then came politics. The Republican Party was formed, with a platform that directly opposed the expansion of slavery. When Abraham Lincoln was elected president in 1860, it was the final straw for the South. His victory wasn't just a political loss, it felt like a direct threat to their way of life. Southern states began to secede from the Union, forming the Confederate States of America, and just like that, the country reached its breaking point. The differences that had been simmering for so long finally boiled over, leading to a conflict that would redefine what it meant to be an American. As you think about these divisions, take a deep breath. Picture the people living through this time, the fear, the hope, the uncertainty. Let the weight of their struggles soften as you relax, knowing that history is full of lessons about resilience, progress, and the power of moving forward. By the spring of 1861, the tensions that had been tearing the nation apart finally reached a boiling point. In Charleston, South Carolina, a small Union garrison stationed at Fort Sumter found itself surrounded by Confederate forces. The fort had become a symbol of defiance for the Union and a test of legitimacy for the Confederacy. Both sides knew that what happened there could set the tone for what was to come. After weeks of tense standoff, Confederate forces under the command of General P.G.T. Beauregard demanded that the Union troops surrender the fort. When Major Robert Anderson, the Union commander, refused, the Confederate forces opened fire on April 12, 1861. For 34 hours the cannons roared, lighting up the harbour with fiery streaks and deafening booms. The soldiers inside Fort Sumter endured the bombardment as best they could, but with no reinforcements and supplies dwindling, Major Anderson had no choice but to surrender. The fall of Fort Sumter was more than just the opening act of the Civil War. It was a spark that ignited the passions of both the North and South. News of the attack spread like wildfire, stirring anger and determination on both sides. In the North, President Abraham Lincoln issued a call for 75,000 volunteers to suppress the rebellion. The response was overwhelming, with men from towns and cities across the Union stepping forward, ready to fight for the preservation of the nation. In the South, the bombardment of Fort Sumter was seen as a declaration of independence. More states, including Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee and Arkansas, joined the Confederacy. The divide was now complete, the lines drawn between two very different visions of America. The early days of the war were marked by a sense of optimism on both sides. Many believed the conflict would be brief, with one decisive battle bringing it to an end. Young men marched off to war with confidence, their families cheering them on with flags and songs. But beneath the surface, the reality of what was to come was far graver than anyone could imagine. As you think about the beginnings of this war, allow your mind to soften its grip on the tension. Picture the soldiers standing on the shores of Charleston Harbour, their breaths visible in the cool dawn air, their thoughts uncertain but resolute. Imagine the cannon fire fading into silence, replaced by the gentle rhythm of waves lapping against the shore. Let this moment remind you that even in the face of division, hope and resolve can endure. In the days that followed the Discover, the world seemed to move in slow motion, each moment drawn out as though the air itself had grown thicker, heavier. President Kennedy and his advisors, the Executive Committee of the National Security Council, often referred to as EXCOM, met repeatedly in the quiet, reflective halls of the White House. Their discussions, careful and deliberate, centered on one pressing question: how to respond to this grave discovery. The choices before them were as weighty as the stillness that filled the room. One option was a military strike to destroy the missile sites, swift and decisive. Another was a full-scale invasion of Cuba, an action that would surely provoke a direct confrontation with the Soviet Union. But even as these strategies were considered, their risks loomed large, like storm clouds gathering on the horizon. A misstep could spark the very thing they all feared, a nuclear war that might engulf the world in unimaginable devastation. Amid the tense deliberations, a third option emerged, one that seemed to offer a chance for resolution without immediate violence: a naval quarantine of Cuba. This option, though less aggressive, was no less bold. By establishing a blockade to prevent further delivery of Soviet missiles and military equipment to the island, the United States could demonstrate its resolve while leaving room for diplomacy to take hold. The term quarantine was chosen carefully, softer than blockade, to avoid the suggestion of an act of war. Picture, if you will, the long pauses between words as the advisors weighed this plan. Their voices, low and measured, filled the space like the gentle lapping of waves against a shore. The room, dimly lit and hushed, seemed to hold its breath as the implications of the quarantine began to crystallize. Would it be enough to deter the Soviets, or would it provoke them into escalating the conflict further? The question lingered, unanswered, like a faint echo in the stillness. On October 22nd, 1962, President Kennedy addressed the nation in a speech that broke the quiet tension of those days. His calm and steady voice carried across the airwaves, explaining the situation and announcing the quarantine. He described the missiles in Cuba as a secret, swift and extraordinary build-up, and made it clear that the United States would not tolerate this threat so close to its shores. Yet, even in this moment of firm resolve, there was an undercurrent of hope, a hope that reason might prevail, that diplomacy might yet find a path through the shadows of uncertainty. Imagine the millions of listeners across the world, leaning closer to their radios, their breaths slowing as the words sank in. The quarantine was now in place, a quiet but firm line drawn in the waters around Cuba. The decision was made, yet while the civil war raged on the battlefields, the lives of those who remained at home were transformed in ways that were just as profound. Families were torn apart, communities reshaped, and everyday life became a constant balancing act between hope and hardship. In the north, industry boomed as factories shifted their focus to produce weapons, uniforms, and supplies for the Union Army. Women took on roles they had never imagined, working in factories, managing farms, and volunteering as nurses. Clara Barton, who would later found the American Red Cross, became a symbol of this era, tirelessly caring for wounded soldiers and earning the nickname the Angel of the Battlefield. But even as the war effort created new opportunities, it brought heartache, with families anxiously awaiting news from the front lines. In the South, the war brought devastation. Cities like Atlanta and Richmond were transformed into hubs of Confederate military activity, but as Union forces advanced, they left a trail of destruction in their wake. Fields that once grew cotton and tobacco now stood fallow or burned. With so many men away fighting, women and children were left to manage farms, often without the resources they needed. Food shortages became common, and Confederate currency quickly lost its value, plunging families into poverty. Both sides experienced the emotional toll of war. Letters became lifelines, offering glimpses of love, worry, and resilience. Soldiers wrote about the hardships they faced, while their families wrote back with words of encouragement and longing. These letters carried the weight of entire relationships, connecting lives separated by hundreds of miles. In addition to the physical and emotional struggles, the war also brought questions of identity and purpose. Enslaved people in the South began to seize opportunities for freedom as Union forces advanced. Some escaped to the North, while others joined the Union Army, fighting for their own liberation and the promise of a new life. The Emancipation Proclamation, announced in 1862, gave their efforts a powerful voice, transforming the war into a fight not just for unity but for justice. Amid all this upheaval, communities found moments of solace. Churches became places of gathering and prayer, offering comfort to those who had lost so much. Music, too, became a source of strength. Patriotic anthems, sorrowful ballads, and spirituals filled the air, reflecting the hopes and fears of a nation at war. As you reflect on the home front, allow yourself to feel the weight of these quiet acts of resilience. Picture a mother sewing by candlelight, her stitches steady even as her heart aches with worry, or a soldier reading a letter from home, finding strength in the words of love and hope. Let these moments of humanity remind you of the enduring power of connection, even in the face of immense challenge. By 1864, the Civil War had entered its fourth year. The hope for a quick resolution had long faded, replaced by the grim reality of a war that seemed to have no end. But momentum was beginning to shift. The Union, under new and determined leadership, launched a series of campaigns that would bring the war to a close, though not without immense sacrifice. General Ulysses S. Grant had risen to command the Union forces, bringing with him a relentless strategy of total war. Unlike his predecessors, Grant was willing to engage the Confederate armies directly, knowing that the Union's superior numbers and resources could eventually wear them down. His overland campaign in Virginia was brutal, with battles like the Wilderness and Cold Harbor leaving tens of thousands dead. Yet Grant pressed on, earning the nickname Unconditional Surrender for his unwavering resolve. In the Deep South, General William Tecumseh Sherman carried out his infamous March to the Sea, cutting a path of destruction from Atlanta to Savannah. Sherman's goal was to break the South's will to fight by targeting not just its armies, but its infrastructure and resources. Railroads were torn up, factories dismantled, and crops burned. The devastation was immense, but it succeeded in crippling the Confederacy's ability to sustain the war. As Union forces closed in, Confederate morale began to crumble. Desertions increased, supplies dwindled, and the reality of defeat loomed. In April 1865, General Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, the backbone of the Confederate forces, found itself surrounded near the village of Appomattox Courthouse. With no hope of escape, Lee met with Grant to negotiate surrender. Their meeting on April 9, 1865, marked the end of the war's major fighting. The terms Grant offered were generous, allowing Confederate soldiers to return home with their horses and personal belongings. His intention was to heal the nation rather than humiliate its defeated half. It was a moment of quiet dignity, the beginning of a long and difficult process of reconciliation. Yet, even as the war ended, its cost was staggering. More than 600,000 lives had been lost, and much of the South lay in ruins. President Abraham Lincoln, who had guided the Union through its darkest hours, would not live to see the fruits of his efforts. Just days after Lee's surrender, Lincoln was assassinated by John Wilkes Booth, a Confederate sympathizer, plunging the nation into mourning. The war had answered two critical questions. The Union would endure and slavery would not, but it left behind deep scars, both physical and emotional, that would take generations to heal. The Reconstruction era that followed was fraught with challenges, as the nation struggled to rebuild and redefine itself. As you reflect on the end of this monumental conflict, let the weight of its lessons rest gently in your thoughts. Imagine the quiet after the surrender, the weary soldiers returning home, the fields gradually returning to life, and the first rays of hope shining through the darkness. Let these images remind you of the strength it takes to rebuild and the enduring resilience of the human spirit. When the guns fell silent and the soldiers returned home, the United States was a changed nation. The Civil War had been a crucible, testing the very foundation of the country and reshaping its identity forever. Though the fighting was over, the legacy of this monumental conflict continued to echo through the generations, shaping the path forward for a fractured but hopeful nation. One of the most profound outcomes of the war was the abolition of slavery. The Emancipation Proclamation had begun this process, but it was the 13th Amendment, ratified in December 1865, that formally ended the institution that had defined so much of the nation's conflict. Millions of formerly enslaved people began new lives, but the road ahead was steep. The promises of freedom were met with resistance, and the Reconstruction era revealed just how deep the division still ran. The war also redefined the relationship between the states and the federal government. No longer would the question of secession hang over the Union. The victory of the North solidified the idea that the United States was not just a collection of states, but a single, indivisible nation. It was a hard-fought truth, one that cost countless lives but ultimately preserved the Union. Yet the scars of war were everywhere. The South faced immense physical and economic devastation. Cities had been reduced to rubble, and entire communities were struggling to rebuild. The loss of so many men left families broken and towns forever changed. Even in the North, where victory was celebrated, the weight of the sacrifices made was impossible to ignore. For the soldiers who fought, the war left an indelible mark. Some returned home to rebuild their lives, carrying memories of camaraderie and courage. Others bore wounds, both seen and unseen, that would shape the rest of their days. Memorials began to rise in towns across the country, honouring the fallen and reminding future generations of the cost of conflict. The Civil War also left a legacy of storytelling. Veterans shared their experiences, songs from the era became part of the cultural fabric, and writers like Walt Whitman and Ambrose Bierce captured the emotional depth of the war in poetry and prose. These stories served not only to remember, but to help a nation heal, to bridge the gaps between North and South, and to offer lessons for the future. As you reflect on the legacy of the Civil War, let the enormity of its lessons settle softly in your thoughts. Imagine the strength of a people rebuilding from such a devastating chapter, the resilience to start anew, the courage to face an uncertain future, and the hope that guided them toward a brighter horizon. Let these reflections fill you with a quiet sense of gratitude. I remember the day I first came to court, a half-starved jester with bells on my hat jangling and dread in my belly. The royal castle loomed ahead, all grey stone walls and towering battlements against a cloudy sky. My heart thudded as I passed beneath the iron portcullis. A pair of guards snickered at the sight of me in my threadbare motley. I clutched my lute and fool's bauble tightly, praying I wouldn't end the day in the stocks. Inside, torchlight flickered on tapestries and armoured knights. Servants rushed by with steaming platters of meat and trenchers of bread. The air smelled of wood smoke, spiced wine, and a hint of something foul from the stables. I followed a steward into the enormous hall, my shoes scuffing over rushes strewn on the floor. At the far end, on a raised dais, sat King Edward of England, my new master. He wore a fur-lined mantle and no crown, yet he radiated authority. He fixed his keen grey eyes on me as the gathered courtiers announced me as the evening's entertainment. Every gaze in the hall turned my way. I felt naked despite my motley tunic and jingling bells. I swept a deep bow, arms splayed comically, nearly losing my balance for effect. A few chuckles broke the silence. "Welcome, fool," called the king, his voice echoing off the rafters. "What do they call you?" "Tom, your majesty." "Tom Fool," I answered brightly, hiding my nerves under a grin. In truth, my Christian name was William, but a new life warrants a new name. My answer earned an approving smirk. "Very well, Tom. Let us see if your humour is as sharp as your tongue is quick," said King Edward. He gestured for me to begin. I started with a jaunty tune on my lute, a bawdy tavern song about a tipsy friar losing his robe to the wind. My fingers trembled on the strings, but the melody came out merry and bright. Laughter rose from the tables at the chorus's naughty twist. Emboldened, I launched into a comic tale, peppering it with jabs at castle life, a joke about the cook over-salting the stew, a quip about a knight's rusted armour creaking like an old ox. The courtiers guffawed, and even the queen hid a smile behind her hand. Warm relief spread through my chest. They were laughing. Finally, I decided to make a bold joke aimed at the most significant target. Balancing on one leg in an exaggerated pose, I lowered my voice conspiratorially. "Lords and ladies," I announced, "I've heard a wondrous secret about our sovereign." A hush fell. I flashed an impish grin at King Edward. "It's said His Majesty has a unique blessing from St. Peter himself. Only the king can sit on his throne and make the angels sing, especially after he's enjoyed a hearty dinner." I patted my backside and widened my eyes innocently. For a heartbeat, silence. Some lords looked scandalised that I'd joked about the king's royal behind. The king's eyebrow arched. My pulse pounded. Had I gone too far? Then King Edward threw back his head and laughed, a deep roaring laugh that shattered the tension. The court followed suit, laughter rippling through the hall. The king mimicked sternness by waving a finger at me. "Mind your cheek, knave, or I'll have you whipped for impudence," he said, still chuckling. I dropped to my knees in a mock-pleading bow. "Mercy, your majesty, I only speak gospel truth in your praise," I replied with an overly pious tone. The king laughed again and gave a dismissive wave, signalling my performance was over. As I backed away, trembling with relief, a servant pressed a silver coin into my palm, a reward from the king. I bowed one last time, cheeks flushed, and retreated to the edge of the hall. My debut had been a success. That night the steward showed me to a small chamber in the castle's upper kitchens, simple but mine alone. I collapsed onto the straw-filled bed, exhausted but exhilarated. I'd arrived with nothing but my wits and earned not only coin but also a place in the king's household. I was no longer a wandering vagabond. I was the king's fool. As I stared up at the ceiling, I allowed myself a grin. Tomorrow, and each day that followed, I would balance between humour and power. In a court of lords and ladies, I, a mere fool, had found a foothold. By autumn of that year, I had become a familiar part of court life, ever ready with a quip to lift a mood. On one crisp evening at a harvest feast, the great hall hosted a grand banquet after a long day of festivities. The trestle tables groaned with roasted boar and spiced ale. I flitted around, refilling drinks and tossing one-liners. Most laughed kindly, but Sir Roger, a burly baron with a perpetual scowl, decided to sport with me. "Ho there, "Fool!" he bellowed, feigning joviality. "We hear you juggle anything. Try these." He suddenly hurled 2 oranges at me. The first I snatched out of the air, but the second struck my cheek sharply before splattering on the floor. Laughter erupted. Pain flared in my cheek, and my face burned as nobles howled at my expense. For an instant I nearly flung the remaining orange at him. I imagined it smacking that red-faced oaf, but a fool survives on wit, not wrath. I grinned foolishly and juggled the lone orange as if nothing were amiss. "Many thanks, my lord, for the extra supper," I quipped, pretending to bite into the fruit before nearly dropping it in an exaggerated fumble. The onlookers laughed anew, this time with me rather than at me. Even Sir Roger, satisfied that I'd accepted the mockery, gave a reluctant chuckle. I made a grand bow, swallowing my wounded pride. When I risked a glance up at King Edward, he was watching me with a faint smirk. Later that night, a royal page summoned me to the king. Heart pounding with worry, I made my way to his private chamber. Had I overstepped in some way at the feast? I entered to find King Edward alone by the hearth, gazing at the letters spread on a table. His crown sat off to the side, as if even gold and jewels grew heavy for him tonight. "Tom, come here a moment," he said. This was no summons for entertainment. His tone was pensive. The king rubbed a hand over his brow. "News from the shires," he muttered. "Poor harvests and empty storehouses, yet my lords demand their taxes in full." He sighed, then glanced at me. "Do you have a zest for that?" His question was earnest, not a command for a silly face or song. I took a breath. "Sire, if I may spin a small fable, sometimes answers slink out better in story form." At his nod, I spoke softly. I told of a farmer who had a skinny mule that pulled his plough. When drought withered the crops, the farmer threatened to whip the mule to make it work harder, but the beast begged for a bit more feed so he'd have strength to pull. The farmer relented and fed the mule extra grain. Come spring, they tilled enough land to survive and even thrive when rains returned. As I finished, I stole a sidelong look at King Edward. He stared out the window, stroking his beard. For a moment I feared I'd been too bold. My tale's meaning was clear. Then he gave a low chuckle. "Clever mule," he mused. "Clever enough to get his belly full." I bowed my head, relieved. "Mules often do, your majesty, especially when they bray in rhyme," I said with a jingle of my cat bell. He turned to face me, and I saw a trace of admiration in his worn eyes. "You've a sharper wit than many in silk, Tom. You wrap wisdom in nonsense." I felt a warmth in my chest. However, I responded lightly, saying, "It's but a fool's simple fable, sire." King Edward managed a slight smile. "On the contrary, I will consider what you have implied." He clapped a hand on my shoulder, a gesture of trust and thanks. "That will be all. Get some rest." I bowed deeply. "Good night, your majesty." Before departing, I turned back with a cheeky bow. "And don't forget to feed your mule, sire," I said. King Edward barked a brief laugh and waved me away. I slipped out with a grin. Walking back to my quarters through the dim corridors, I felt nearly weightless. Tonight I had stepped beyond mere entertainer. I had, in my small way, shaped the king's thoughts. It was exhilarating and a little terrifying. A fool's jingling cap, I realised, could carry surprising influence if I used my wit wisely. Although favour can change quickly for the time being, the king relied on the hidden truths within my pranks. Winter brought hardship and unrest. A poor harvest left many starving, and whispers of rebellion drifted into court. King Edward's temper, once jovial in my company, grew brittle as dried kindling. More often I saw him frown at reports from his barons, grain riots, poaching in the royal forests, a distant village refusing to pay tithes. Fear and anger coiled around the court like smoke. One bleak afternoon the king held open court to dispense justice. I stood at the edge of the hall, bells quiet, sensing the tension. One by one, prisoners were brought before the throne. A gaunt farmer who'd slain a deer on Crown land begged mercy, claiming it was to feed his starving children. Next, a ragged group of villagers accused of sparking a food riot in the north were dragged in chains. My stomach tightened at their hollow cheeks and terrified eyes. The barons and courtiers looked on with hard disapproval. Sir Warwick, the king's stern-faced adviser, urged severity. "An example must be made, your majesty," he declared loud enough for all to hear. "Clemency for lawbreakers in famine would only breed chaos. Show them the cost of defiance." I watched King Edward's face as Warwick spoke. A muscle in his jaw twitched. The king's eyes, usually so keen and alive, were clouded with worry. He would rather not seem weak. The farmer was up first for judgment. King Edward announced that the farmer would receive a public whipping as punishment. The poor man broke down in tears, grateful that he had avoided the noose. I let out a breath I hadn't realised I was holding. But then came the villagers. A guard read out their crime, leading a mob to raid a granary owned by the crown. An old woman among them cried out, "We only took the grain because our children were dying." Her voice echoed in the hall. Sir Warwick shook his head in disgust. The courtiers murmured angrily about treason and thievery. I bit my tongue, 1,000 thoughts clashing in my mind. These folk had broken the law, yes, but out of desperation. I glanced toward the king. Edward's face hardened as he prepared to deliver his verdict. "By my royal authority you shall," he began, likely meaning to condemn them to the dungeons or worse. But before I knew what I was doing, I stepped forward. My heart thundered in my chest, but I couldn't stay silent. Perhaps I'd spent too long weaving truth into jests. The truth now came out bare and unadorned. "Your Majesty," I interjected in a loud and clear voice to ask if I might offer a fool's perspective. A shocked hush fell. One did not interrupt the king at trial, certainly not a fool. I dimly heard Sir Warwick's hiss of annoyance. King Edward turned his cold gaze on me, more startled than furious. At least yet. I swallowed hard. There was no turning back. I adopted a deliberately light tone, though my pulse pounded in my ears. "These poor souls stand accused of stealing bread," I said, gesturing to the trembling villagers, "and truly that is no jesting matter. But I wonder, sire, if a father is to be whipped for feeding his children venison, and mothers are to be cast in dungeons for snatching a few loaves." I forced a thin smile. "Perhaps your humble fool should be punished as well, for I've been stealing your valuable air all these years without paying coin for it." A few nervous titters came from the back of the hall, then died immediately. The king's eyes narrowed. I pressed on, my voice gaining a desperate strength. "Only a fool would make light of hunger, my lord. I speak not to mock your justice, but to beseech your mercy. Starvation makes fools of us all." I bowed low, my head bent so I couldn't see his reaction. My hands were shaking. No one else dared breathe. For a heartbeat there was silence so deep I heard the distant drip of wax from a candle. Then, "Enough," King Edward said quietly. The word fell like an axe. I looked up. His face was flushed not with mirth but with anger. "I'll hear no more." He stood from the throne, and in that moment he loomed larger than I'd ever seen him. "Who is king here? You fool?" His voice was deceptively soft, quivering with restrained rage. "Do you presume to lecture me on duty and mercy, dressed in motley and bells?" Every utterance from his lips felt like a boulder hurled towards my head. I opened my mouth to stammer an apology, but he silenced me with a glare. "Take him!" the king snapped to his guards. In an instant, rough hands seized my arms. My bell-tipped cap tumbled to the floor as a guard yanked me backward. I heard a few gasps among the courtiers. Lady Marjorie covered her mouth in dismay. Sir Warwick simply watched with a thin smile. My cap's little bells jangled on the stones, a faint jingling that seemed to underline my folly. King Edward's voice echoed in the rafters, cold and formal. For his disruption and insolence, let the king's fool receive the same punishment he pitied. He should receive 20 lashes before the court at dawn. Terror washed over me. 20 lashes. My knees nearly buckled. I wanted to beg for forgiveness, to plead that I'd only spoken out of concern, but my tongue felt paralysed. 2 guards dragged me from the hall as the king's attention returned to the stunned prisoners before him. As they hauled me away, none dared to object or even meet my eyes. They threw me into a draughty antechamber, where I collapsed to the floor, my back pressed against cold stone as I tried to catch my breath. I tasted blood. I must have bitten my tongue without noticing. When I shut my eyes, hot tears forced their way out and rolled down my cheeks. Fool, 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 I cursed myself silently. What had I done? I had wanted to save a few peasants from the king's wrath. Instead, I had only intensified the king's wrath and burned myself in the process. In my mind I saw the king's face again, enraged and unyielding. That image stabbed at my heart more sharply than any whip could. Not long ago I had sat by that same man's hearth trading fables and easing his burdens. Now he looked at me as just another disobedient subject. Toward midnight, the guards came to escort me to the pillory in the courtyard. The sentence was to be carried out at first light. They locked my wrists and neck in the wooden stocks. I stood hunched in that cruel device for endless hours, shivering in the winter cold alone under the stars. Snow began to fall, thin, icy flakes catching in my hair. The pain had not yet begun, but a dread deeper than any wound gnawed at me. As darkness deepened, a lone figure approached through the torchlit yard. I squinted through frozen lashes to see Master Robert, the king's old chamberlain, carrying a cloak. Without a word, he draped it over my shoulders. His eyes were sad as he met my gaze. "You were brave, Tom," he whispered, just loud enough for me to hear. He was indeed brave, if not a little foolish. A bitter laugh escaped me. What other thing could I be? He shook his head and pressed a small flask of ale to my lips. Gratefully, I drank a burning mouthful that chased some of the chill from my bones. "Is His Majesty—" I croaked, my throat raw from the cold night air as I struggled to hold back sobs. Master Robert sighed. He was alone in his chambers. He's unlikely to change his mind by morning. "I am sorry," he hesitated. "Some of us perceive the truth in your words, but the king, he's under enormous strain." I nodded as best I could with my neck trapped. A tear slipped down my face, hot against my numb skin. "Thank you," I managed to whisper. The chamberlain squeezed my shoulder gently and departed, leaving the cloak as my only comfort. I spent the remaining hours in silent prayer that the king's heart would soften, that dawn would never come, and that I might endure what was to come. I was not a warrior or a martyr, just a fool who had flown too close to the sun. The strange freedom I'd had to speak truth had shown its price. At sunrise they flogged me. I bit down on a leather strap to keep from screaming as each lash tore across my back. Fiery pain exploded with every stroke. By the 10th blow my vision blurred. By the 20th I hung limp in the restraints, unable to stand. I dimly heard an official read out my crime of insolence to the gathered courtiers as the punishment was delivered, as if it were some theatre, and I was the main spectacle. When it was mercifully over, they released the pillory's lock, and I crumpled to the snow. The world spun for a moment as I lay there with my cheek against the white, trampled ground. I could hear distant applause from one or two nobles, an ugly mockery. Warm blood trickled under my shirt. 2 guards lifted me to my feet and carried me away as if I were worthless trash. I drifted in and out of consciousness. Once, through a blur of tears, I thought I saw the king watching from a high window. I couldn't discern his expression. They dumped me in my little chamber and left without a word. I don't know how long I remained motionless on the floor, curled up and gasping. Eventually a kind maidservant slipped in and tended my wounds with vinegar and clean bandages, clucking softly in pity. I thanked her in a hoarse whisper. By nightfall I could at least sit upright on my straw cot. Every movement sent bolts of agony through my welted back. I stared at the dark ceiling, hollow and heartsick. A fool I had been indeed, thinking I could speak for the weak and not be struck down. As the castle around me bustled with the evening supper and song, I lay in silence, tasting bitterness like bile. I did not know what hurt more, the fiery stripes across my back or the cold distance that now yawned between me and the king I had thought perhaps foolishly was my friend. After a week under siege with little progress, the king decided to send a message of surrender terms to Duke Geoffrey. To my surprise, he chose me as the envoy. Perhaps he chose me as the envoy as a form of punishment, or perhaps he believed that having a fool present would emphasize his contempt. Either way, I found myself standing before the king in his pavilion as he thrust a sealed parchment into my hand. "Carry our surrender offer to Duke Geoffrey's gate. You've a silver tongue. Perhaps you can persuade him where siege engines cannot," he said coolly. His knights smirked. We all knew this errand carried risk. A rebel might easily kill the king's fool as a mockery of the message. I realized King Edward was effectively sending me as a disposable herald. Still, I mustered my courage. This was the first duty he had given me since my disgrace. Perhaps, if I succeeded, it could begin to mend the rift. "As you command, sire," I said quietly. Soon after, I rode out under a truce flag, replacing my motley with a simple tunic adorned with the royal arms. A pair of trumpeters accompanied me part way and sounded a call before falling back. Alone, I approached the castle's gate across a field littered with broken arrows. My spine prickled, expecting at any moment to hear the sinister twang of a bowstring and feel an arrow between my shoulders. But none came. Instead, a knot of the Duke's soldiers emerged atop the battlements, crossbows trained on me. "I come bearing a message from King Edward," I shouted up in as steady a voice as I could manage. Eventually, the iron portcullis creaked upward just enough for a handful of armoured men to drag me inside. I was roughly searched and relieved of my small dagger, more a tool than a weapon. Then they shoved me into a torchlit great hall where Duke Geoffrey himself awaited. He was a formidable figure in steel plate and a crimson cloak, a middle-aged man with a scarred brow and weary eyes. "So," he said, his voice echoing off the stone walls Edward sends his fool to parley. "Is he so short of loyal knights?" Snickers echoed from the Duke's men around me. I straightened to my full height, trying not to let my knees quake. "Loyal knights are too valuable to risk on Duke Geoffrey," I replied, before thinking better of it. My old reflex for wit had slipped out. Some of the rebel soldiers bristled, but the Duke barked a short laugh. "Hand me the message, fool," he said. I presented the parchment with a slight bow. As he read the king's offer, amnesty in exchange for immediate surrender, his face showed no flicker of concession. When he finished, he scoffed. "Empty promises. Did Edward think a few pardoning words would make me kneel? He must consider me more foolish than you." A tense silence fell. I realised all eyes were on me, awaiting a response. If I returned empty-handed and tongue-tied, I'd earn only scorn. So, drawing a shaky breath, I addressed the Duke. "His Majesty desires no more bloodshed. He offers you a chance to retain your lands and honour, Your Grace. I implore you to think of the kingdom and your men who have families waiting for them." My voice echoed in the hall. It was a bold speech for my station, but I spoke with genuine pleading. I had seen enough suffering. Duke Geoffrey regarded me with a faintly surprised expression. He spoke earnestly, as if he were a fool. He sighed deeply, and for a moment I thought I saw sorrow in his eyes. "You are young. You do not know Edward as I do. He keeps his promises only while it suits him. Tell your king that Geoffrey of March will not yield to pretty words and hollow clemency. We will meet on the field and settle our differences with steel." My heart sank. "Is that your final answer, my lord?" I asked softly. "It is," he said. Then he leaned forward and added in a low growl, "Tell Edward that by week's end I shall sit on his throne or die in the attempt." I bowed, understanding the parley was over. But as I turned to leave, one of the Duke's captains stepped forward with a hand on his sword, eyeing me with a wolfish grin. Duke Geoffrey waved a gauntleted hand dismissively. "No, he's but a messenger, and an honest one at that. Let him return unharmed. We are not the savages that Edward would claim." He looked at me. "Go, fool. Thank whatever god you pray to that I am not in the mood to play games with a jester today." They escorted me back to the gate. I felt the glare of archers on my back as I walked out, refusing to break into a run. They shoved me out and slammed the portcullis behind me. Weak-kneed with relief, I walked back to our lines. Facing the rebel lord had been terrifying, but at least I survived unscathed. Back in King Edward's camp, I delivered Duke Geoffrey's reply faithfully to King Edward and his council. The king's face tightened at the Duke's defiance. He said nothing to me except a curt nod of dismissal. It was as if I were truly nothing more than a talking letter. That night I sat by the campfires, watching armoured men hurry about sharpening swords and whispering prayers and murmuring about ill omens. Blood would begin to flow by dawn. I felt utterly small beneath the vast dark sky. Once a fool's quick wit had mattered in the king's hall, now it meant nothing on the eve of slaughter. I realised I was witnessing the gears of history turning, indifferent to one humble jester. In the flicker of the firelight, I caught sight of King Edward standing with his generals, resolute and grim. I remembered when he used to smile at my antics. But that was before famine, rebellion, and my own over-bold tongue had come between us. Now, I was just another soul in his train, useful only for the odd errand. As trumpets sounded low and mournful in the darkness, I wrapped my cloak tight and tried to steal a few hours of sleep on the cold ground. Tomorrow's battle would decide the fate of the kingdom. I could do nothing but witness it, a fool on the sidelines of kings hoping to survive the coming dawn. At dawn, King Edward's army clashed with Duke Geoffrey's rebels in a cacophony of steel and screams. Suddenly, I saw King Edward unhorsed. His white charger had been felled under him, and the king was on foot fighting off rebel soldiers who pressed in around him. My heart pounded in my chest. The knights who should have been by his side dispersed, leaving only me close enough to assist him in that moment. Without thinking, I grabbed a discarded spear from the churned mud and ran towards the king. The sight of a motley-clad fool sprinting into the thick of battle stunned both friends and foes alike. One rebel knight charged the king from behind. I hurled myself at him with all my might. By sheer luck, he went down in a clatter of armour, more surprised than hurt. King Edward whirled at the sound and caught sight of me, mud-splattered and wild-eyed, standing over the knight I'd felled. For an instant our eyes met. Then another rebel lunged at the king. Edward parried, and together we stood back to back, sovereign and fool, in an unlikely circle of defence. I brandished the spear wildly, screaming more in terror than fury. In that moment a surge of royal knights ploughed into the melee, driving the rebels back. As the enemy fell into confusion and began to retreat, we pulled the king onto a fresh horse. The battle soon turned in our favour. Duke Geoffrey's line broke under the onslaught of the king's rallied forces. By noon it was over. The rebels threw down arms or fled. Victory belonged to King Edward, but it came at a terrible cost. Bodies carpeted the field and the cries of the wounded echoed in the smoky air. In the aftermath I slumped, exhausted, on a fallen log, my hand still trembling from adrenaline. Blood spattered my once colourful attire, some of it from a shallow cut on my arm. As the king moved among the living and dead, tending to the wounded and gazing sorrowfully over the carnage, I watched in a daze. When at last the king approached me, I struggled to my feet and bowed unsteadily. I expected perhaps a reprimand for plunging into the fight unbidden. Instead, King Edward dismounted and stepped forward. For a long moment he simply regarded me, taking in the spear still clenched in my hand and the drying blood on my cheek. Then, to my shock, he knelt slightly and placed a hand on my shoulder. "You saved my life today," he said quietly. There was an openness in his face I had not seen since my earliest days at court. "Fool or not, Tom, you have the heart of a true friend." "Sire, I only did what anyone would," I stammered, suddenly choking up. He shook his head and turned to the lords gathering around. In a clear voice he proclaimed that my bravery had saved him and would not be forgotten. My cheeks burned with humble pride as nobles who once sneered now inclined their heads to me. I understood that my return to the king's favour was not due to humour, but rather to my unwavering loyalty during crucial moments. That evening we shared a quiet victory meal in camp. Late that night, as I sat by the dying fire, King Edward draped his own fur cloak around my shoulders. "You'll catch your death in this chill, Tom," he said softly. Side by side under the starry sky, we sat in a comfortable silence. After a long pause, he murmured, "So much loss. Will God forgive me for this day?" In that moment he was not a mighty king, but a weary man. I found the courage to answer gently that he had done his duty and even shown mercy. "If a king can be merciful," I said, "surely God can too." He managed a worn smile and gripped my arm. "Thank you, Tom," he whispered. By the time I crawled into my small tent, I felt lighter than I had in a long while. The gulf between the king and his fool had closed in the crucible of war, and with it came a renewed trust. I dared to hope that better days lay ahead, when I might serve him with both wit and devotion as I once did. For a brief golden time after the battle, life at court was kinder to me. King Edward kept me close, and though I still donned caps and bells to amuse him, I also became something of a confidant again. I even offered the king an occasional candid observation to aid his rule. The memory of my past estrangement faded like a terrible dream. But fortune's wheel never stops turning. Some years later, a harsh winter illness swept through the land. The illness affected both the upper and lower classes equally. King Edward, vigorous in battle, succumbed in his bedchamber after a week of fever. I sat at his bedside near the end, holding his hand as the fever took him on a frigid February night. When he breathed his last, I lost not only my king, but also my truest friend. The court mourned, and then the power shifted. King Edward's heir was a boy of 12, so a council of regents took control. Almost overnight, the atmosphere at court changed. The new rulers had little use for the old king's fool. To them I was a remnant of Edward's era, at best irrelevant, at worst a nuisance with too many of the late king's confidences. In the weeks after the funeral I became increasingly unwelcome. The boy king, guided by stern advisers, showed no interest in my antics. I used to sit near the throne, but now I found myself standing at the back of the hall. One grey morning I was summoned before Lord Warwick, the very adviser who had urged my flogging years ago, and now one of the prince's regents. He regarded me with cold disdain. "The Crown has decided your services are no longer required," he said flatly. He pushed across the table a small purse of coins, perhaps meant as a gesture of compensation. "You are to leave the palace by sundown." I felt a pang of disbelief. I dared to ask if I had given offence or could make amends, but Warwick silenced me with a glare. "The young king was too busy to indulge a fool's prattle," he said. They didn't require a jester to interrupt them. For an instant anger flared. I had bled for this kingdom and the late king valued me, but one look at Warwick's face told me protest was futile. These men saw only a clown, not a counsellor. I took the leather purse with trembling fingers. It felt pitifully light. I bowed my head. "As you command, my lord," I murmured. There was nothing else to do. To resist would mean imprisonment, or worse. That afternoon I packed my scant belongings, a few worn motley tunics, my lute, and the gilded wooden fool's sceptre King Edward had once given me as a jesting staff of office. Not one familiar face came to wish me well. Any who might have were gone, or afraid to show kindness to a dismissed fool. I walked out of the palace gates at twilight, a solitary figure for the first time in years. The guards hardly glanced at me as I passed under the portcullis, where I'd first entered so many years ago, a frightened youth, eager to entertain a king. How different that departure was now, older, wiser, and bearing the weight of sorrows and joys alike. As I left the royal court behind, I paused on a hill overlooking the capital. The sun was sinking in a cold purple sky. In the distance the towers of the castle caught the last light. Standing in that same spot on happier days alongside King Edward, I recalled listening to him confide his worries. I remembered our laughter, our battles of wit, and even our moments of anger. A sad smile tugged at my lips. "A fool I came, and a fool I depart," I whispered to the chill air. My breath swirled like ghostly incense. There was no audience to laugh or applaud, only the lonely wind. I drew my tattered cloak tighter and turned away from the only home I had known in my adult life. It was time to explore the fate that a king's fool without a king might face. For months I roamed through villages and market towns, free and without a master. Initially the freedom felt jarring. I could go anywhere, say anything, yet who cared now for the words of a king's fool? I earned my supper by telling stories or juggling in tavern yards, performing not for nobles but for farmers and fishermen. Some nights I slept in a hayloft or under the open sky, and my joints ached more than they used to, and the laughter of coarse villagers was a poor substitute for the attentive hush of a royal court. One autumn evening I found myself in a small country inn, entertaining a handful of locals by the hearth. I narrated humorous stories about court life, taking care not to mention specific names, and managed to elicit a few chuckles from the audience. Afterward, as the patrons drifted off, the innkeeper pressed a mug of ale into my hand, pity or payment, perhaps both, and asked, "Were you truly the king's fool once?" I nodded with a faint smile. "I was," I replied. He shook his head in wonder and went to lock up, leaving me alone with the dying fire. I sat there long after the last embers crumbled, nursing the ale and my memories. Yes, I had been the king's fool. I had lived in a castle, worn silks, however patched, dined on venison and custard, and traded wits with powerful men. I had experienced both highs and lows. Now I was no one of importance. Despite feeling unimportant, I still sensed the same heart beating in my chest and maintained the same keen eye for absurdity in the world. In the silence of that tavern, I realized that in my own way, I still carried the truth speaker's torch. I could now speak freely about the Lord's vanity, the poor's plight, and other palace secrets. The strange privilege I once held to speak truth to power had come at enormous risk. Now I held a different sort of freedom. I could speak truth openly, but power no longer heeded. It was a lonely freedom, stripped of the glamour that once gave my words weight. I drained my ale and stepped outside into the crisp night. A thin sliver of moon hung overhead. The village was dark and sleeping. Only the distant bark of a dog and the rustle of trees kept me company. Pulling my threadbare cloak around my shoulders, I walked down the empty lane toward the inn's stable loft, where a pile of straw waited as my bed. Overhead, countless stars glittered. The same stars I used to gaze at from the castle parapets in King Edward's day. How many times had I stood by his side after a feast, pointing out a constellation or making a wish? I closed my eyes and could almost hear the king's rich laugh beside me. An ache swelled in my throat, part sorrow, part sweet reminiscence. "Ah, Edward," I murmured to the sky, "they took your fool away, but they'll never quite rid me of you." Perhaps it was a foolish thing to say, but then foolishness had always been my trade. I climbed into the loft and lay down on the straw. Through a gap in the roof I could just see a splash of stars. I thought of the people I had been, the eager young jester, the broken wretch in the stocks, the unlikely hero on the battlefield, the trusted friend, and now the vagabond storyteller. Which was the real me? Perhaps all of them, perhaps none. As I drifted to sleep, I found myself smiling in the dark. I had played my part in the grand pageant of kings and clowns, and though my costume was torn and my stage now a humble inn, I still had my wits, my memories, and my voice. In the morning I would move on to the next village and the next crowd. Maybe I'd make them laugh, maybe I'd make Aristotle's story begins over 2,000 years ago. In 384 BCE, in the ancient city of Stagira, located in northern Greece. Born to a physician named Nicomachus and his wife Phaestis, Aristotle came into the world surrounded by a mix of science, medicine, and tradition. His father's role as the physician to the royal court of Macedon meant that Aristotle grew up in an environment deeply rooted in observation, inquiry, and the natural sciences. Even as a child, he showed a curious and inquisitive nature, traits that would come to define his life and work. However, Aristotle's early life was not without hardship. His parents passed away when he was still a boy, leaving him orphaned at a young age. Despite this loss, he was taken in by a guardian and received an education that emphasized both discipline and exploration. His early exposure to the workings of the natural world, combined with the structured environment of his upbringing, set the stage for his intellectual journey. At the age of 17, Aristotle travelled to Athens, the intellectual and cultural centre of the ancient world. There, he enrolled in Plato's Academy, a prestigious school founded by the renowned philosopher Plato. Aristotle quickly distinguished himself as a brilliant student, one whose mind seemed boundless in its capacity for inquiry. For 20 years he studied under Plato, immersing himself in philosophy, mathematics, and the natural sciences. Though Aristotle greatly admired Plato, he did not always agree with his teacher's ideas. While Plato focused on the realm of ideal forms, Aristotle's mind was drawn to the tangible, the observable, and the concrete. He believed that understanding the world required examining it directly, through observation and experience. This difference in approach would later define Aristotle's own philosophy, setting it apart from that of his mentor. After Plato's death, Aristotle left Athens and began a period of travel and teaching. He journeyed across the Greek world, sharing his knowledge and expanding his understanding of different cultures and environments. During this time, he also married a woman named Pythias, with whom he would have a daughter. His travels brought him to the court of King Philip II of Macedon, where he was tasked with an extraordinary responsibility, tutoring the young prince, Alexander, who would later become known as Alexander the Great. Aristotle's influence on Alexander was profound. While the prince was destined for military conquest and political leadership, Aristotle introduced him to the worlds of philosophy, science, and ethics. He encouraged Alexander to think critically and to approach his rule with wisdom and fairness. Though their paths would eventually diverge, the relationship between teacher and student left a lasting impact on both. In 335 BCE, Aristotle returned to Athens and established his own school, the Lyceum. The Lyceum was more than just a place of learning. It was a community of thinkers and scholars dedicated to exploring every aspect of the world. Aristotle and his students walked the grounds of the Lyceum, engaging in discussions that range from biology and physics to ethics and politics. These peripatetic discussions, as they were called, became a hallmark of Aristotle's teaching style. Aristotle's curiosity knew no bounds. He sought to understand the world in its entirety, cataloguing plants and animals, studying the stars, and analysing human behaviour. His work was both broad and detailed, reflecting his belief that knowledge was interconnected. To Aristotle, understanding one aspect of the world helped illuminate the others. His contributions to philosophy were groundbreaking. Aristotle developed a system of logic that laid the foundation for scientific inquiry. He believed that knowledge could be built through observation, reasoning, and experimentation. This approach contrasted with the purely theoretical methods of his predecessors, and it marked the beginning of a more empirical way of thinking that would influence science for centuries to come. Aristotle's writings covered nearly every subject imaginable. He explored metaphysics, examining the nature of existence and reality. He wrote extensively on ethics, proposing that the goal of life was to achieve eudaimonia, or flourishing through the cultivation of virtue. In politics, he analysed the structures of government and society, emphasising the importance of balance and justice. Yet, Aristotle was not infallible. Like all thinkers of his time, his work was shaped by the cultural and historical context in which he lived. Some of his ideas, particularly those on natural hierarchy and gender roles, reflected the limitations of his era. Even so, his methods of inquiry and his commitment to understanding the world continue to resonate. As Aristotle's influence grew, so too did the challenges he faced. In his later years, political tensions in Athens made his position increasingly precarious. Following the death of Alexander the Great, anti-Macedonian sentiment in the city put Aristotle, with his ties to the Macedonian court, under scrutiny. Accused of impiety, he chose to leave Athens, reportedly saying that he would not allow the city to sin twice against philosophy, a reference to the execution of Socrates decades earlier. Aristotle spent his final years in the city of Chalcis, where he continued to write and reflect. He passed away in 322 BCE at the age of 62, leaving behind a legacy that would endure for millennia. His works, preserved and studied over the centuries, became a cornerstone of Western thought, influencing fields as diverse as science, ethics, politics, and art. As you reflect on Aristotle's life, let the calm rhythm of his story guide you into a peaceful state of relaxation. His journey reminds us of the power of curiosity, the value of inquiry, and the interconnectedness of all knowledge. Aristotle's life was not just about answers, it was about asking the right questions and seeking understanding in all things. Feel the quiet wisdom of his teachings as they settle in your mind, a gentle reminder that the pursuit of knowledge is a journey, not a destination. Let the story of Aristotle inspire you to embrace curiosity and to find wonder in the world around you. Now, as you drift off to sleep, imagine the serene halls of the Lyceum, the soft murmurs of philosophical discussions, and the gentle rustling of leaves as Aristotle and his students walk under the shade of ancient trees. Let these images carry you into restful dreams, where the wisdom of the past illuminates the infinite possibilities of tomorrow. As you continue to relax, let the profound legacy of Aristotle's life unfold in your mind. His dedication to understanding the world wasn't just about acquiring knowledge. It was about seeking harmony, balance, and truth in everything around him. Aristotle believed that knowledge was interconnected, and through his teachings, he encouraged others to see the unity between the natural world, human behaviour, and the cosmos itself. Imagine Aristotle walking through the Lyceum, the warm sun filtering through the trees as he engaged in thoughtful discussions with his students. His words carried a sense of purpose, guiding those who followed him to think critically and observe the world with care. These walks, known as peripatetic lectures, were not just a means of sharing knowledge, they were a journey of discovery, where every step brought new insights and understanding. Aristotle's influence reached far beyond his own lifetime. His writings were preserved and studied by scholars throughout history, shaping the foundations of many disciplines. In the Middle Ages, his works became central to both Islamic and European philosophy, earning him the title of the philosopher among medieval scholars. His contributions to logic, ethics, and the natural sciences provided a framework for future thinkers, from Thomas Aquinas to Galileo Galilei. In the realm of ethics, Aristotle's concept of virtue remains timeless. He believed that the key to a fulfilling life was finding the balance between extremes, a concept he called the golden mean. For Aristotle, courage lay between recklessness and cowardice, generosity between stinginess and extravagance. This philosophy of moderation offers a calming and thoughtful perspective, reminding us that harmony often lies in balance. As you reflect on these teachings, let their wisdom bring a sense of calm and clarity. The idea that life's challenges can be approached with balance and thoughtfulness is a comforting reminder that, even in times of uncertainty, there is a path forward that brings peace and understanding. Aristotle's work on the natural sciences was equally revolutionary. He believed that observation and experience were the keys to understanding the world. He meticulously studied plants, animals, and celestial phenomena, striving to uncover the principles that governed their existence. His efforts to categorize and explain the natural world laid the groundwork for modern scientific inquiry. inspiring countless generations of researchers to follow in his footsteps. Picture Aristotle seated in quiet contemplation, surrounded by scrolls and diagrams, his mind alight with questions about the universe. The gentle hum of the world around him, the rustling of leaves and the distant chirping of birds served as the backdrop to his endless curiosity. This serene image reminds us of the beauty of learning and the quiet joy of discovery. In his exploration of politics, Aristotle emphasized the importance of community and the role of government in promoting the common good. He studied different forms of governance, analyzing their strengths and weaknesses. His belief that humans are political animals underscores our innate desire for connection and cooperation. Aristotle's insights into the nature of society encourage us to think deeply about the ways we interact with one another and the systems we create to support our collective well-being. As the rain falls gently outside your window, imagine the ancient world Aristotle inhabited, a world filled with wonder, where the mysteries of existence invited exploration and understanding. Let his story remind you that curiosity is a gift, one that opens the door to endless possibilities. Now, as you drift deeper into relaxation, picture the stars shining above the Lyceum, their light guiding Aristotle and his students as they pondered the mysteries of life. The gentle rhythm of their footsteps, the soft murmur of their voices, and the stillness of the night create a peaceful atmosphere, one that invites you to find rest and serenity in your own journey. Aristotle's life was a testament to the power of inquiry, the joy of discovery, and the interconnectedness of all things. His teachings remind us that knowledge is not just about understanding the world, it's about finding our place within it and striving to live in harmony with ourselves and others. Let the quiet wisdom of Aristotle's journey settle into your thoughts as you rest. His legacy is not just one of intellectual brilliance, but of a life deeply dedicated to understanding the beauty and complexity of existence. Aristotle saw the world not as a collection of separate pieces, but as an intricate tapestry, where each thread is connected to the others in profound and meaningful ways. Imagine the calm serenity of ancient Greece, the golden sunlight cascading over the white stone columns of the Lyceum as Aristotle strolled its pathways, surrounded by students eager to learn. They debated, questioned, and explored every aspect of life, from the nature of the stars above to the behaviour of the animals in the fields nearby. Their conversations were filled with curiosity and wonder, a reflection of Aristotle's belief that every question, no matter how simple or complex, was worth pursuing. Aristotle's ability to bridge different disciplines was one of his greatest strengths. He saw no boundary between science and philosophy, ethics and politics, or art and nature. To him, everything was interconnected, part of a greater whole that deserved to be studied and understood. This holistic view of the world is a reminder of the beauty that lies in seeing the bigger picture, in understanding that each small piece contributes to something far greater than itself. As you drift further into relaxation, let the harmony of Aristotle's teachings bring you peace. His philosophy of balance and moderation encourages us to find calm in the chaos, to seek the middle ground where we can flourish. The idea of the golden mean is not just a guide for making choices, it is an invitation to live with grace and intention, to approach life with a steady and thoughtful heart. Picture Aristotle at his desk, surrounded by scrolls and notes, the flickering light of a lantern illuminating his work. The quiet hum of the night provides the perfect backdrop for his thoughts, as he meticulously records his observations and ideas. Each stroke of his pen represents a step forward in humanity's understanding of the world. This image is a reminder that even the grandest achievements begin with quiet moments of reflection and dedication. Aristotle's life was also a testament to resilience. Despite the challenges he faced, from personal loss to political exile, he never stopped asking questions, never stopped seeking to understand. His commitment to learning and teaching, even in the face of adversity, is a powerful reminder that knowledge and curiosity are forces that can overcome even the greatest obstacles. Now, as you relax and prepare to drift into sleep, imagine the gentle sound of waves lapping against the shores of ancient Greece, the rhythmic flow of the sea echoing the timeless nature of Aristotle's wisdom. His story reminds us that the search for knowledge is an endless journey, one that brings us closer not only to the world around us, but also to ourselves. Let your breathing slow as you picture the peaceful gardens of the Lyceum, where Aristotle's students gathered to learn and grow. The rustling of leaves in the wind and the soft murmur of philosophical discussions create a tranquil atmosphere, one that invites you to rest and reflect. As the calm of the night surrounds you, let the echoes of Aristotle's wisdom carry you further into a restful state. His life's journey reminds us of the power of patience and persistence, the idea that true understanding unfolds slowly, like the petals of a flower opening to the morning sun. Each step he took, each question he asked, was a step toward unravelling the mysteries of life. Imagine the gentle rhythm of Aristotle's daily routines at the Lyceum, the sun casting soft shadows over the gardens, where he and his students would walk and talk. The air would have been filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the distant sound of birds singing, creating a serene environment for thought and reflection. It was in these simple, unhurried moments that some of the most profound ideas in human history were born. Aristotle's approach to life and learning reminds us that it's okay to take our time, to explore the world with curiosity and wonder. He understood that knowledge is not something to be rushed. It is a lifelong journey, one that unfolds gradually and beautifully. This philosophy of patience and exploration is one we can carry with us, a gentle reminder to approach our own lives with care and intention. Aristotle often turned his gaze upward, marvelling at the vastness of the universe and pondering the mysteries it held. To him, the stars were not just distant points of light. They were part of a grand, interconnected cosmos, a reminder of our place within something far greater than ourselves. Let this thought bring you a sense of peace and wonder as you rest. Aristotle's teachings also emphasized the importance of community and connection. He believed that humans are social beings, meant to live and work together in harmony. His ideas about politics and ethics were grounded in this belief, highlighting the value of cooperation, fairness, and mutual respect. These principles continue to resonate, reminding us of the importance of building strong, supportive relationships with those around us. As you relax further, imagine the soft murmurs of conversation in the Lyceum, the voices of students and scholars blending together in a gentle symphony of learning. The warmth of their shared curiosity and the strength of their connections created an environment where ideas could flourish. Let this image remind you of the power of community, the way it supports and uplifts us, even in our quietest moments. Aristotle's dedication to understanding the natural world was unparalleled. He believed that by observing and studying the world around us, we could uncover the principles that govern life itself. From the smallest insect to the vast expanse of the heavens, Aristotle approached every subject with the same level of curiosity and care. His work laid the foundation for countless discoveries, inspiring generations of thinkers to explore and question. Now, as you drift closer to sleep, picture Aristotle walking along a quiet beach at sunrise, the waves gently lapping at the shore. The golden light of dawn illuminates his path, a symbol of the new ideas and possibilities that each day brings. This peaceful scene reflects the quiet strength of his mind and the endless potential for discovery that lies within us all. Let your breathing slow as you embrace the calm and tranquility of this moment. The story of Aristotle's life is one of resilience, curiosity, and an unyielding desire to understand. His teachings remind us that no matter how complex the world may seem, there is always beauty to be found in the search for knowledge. As you fall into a deep, restful sleep, let the timeless wisdom of Aristotle's journey inspire your dreams. Imagine the serenity of the Lyceum, the warmth of shared ideas, and the quiet joy of exploring the mysteries of life. Thank you for spending this time with us at History and Sleep. May your dreams be peaceful and filled with wonder. Sweet dreams, and we look forward to seeing you again soon. Over 2,000 years ago, in 469 BCE, Socrates was born in Athens, Greece. Athens was a city at the heart of the ancient world, a centre of art, culture, and intellectual thought. Socrates' early life, however, was modest. His father, Sophroniscus, was a stonemason, and his mother, Phaenorete, was a midwife. From these humble beginnings, Socrates would grow to become one of the most profound thinkers in human history. As a young man, Socrates likely followed in his father's footsteps as a stonemason, learning the craft of shaping stone and building structures. Yet, even then, his curiosity about the world and human nature set him apart. Socrates was not drawn to wealth or power. Instead, he found fulfillment in observing life, questioning beliefs, and seeking wisdom. Unlike many of his contemporaries, Socrates did not write books or leave behind written records of his teachings. Instead, we know about his life and philosophy through the writings of his students, particularly Plato. Through these accounts, we gain insight into Socrates' unique method of teaching and his relentless pursuit of truth. Socrates' approach to philosophy was deeply rooted in dialogue and inquiry. He believed that wisdom began with recognizing one's own ignorance. To him, admitting that we do not know everything opened the door to learning and growth. This idea became the foundation of the Socratic method, a process of asking and answering questions to stimulate critical thinking and uncover underlying truths. Socrates spent much of his life walking the streets of Athens, engaging in conversations with people from all walks of life. He would approach artisans, politicians, and everyday citizens, asking probing questions that challenged their assumptions and beliefs. These discussions were not meant to humiliate or demean, but to encourage reflection and deeper understanding. Despite his humble appearance, barefoot, dressed simply, and often unkempt, Socrates' intellect and charisma drew people to him. Many young Athenians admired his wisdom and became his students, eager to learn from his insights. However, his habit of questioning authority and exposing contradictions in people's beliefs also earned him powerful enemies. Socrates believed that a life worth living was one dedicated to virtue and the pursuit of truth. He often spoke of the importance of the soul and the need to care for it through ethical living. To Socrates, material wealth and social status were insignificant compared to the value of living a just and honourable life. Athens, during Socrates' lifetime, was a city in flux. It faced political turmoil, military conflicts, and shifting cultural values. Socrates' teachings, which encouraged critical thinking and challenged traditional norms, were seen by some as a threat to the stability of society. His questioning of the status quo made him a controversial figure, admired by many but also viewed with suspicion and hostility by others. In 399 BCE, when Socrates was 70 years old, he was brought to trial on charges of corrupting the youth and impiety, essentially for not recognizing the gods of Athens and introducing new ones. His accusers painted him as a dangerous influence who undermined the fabric of society. During his trial, Socrates stood firm in his beliefs. Rather than plead for his life or renounce his teachings, he used the opportunity to defend the principles he held dear. He argued that his questioning and discussions were a service to Athens, pushing its citizens to think critically and live virtuously. The trial was both a demonstration of Socrates' unwavering commitment to truth and a reflection of the political tensions in Athens. Despite his eloquence and integrity, the jury found him guilty. He was sentenced to death by drinking a cup of hemlock, a poison that would end his life. In the days leading up to his execution, Socrates remained calm and composed. Surrounded by his closest friends and students, he continued to discuss philosophy and the nature of life and death. He viewed death not as something to fear, but as a transition to another state of existence, where the soul might find true knowledge. On the day of his execution, Socrates drank the hemlock with dignity and courage, accepting his fate without bitterness or resentment. His final moments were spent in conversation, a testament to his belief that the pursuit of wisdom and truth transcended even the boundaries of life itself. Socrates' death marked the end of his physical presence in Athens, but his ideas lived on through his students and their writings. Plato in particular dedicated much of his work to preserving and expanding upon Socrates' teachings, ensuring that his philosophy would endure for generations to come. Today, Socrates is remembered as the father of Western philosophy, a thinker whose commitment to truth and virtue continues to inspire. His life teaches us the importance of questioning, of seeking knowledge, and of living with integrity. As you reflect on Socrates' journey, let his story guide you into a state of relaxation and peace. His dedication to wisdom reminds us that the pursuit of understanding is a lifelong journey, one that brings meaning and purpose to our lives. Imagine the streets of ancient Athens, the soft light of the setting sun casting long shadows on the stone buildings. Hear the murmur of conversations as Socrates walks among the people, his questions sparking thought and introspection. Let this image fill your mind with a sense of calm and wonder. As you drift into sleep, let the wisdom of Socrates' life inspire your dreams. His legacy reminds us that even in the face of adversity, the pursuit of truth and the care of the soul are endeavours worth striving for. Let the story of Socrates settle gently in your mind as you relax deeper into rest. His life, though lived so many centuries ago, carries timeless lessons that resonate in every moment of reflection and inquiry. Socrates reminds us that the simplest question can lead to the most profound discoveries, and that truth, even when difficult, is worth pursuing. Picture Socrates standing in the agora, the bustling marketplace of Athens. The air hums with activity, merchants calling out their wares, philosophers debating ideas, and citizens discussing the affairs of the city. Amid this lively scene, Socrates stands calmly, engaging those around him with his thoughtful questions. His unassuming presence and sharp intellect captivate those who stop to listen, drawing them into conversations that challenge their deepest beliefs. As the sun sets over Athens, the city quiets, and Socrates continues his discussions under the glow of oil lamps. The stars above twinkle faintly, a reminder of the vast universe beyond, as his voice carries the gentle rhythm of inquiry and understanding. Socrates believed that philosophy was not just an intellectual pursuit, but a way of life, a commitment to questioning, learning, and living with integrity. Imagine his students gathered around him, their faces illuminated by the soft light as they listen intently. Among them are young minds who would carry his teachings forward, shaping the future of philosophy and ensuring that his legacy would endure. The scene is serene, filled with the quiet joy of shared knowledge and the timeless beauty of human connection. Socrates' belief in the power of dialogue teaches us the importance of listening as well as questioning. In a world often filled with noise and haste, his approach encourages us to slow down, to reflect, and to seek clarity in our thoughts and interactions. His humility, his willingness to admit his own ignorance, and his tireless pursuit of understanding are qualities that inspire us to approach life with openness and curiosity. Now, as you drift closer to sleep, picture Socrates walking along the quiet shores of ancient Greece, the waves gently lapping at the sand. The moon casts a silver light over the sea, and the cool breeze carries the scent of salt and earth. Socrates walks slowly, his thoughts as calm and steady as the rhythm of the waves. In this peaceful moment, his dedication to truth and wisdom feels as vast and eternal as the ocean itself. Feel the serenity of this image envelop you as you rest. Socrates' life reminds us that even in moments of uncertainty, the search for meaning and understanding brings us closer to the essence of who we are. His courage to stand by his principles, even in the face of great adversity, is a gentle reminder to live with integrity and purpose. As you relax further, imagine the soft sound of sandals on stone as Socrates ascends the steps of a temple, the sky painted with the warm hues of dawn. The first rays of sunlight illuminate the ancient city, a symbol of renewal and the endless possibilities that come with each new day. Let this image fill you with a sense of hope and calm, a quiet reassurance that the pursuit of truth is always worth the effort. As you drift into a deep and restful sleep, carry with you the wisdom and spirit of Socrates. His life teaches us that even the simplest questions can open the door to profound insights, and that the search for understanding is a journey without end. As the gentle rhythm of Socrates' life story echoes in your mind, allow yourself to relax even further. His life, dedicated to the pursuit of wisdom and the betterment of the human soul, is a profound reminder that every question we ask is a step toward understanding the world and ourselves. Socrates believed that knowledge was not about having answers, but about the courage to ask and to seek. Picture the calm stillness of ancient Athens at night, the soft glow of lanterns lining narrow streets. Socrates, with his simple cloak draped over his shoulders, moves quietly among the people, his presence as humble as it is impactful. Each conversation he sparks is a journey into thought, a reminder to those around him that wisdom begins with wonder. Socrates' approach to life was marked by an unshakable commitment to virtue. He often spoke of the importance of living a life in harmony with one's values, of aligning actions with principles. To him, the care of the soul was the highest purpose, far more important than wealth, fame, or material success. This philosophy reminds us that true fulfillment comes not from external achievements, but from inner growth and ethical living. As you rest, let the wisdom of this teaching soothe your thoughts. The idea that our choices shape not just our lives, but the essence of who we are, encourages us to approach each moment with intention and care. Socrates' belief in the transformative power of self-reflection invites us to look inward, to nurture our inner lives with the same dedication and compassion we offer to others. Now imagine the gentle breeze of a spring morning in ancient Greece, the hills around Athens bathed in golden light. Socrates walks with his students along a quiet path, the sounds of birdsong and rustling leaves creating a peaceful symphony. Their conversation flows naturally, filled with questions and ideas that challenge and inspire. This idyllic scene captures the essence of Socrates' philosophy, a life lived in connection with nature, community, and the endless pursuit of knowledge. As you drift deeper into relaxation, think of Socrates' courage in facing the end of his life. His calm acceptance of his fate, his willingness to stand by his beliefs, even in the face of death, is a testament to the strength of his character. He taught his students not to fear death, but to view it as a natural part of existence. A transition that, like life itself, holds the potential for learning and growth. Feel the serenity of Socrates' perspective as it envelops you like a warm blanket. His unwavering faith in the value of a life well lived reminds us that even in moments of uncertainty, we can find peace by staying true to our values and seeking the truth within ourselves. His life, though marked by challenges, was ultimately one of profound purpose and enduring legacy. As the night deepens, imagine Socrates standing on a hill overlooking Athens, the city lights twinkling below like stars fallen to earth. The wind carries with it the faint sounds of laughter and conversation, the echoes of a city alive with thought and creativity. In this quiet moment, Socrates reflects on the beauty of a world filled with questions and possibilities. Let this image guide you into a deep, restful sleep. The story of Socrates reminds us that life's greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the depth of our exploration. His commitment to wisdom, his humility in the face of the unknown, and his courage to challenge convention inspire us to live with authenticity and purpose. As the soothing story of Socrates carries you further into relaxation, let the timelessness of his teachings resonate deeply within you. His belief pilot, lost at sea, yet behind that outline sits a life shaped by tumult, restless curiosity, and unorthodox choices. Long before she took the pilot's seat, she navigated a zigzag childhood moulded by her father's struggles, her own fierce independence, and an unrelenting search for something that matched her hunger for exploration. Born in 1897, Amelia Mary Earhart arrived during an age of rapid technological shifts, horses giving way to automobiles, electric lights replacing oil lamps. While society clung to rigid ideas about women's roles, she already sensed that convention would never satisfy her. Her father, Edwin, faced recurring employment issues and a battle with alcoholism, pushing the family from one Midwestern town to another. Her mother, Amy, tried to soften these disruptions, but instability became a constant companion. Even as a child, Amelia bristled at traditional expectations for girls. She climbed trees, collected insects, and roamed outside with an irrepressible sense of adventure. Some saw the behaviour as a lack of etiquette. Amelia viewed it as following her instincts. In 1908, her father took her to an air show in Des Moines. At first, she wasn't enthralled by the airborne spectacle. She gravitated more toward mechanical toys on display. Yet the memory of Ricky-Hetty planes overhead planted a subtle seed, machines capable of transcending everyday boundaries. Financial and personal troubles deepened, and Amelia and her sister Muriel moved to Chicago to live with friends. There, Amelia saw the gap between her restless mind and the rigid structures of typical schooling. She was competent in her classes, but captivated by SEN's science labs and sports fields, places where she could experiment physically and mentally. Upon finishing high school, she worked as a nurse's aide in Toronto during World War I, tending to wounded soldiers. This glimpse of wartime grit and sacrifice gave her a new perspective on courage. She encountered airmen who spoke of the sky as a place of both danger and liberation, an idea that lingered in the back of her mind. After the war, Amelia briefly studied at Columbia University, flirting with a path in medicine. But she felt caged by the academic routine. She yearned for movement, for experiences that unsettled her comfort zone. All of this set the stage for 1920, when she took a short ride in an open cockpit plane over Long Beach, California. The frigid wind slapped her face, the engine's roar rattled her bones. It wasn't glamorous, but it was real. She stepped off, convinced she had to learn to fly. Her family, unsettled by her father's ongoing issues, wasn't in a position to finance her ambitions. Unfazed, Amelia took odd jobs: photographer, truck driver, stenographer, scraping together the money for flight lessons. In 1921, she found a female instructor, Netta Snook, which was itself a rarity. Amelia's desire to fly was not some fleeting thrill. It became the single driving force of her daily life. She would bicycle to the airfield at dawn, face grimy hangars, and endure the skepticism of onlookers who saw flying as the realm of men, or at best, a passing novelty for daring women. By 1922, Amelia had saved enough to buy a used Kinner Airster biplane. Painted bright yellow, she called it the Canary. She practiced takeoffs and landings until her hands ached. Pushing the limits of that rickety craft, she felt more alive aloft than anywhere else. The year 1923 brought her pilot's license from the Fédération Aéronautique Internationale. That piece of paper symbolised not merely achievement but independence from the confining norms she had chafed against since childhood. During these early chapters, Earhart was still something of an unknown in public life. Yet her determination was unwavering. People around her noted a quiet resolve rather than a trumpeted sense of ambition. She was also a tireless self-promoter when necessary, skillfully networking to support her dream. Even then, adversity followed her: money woes, mechanical breakdowns, and persistent gender barriers. But that persistent spark refused to dim. In these formative years, Amelia Earhart discovered the two threads that would define her life: the power of flight to break social boundaries, and the will to confront whatever hurdles appeared. She was no stranger to precarious landings, literal or metaphorical. Each forced landing taught her a new lesson about survival. And each time she took off again, as she inched closer to rewriting what the world expected from a woman who refused to stay grounded. She refused to accept limits. Amelia's aviation career pivoted in 1928. Though she'd set a women's altitude record, she was not widely known. That changed when publisher George Putnam invited her on a transatlantic flight, not as a pilot, but as a passenger to record flight data. Many doubted a woman could duplicate Charles Lindbergh's feat. She saw the publicity potential, despite the limited role. The Fokker friendship left Trepassey Harbour, Newfoundland, in June 1928. Pilots Wilma Stultz and Louis Gordon flew the plane. Amelia sat in the cabin, both thrilled and frustrated. After 20 hours, they landed in Wales. Lady Lindy, the press crowed, a nickname she disliked. She was proud but uneasy. She hadn't actually piloted the plane. Still, she harnessed the attention. Working with Putnam, who became her husband, Amelia realised fame could spotlight women's capabilities. She gave talks, wrote articles, and pushed against the belief that women belonged in narrow roles. She argued that anyone willing to face aviation's hazards was qualified for other fields as well. Flying then was perilous. Planes were primitive, navigation uncertain, crashes frequent. Men monopolised the field due to entrenched power, not superior skill. Amelia, often overlooked, gleaned tips from male aviators, proving adept at turning knowledge into action. By 1930, she was setting speed records. Knowing such achievements drew sponsors. Financial backing kept her in the air. In 1932, 5 years after Lindbergh's solo crossing, Amelia tackled it at the Atlantic alone. She left Harbour Grace, Newfoundland, aiming for Paris. Storms and mechanical troubles forced her to land near Londonderry, Northern Ireland. She still became the first woman to fly solo across the Atlantic. Her 14-hour ordeal included icy winds and failing instruments. Exhausted upon landing, she casually mentioned wanting hot chocolate, an offhand remark that endeared her to millions. Suddenly, Queen of the Air was everywhere. She tolerated the hype, preferring to focus on her cause. Through speaking tours, books, and founding the 99s, she fought for female pilots' rights and pushed airlines to hire women. She was firm yet courteous, insisting that if she could manage transatlantic flight, other barriers should fall. Her efforts targeted institutions and attitudes. She recognised the power of formal networks like the 99s, giving women pilots a unified voice. Her personal fame provided opportunities, which she utilised to exert pressure on flight schools and manufacturers. Beneath the public persona, she was already planning bigger horizons, a round-the-world flight which could further shatter doubts about women's roles in aviation. Although cameras captured her calm confidence, Amelia dealt with real danger in the skies and relentless scrutiny on the ground. She paid no mind to skeptics, focusing instead on fuel capacity, route planning, and advancing aircraft design. Celebrity wasn't her endgame. It was a tool to prove that women had the skill, grit, and imagination to lead in any domain. By the early 1930s, she had evolved from an obscure pilot to a global symbol, showing that records weren't mere stunts, but gateways to progress. Every new achievement underscored her core belief that barriers were illusions, begging to be dismantled. And the more she accomplished, the more the world saw her courage as a call for transformation. Each success hinted that she, and all women, were only beginning to test the limits of possibility. Her schedule became relentless. She juggled flying demonstrations, interviews, and writing commitments that funded her daring pursuits. She understood the power of mass media, yet was careful to remain authentic. When reporters pressed for sensational stories, she gently steered conversations toward practical issues, like improving airplane technology and securing better training opportunities for women. At the same time, she refused to be pigeonholed as merely a women's champion. She emphasized that aviation itself was a realm of innovation for everyone. With Charles Lindbergh, Wiley Post, and other leading aviators, she discussed breakthroughs in navigation systems, weather tracking, and safety procedures. Her goal was to be taken seriously not just as a symbolic figure, but as a knowledgeable pilot shaping the future of flight. Behind the scenes, she dealt with exhaustion and the weight of expectations. Friends recalled her bouts of insomnia and anxiety, masked by her poised exterior. Despite these strains, she pressed on, convinced that flying offered a blueprint for a more open-minded society. Each record set was more than a personal triumph, it was a collective push forward. She often remarked that real change demanded more than a single feat. It required sustained resolve. Aviation, in her view, was the symbol of what humanity could accomplish after abandoning outdated prejudices. By the mid-1930s, Amelia Earhart balanced record-setting flights, a role as aviation's public face, advocacy for women, and, amusingly, fashion consulting. Her relationship with George Putnam continued to evolve. Though he came from a publishing background, he believed Amelia could be aviation's brightest star and negotiated deals to fund her ambitions. They respected each other's autonomy, even after marrying, a stance that defied social norms. She refused to adopt his surname or confine herself to traditional wifely roles, a choice that drew gossip but matched her insistence on individuality. Putnam's PR skill brought endorsement offers, from luggage to sportswear, but Amelia stayed selective, wanting authenticity over empty promotion. She used her public profile to push improvements in flight infrastructure, better runways, weather stations, and aircraft maintenance. Far from glory hunting, she believed proper resources would make aviation safer and more accessible. She also mentored younger pilots, sharing the lesson that technique, not bravado, saved lives in the sky. In that vein, she helped design practical clothing for female aviators, garments with functional pockets and flexible cuts to accommodate cockpit constraints. Critics called it frivolous, but Amelia saw it as another step toward normalizing women in the pilot's seat. If society expected women to excel anywhere, why not equip them accordingly? By 1935, she had flown solo from Honolulu to Oakland and from Los Angeles to Mexico City. These feats showcased her mastery of long-distance navigation when tools were rudimentary. She studied weather charts and honed radio direction finding, knowing that minor miscalculations could be fatal. Each success fueled a bigger dream, to circle the globe. This round-the-world quest wasn't mere personal ambition. Amelia envisioned it as a demonstration of evolving aviation technology and a chance to gather data for future commercial routes. With the world growing more interconnected, she believed such a flight could blaze trails for global air travel. Yet the endeavour demanded a formidable airplane and a solid team. The Lockheed Model 10E Electra, a twin-engine craft with the necessary range, came into play in this situation. Backed partly by Purdue University, Where she advised female students on career paths, Amelia acquired and modified the plane, adding fuel tanks and shedding unnecessary weight. She invited Fred Noonan, an expert navigator familiar with Pacific routes, to join her. The plan covered nearly 29,000 miles across multiple continents. Each stop required intricate coordination, arranging fuel caches in remote airstrips, securing radio frequencies, and ensuring local permissions. The press buzzed incessantly about her route and her gear. Public fascination soared, but Amelia kept her poise, recognizing that no amount of planning could guarantee success against the capriciousness of weather and machinery. Though calm in interviews, she privately weighed the risks. Storms, mechanical failures, human errors, any could derail the flight. Yet she was no stranger to danger, having built her career on the thin line between ambition and peril. She saw risk as part of forging new paths, echoing her lifelong stance. Progress often demanded boldness. Her entire adult life had been a testament to stepping into uncharted territory, whether challenging social norms or expanding the very frontiers of flight. In early 1937, her first attempt at the round-the-world flight suffered a crash in Hawaii, damaging the Electra. Undaunted, she regrouped, repaired the plane, and adjusted her route. Determination was her hallmark, a blend of practicality and daring. As she finalised her second attempt, she noted in public statements that records and accolades weren't her primary aim. She wanted real data on routes, fueling strategies, and navigational tactics. The flight would offer invaluable insights for the commercial airlines that would soon cross oceans routinely. That stance embodied Amelia's broader philosophy. Each high-profile flight was less about personal conquest than about broadening horizons for everyone. She had devoted years to proving that women were fully capable, but she also believed that aviation itself was the wave of the future. In bridging these perspectives, she became an avatar of possibility, a living emblem of how one individual's determination could shift cultural assumptions. And now, poised for her greatest adventure yet, Amelia was ready to test the limits again. A risk-laden gamble that might cement her reputation, or cast it into haunting uncertainty. Her calm outlook belied the sheer complexity of her plans. She understood that failure would breed critics who believed women had no place in extreme aviation. Yet she moved forward, convinced that taking flight for knowledge and progress was worth every risk. In Amelia's view, flying wasn't just her destiny, it was a collective awakening and societal evolution. Amelia Earhart's second round-the-world attempt launched on May 21st, 1937, from Oakland, California. This time, she and Fred Noonan flew eastward, hopping between continents with the Lockheed Electra. The trip started smoothly, moving from Miami through Central and South America, then across the Atlantic into Africa. Each stop brought fresh refueling challenges, mechanical checks, and updated weather data, but Amelia maintained her signature resolve. By June, they had traversed Africa and the Middle East, arriving in India amid monsoon rains. They pressed on to Southeast Asia, landing in locales like Rangoon and Singapore, places few Americans had seen. Amelia's dispatches noted extreme heat, erratic wind currents, and the rigorous demands of accurate navigation. Fred Noonan's precise star fixes ensured they stayed on course, despite unpredictable skies. Eventually, they reached New Guinea with about 7,000 miles to go. The next leg aimed for Howland Island, a tiny speck in the Pacific. US Coast Guard cutter Itasca would guide them via radio. Finding such a minuscule island required near-perfect navigation and clear weather. On July 2nd, 1937, they departed Lae in the pre-dawn darkness. Loaded with fuel for roughly 20 hours aloft, they transmitted periodic position reports. At first, signals were clear. Then Amelia's messages hinted at difficulty pinpointing Howland. Overcast conditions likely obstructed Noonan's celestial fixes. Radio contact with the Itasca became sporadic. Some messages were garbled, others incomplete. She mentioned low fuel and an inability to spot the island. Their final known transmission: "We are on line 157, 337, running north and south." Then silence. The Itasca initiated a massive search, scouring open ocean for any sign of the Electra. Naval ships joined, searching nearby waters and atolls. No wreckage surfaced. Weeks passed, and official efforts wound down. Public disbelief was immediate. George Putnam financed private searches. clinging to hope that Amelia and Noonan might be stranded or rescued. Rumours swirled: capture by foreign forces, survival under new identities, or mechanical failure leading to a fatal crash. Eventually, prevailing theories pointed to fuel exhaustion and a crash at sea. Howland Island had proved elusive, even to skilled aviators. For admirers worldwide, her disappearance felt unreal. She'd seemed unstoppable, a figure who pushed boundaries without fear. Now the iconic pilot vanished into the Pacific's expanse. Her loss struck a nerve, amplifying the emotional investment many had in her journey. Yet as shock turned to grief, her achievements took on a different hue, no longer just records but testaments to a bold spirit. Films, newsreels, and reprints of her articles kept her story alive. School children learned of her feats, and future women pilots cited her as inspiration. Her final flight overshadowed the rest of her life, but it also cast her as a perennial question mark, fueling endless conjecture. Some insisted she was alive somewhere. Others believed the crash was certain, but uncovered no physical proof. Still others proposed exotic scenarios, each more elaborate than the last. None provided definitive evidence. Ultimately, most accepted that she and Noonan perished at sea, undone by the navigational complications, changing winds, or plain bad luck. Yet Amelia's legacy was strangely enhanced by the mystery. She had championed possibility, and the idea that she might be out there, unfound, kept that possibility alive in people's minds. The line between myth and history blurred. She had become more than a pilot. She was an avatar of human daring. Her story infused with both triumph and tragedy. If anything, the unsolved nature of her final voyage cemented her place in public consciousness. Institutions named in her honour sprang up. Researchers kept pursuing leads on remote islands, pointing to castaway remains or scattered debris, each new fragment reigniting debates. The fascination endured, crossing generations and continents. In the wake of her loss, the aviation community pushed for better safety measures, improved radio technology, and refined navigation techniques. Governments funded more comprehensive maps and placed greater emphasis on weather forecasting. Ironically, Amelia's demise accelerated the very reforms she'd long advocated. If she could have witnessed the progress, she might have nodded quietly, pleased that even in absence. She was moving aviation forward, and so the world mourned, searched, and eventually accepted its heartbreak. Amelia Earhart, whose smiling face had adorned magazines and whose gritty determination broke barriers, was gone, but rather than diminishing her impact, her disappearance etched her into the global consciousness. Hers became a story of possibility cut short, yet also eternal, a reflection of how high humanity can climb and how unforgiving the frontier can be, undeniably. In the immediate aftermath of Amelia Earhart's disappearance, the public learned the scope of the desperate search underway. The Coast Guard cutter Itasca had already been combing the waters around Howland Island, but the US Navy soon mobilised, launching one of the most extensive rescue efforts in peacetime history. Over several weeks, ships and airplanes fanned out across the Central Pacific, scanning for any sign of wreckage or survivors. Military personnel interviewed islanders, contacted passing vessels, and monitored all radio frequencies for stray signals that might lead them to the missing plane. George Putnam, distraught but resolute, organised private expeditions of his own. He poured personal funds into hiring search craft, offering rewards for credible information. Messages from psychics, adventurers, and self-appointed investigators flooded his office. Though many leads were far-fetched, Putnam refused to dismiss them outright, afraid of missing any clue that might point to Amelia's location. A handful of newspapers criticised the urgency, questioning the expense at a time when global tensions were on the rise. Still, for countless admirers worldwide, the operation was a moral duty. Someone as groundbreaking as Amelia should not simply vanish without every effort to locate her. Rumours bloomed. Early on, some claimed she had been spotted in distant ports, fueling speculation of a forced landing followed by rescue under mysterious circumstances. Others pointed to unconfirmed transmissions that briefly crackled over shortwave radios in the days following her disappearance. Could it be Amelia, calling for help? Enthusiasts hung on each scrap of reported signal, though none were convincingly traced to the missing Electra. The mass of conflicting stories stoked a media frenzy, with headlines proclaiming everything from miraculous survival to sinister conspiracies. In official circles, however, evidence began to narrow. Reports from the Itasca indicated that Amelia's last radio messages had grown increasingly urgent. Low on fuel, uncertain of her coordinates, she was racing against time in a vast expanse of ocean. Naval commanders, though moved by her bravery, understood the grim odds. Even if Earhart and Noonan had survived a water landing, floating in the Pacific's punishing heat without an adequate raft or supplies would be a daunting ordeal. Within a month, the military scaled back the large-scale search. Having spent millions of dollars and covered an enormous swath of the Pacific, they found no trace of the Electra. While certain remote atolls and reefs remained unexamined, the probability of finding survivors dwindled by the day. Public statements struck a balance between honouring Amelia's accomplishments and reconciling with the increasingly likely outcome. George Putnam refused to give up. For many months, he funded private efforts to investigate scattered leads. Small vessels sailed to the Forgotten Islands, examining debris that never matched Amelia's plane. Tyre tracks in the sand, bits of metal, and rumours of castaways all turned out to be dead ends or unrelated artefacts. As the search continued, public opinion split between mournful acceptance and stubborn hope. The iconic pilot had carried the aspirations of countless fans who believed she symbolised limitless possibility. Now, they wrestled with her apparent demise. At the same time, her disappearance captured the imagination of those who preferred a more dramatic explanation. Could foreign powers have seized her, suspecting espionage? Could she have orchestrated a disappearance to evade recognition? Each guess, no matter how wild, found at least a small chorus of believers. Meanwhile, tributes poured in from every corner. Schools held ceremonies, newspapers published retrospectives, and radio stations aired stories of her earlier triumphs. Letters expressing admiration flooded the offices of aviation clubs. Numerous individuals highlighted Amelia's contribution to paving the way for women. If she could challenge the skies, they reasoned, then others could challenge entrenched social barriers. Politicians, too, invoked her legacy in calls for expanded roles for women in the workforce, hoping to harness the public's admiration for her accomplishments. By early 1938, the official verdict leaned heavily toward a crash at sea. Within another year, Amelia Earhart would be declared legally dead. George Putnam, exhausted and grieving, continued to write about her life, ensuring her name stayed in the public consciousness. Having travelled alongside her in countless ways, he refused to let a silent ocean claim the last word on her story. Photographs of Amelia, smiling in front of her plane, goggles perched on her forehead, remained pinned to his walls, reminders that her spirit, daring and unbreakable, transcended whatever fate had befallen her. In the public eye, she had already entered a realm where myth and memory intertwined. In the years after Amelia Earhart's disappearance, her story wove itself deeply into the culture, shaping discussions of exploration, gender roles, and national identity. While the global press initially focused on the sudden void left by her vanishing, attention soon shifted toward analysing what she had embodied. She had shown that an American woman could stand shoulder to shoulder with prominent male aviators, forging a path in a field still dominated by men. Her example lingered in the minds of young women contemplating fields traditionally closed to them, not just in aviation but in science, technology, and beyond. Institutions bearing her name sprang up. Elementary schools in the United States adopted the moniker Earhart to honour her daring spirit. Scholarships were established to support aspiring women pilots, sometimes endowed by contributors who had followed her final flight with bated breath. Though these gestures varied in size and scope, each underscored a collective drive to keep her influence alive. The 99s, the organisation for female pilots that Amelia had helped found, continued to recruit members, nurturing a new generation unafraid to push boundaries. Beyond formal commemorations, Earhart's disappearance fueled research aimed at preventing similar tragedies. Early radio equipment had proven unreliable. Post-1937 advances focused on refining both hardware and communication protocols. Governments funded studies of weather patterns, leading to better forecasting. Aviation experts developed more rigorous standards for navigation, ensuring that future pilots received advanced training in celestial fixes and radio direction finding. Some historians argue that the spotlight on Amelia's disappearance hastened these improvements. Whether intentionally or not, she prompted an acceleration of aeronautical progress. Meanwhile, the theories about her fate refused to fade. self-styled detectives scoured archival records, analysing ship logs and rumoured sightings. In the late 1940s, a handful of American servicemen stationed in the Pacific heard local tales of a foreign pilot washing ashore years earlier, spurring renewed hunts for evidence. Occasionally, fragments of aluminum or skeletons found on remote atolls were touted as proof of Earhart's final resting place. Yet attempts to link such discoveries conclusively to Amelia or Fred Noonan always fell suddat or short. With each new claim came another wave of media coverage, keeping the question of her end alive in the public mind. Pop culture seized on the mystery, weaving it into novels, films, and radio dramas. Some portrayed her as a spy captured by hostile forces, others imagined her deliberately disappearing to live in peace. These fictional takes occasionally drew the ire of those who believed they trivialised her legacy, yet they also brought her name before audiences that might not otherwise have pondered the achievements of a woman pilot in the 1930s. Her image graced magazine covers well into the 1950s, often paired with captions urging readers to remember her pioneering flights rather than fixating solely on the unknown. For women determined to forge their own paths, Amelia's tale carried a particular resonance. During World War II, thousands of women trained as pilots in programs like the Women Air Force Service Pilots, WASP. Although she was no longer around to witness it, her example had laid crucial groundwork. Veterans of those programs cited her as a reason they believed aviation could be for them too. They viewed her last flight as the ultimate expression of her courage, continuing until the sky itself refused her any further. Critics sometimes questioned whether her fame overshadowed the contributions of less heralded female aviators. Indeed, Earhart's photogenic presence and collaboration with George Putnam's media machine set her apart. But many recognised that she had used her visibility to champion broader goals. She consistently advocated for other women flyers and used press opportunities to highlight the achievements of colleagues who lacked her public platform. If she stood alone in the spotlight, she also attempted to shine it on everyone else struggling for legitimacy in aviation's ranks. By the mid-20th century, Earhart's name had become shorthand for unbounded aspiration. Newspapers likened daring explorers to modern Amelia Earharts. Corporations cited her spirit in ad campaigns about pushing past limitations, yet behind the commercial rebranding lay an abiding truth. She had effectively proven that gender need not be an impediment to ambition. Even decades later, that message held profound significance. For every sceptical remark about knowing your place, Earhart's memory offered a counter-argument, that risks were there to be taken, frontiers to be tested, and that sometimes only the bold see how far they can really go. Today, the name Amelia Earhart conjures images of resilience and intrigue. Countless books, documentaries, and academic analyses have attempted to decipher her character and significance. Perhaps that is the ultimate measure of her impact. She remains relevant long after her plane's final, tragic flight. In a world that has seen astronauts circling the Earth and rovers traversing Mars, her achievements might look modest on paper, yet context is everything. In her era, crossing an ocean by air was a feat teetering on the verge of impossibility, especially for a woman barred from many of the support systems offered to male peers. Her influence extends well beyond aviation. Modern discussions of women's leadership, work-life balance, and personal autonomy still reference Earhart's refusal to bow to convention. The forthright way she lived, maintaining her separate finances after marriage, declining to adopt her husband's surname, and refusing to drop her career, resonates with individuals who chafe under traditional expectations. She showed that it was possible to be both admired and outspoken, both widely loved and unabashedly independent. This combination of traits keeps her relevant in each new wave of feminism, even as cultural norms continue to shift. Then there is the simple matter of mystery. Human beings are drawn to stories with open endings, and Amelia's disappearance leaves a void that speculation rushes to fill. Expeditions still venture to distant Pacific islands, sifting through detritus in search of conclusive answers. High-tech scanners, DNA testing, and underwater drones have all been employed in attempts to find the Electra or discover her remains. Each new rumour or photograph sparks interest, however fleeting, in the notion that a solution to the riddle is just around the corner. That quest has persisted for nearly a century, a testament to her lasting hold on people's imaginations. In many ways, the romance of Amelia Earhart's story lies in its human dimension. She was fallible, prone to anxiety and physical exhaustion, yet outwardly composed. She made daring choices while maintaining a certain down-to-earth practicality. Her writings reveal a person keenly aware of mortality, yet unwilling to let fear dictate her trajectory. That balance of measured caution and determined optimism gives her legend a credible warmth. She did not seek to become a myth. She sought to become a better pilot and, in doing so, helped recast the boundaries for what women could do. Time has a way of distilling a person's accomplishments until only the major highlights remain. In Earhart's case, those highlights are luminous enough: the first woman to cross the Atlantic by air, a fearless record breaker, a voice championing women's legitimacy in aviation, and the architect of a near-world circling journey that ended all too soon. Yet her true gift to posterity is the blueprint she left for challenging expectations. Every time someone questions the status quo, every time a woman pursues a field that once excluded her, a sliver of Amelia's spirit resonates. Though formal statues and memorials exist, perhaps the most fitting tribute lies in the intangible. Her legacy thrives in the collective consciousness. Crossing borders and cultures, schoolchildren undertake projects on her life, discovering that bravery and curiosity can upend established norms. Non-profit groups continue awarding scholarships in her name, ensuring that girls from modest backgrounds can earn their wings. Engineers, astronauts, and even entrepreneurs cite her as an influence, exemplifying self-reliance and bold vision. Critics might argue that the aura surrounding Amelia Earhart romanticizes risk-taking. Indeed, she faced criticisms in her lifetime for the dangers she accepted, but her approach, grounded in rigorous practice and serious study, suggests she treated risk as a necessary ingredient in progress, not a reckless thrill. The spirit that drove her planes into the sky was the same spirit that drives any pioneer, an abiding desire to see what lies beyond the horizon. As we consider her today, we find that her story is less about flight than about transcending limitations. She didn't merely fly, she challenged the gravitational pull of society's assumptions. That she vanished while pursuing her grandest ambition adds a paradoxical layer of both sorrow and admiration. Yet her final lesson endures. Uncharted territory remains, waiting for those who dare to step off the map. In that sense, she is still aloft, guiding those who look skyward with their dreams of possibility, and a steadfast refusal to accept the confines others have drawn. As the 16th century dawned, Italy stood as one of the most vibrant and culturally rich regions in Europe. It was the heart of the Renaissance, its cities alive with art, science, and intellectual thought. Yet beneath this brilliance lay a fragmented political landscape that would spark decades of turmoil. Unlike the unified kingdoms of France and Spain, Italy was a collection of fiercely independent city-states and kingdoms, each vying for dominance. From the maritime might of Venice to the artistic hub of Florence, from the papal states wielding both spiritual and temporal authority to the militarized Duchy of Milan, the Italian peninsula was a patchwork of ambition and rivalry. This division made Italy uniquely vulnerable. The city-states frequently clashed over territory and trade routes, expending resources and forming unstable alliances. Instead of uniting against external threats, they often sought outside powers as allies in their internal disputes. France, Spain, and the Holy Roman Empire, each with their eyes on Italy's wealth and strategic importance, were quick to exploit these divisions. To them, Italy was not just a cultural treasure trove, it was a gateway to greater influence in Europe and the Mediterranean. Adding to this complex web of politics was the immense power of the papacy. Popes of this era were not merely religious leaders, but political figures deeply involved in Italy's affairs. They negotiated alliances, raised armies, and often pursued personal and familial ambitions under the guise of defending Christendom. The Church's wealth and land holdings made it a significant player in the power struggles that shaped the region. Popes like Alexander VI and Julius II used their positions to influence the balance of power, turning Rome into both a battleground and a prize. The Renaissance further heightened the stakes. Italian cities were not only politically and economically important, they were also cultural beacons. The competition among states to sponsor the greatest artists, thinkers, and architects added another layer of rivalry. Florence became synonymous with innovation, Venice dominated trade, and Milan built its reputation on military strength and strategic alliances. These states, despite their brilliance, often overestimated their ability to control the forces they unleashed when inviting foreign powers to intervene in their disputes. The spark that ignited the Italian Wars came in 1494, when Charles VIII of France, claiming a dynastic right to the Kingdom of Naples, marched his army across the Alps. His invasion was the result of years of political manoeuvring and alliances gone awry. Florence, Naples and Milan had all played roles in drawing France into Italian affairs, hoping to use Charles's ambitions to their advantage. Instead, they unleashed a force far greater than they anticipated. The French army, with its modern artillery and disciplined soldiers, overwhelmed local defences, setting off a chain reaction that drew in Spain, the Holy Roman Empire, and eventually even the Ottoman Empire. The Italian Wars were not a single conflict, but a series of battles and campaigns lasting over 6 decades. They were fought not just for territorial control, but for dominance over Europe itself. Italy became the battleground where the ambitions of France, Spain, and the Holy Roman Empire clashed, with Italian city-states caught in the middle. The fragmented nature of the Italian peninsula, once a source of cultural diversity and wealth, now became its greatest vulnerability. As you reflect on this intricate political landscape, imagine the bustling cities of Renaissance Italy, filled with life and brilliance, yet shadowed by uncertainty. Picture the delicate balance of power, like a fine thread stretched too tightly, waiting to unravel. Let the rhythm of this story settle over you, its complexity and beauty easing your mind as you relax further into a state of calm. The first act of the Italian Wars began in 1494 when Charles VIII of France launched his invasion of Italy, claiming his dynastic right to the Kingdom of Naples. This campaign marked the first time a major European power would openly stake its claim to Italian lands, setting off a chain reaction that would embroil the continent in conflict for over 60 years. The decision to invade was driven by a combination of ambition, opportunity, and the fractured political state of Italy itself. Charles VIII saw Italy as a land of immense wealth and prestige, its city-states filled with treasures that could bolster his power and finance his ambitions in Europe. Yet his claim to Naples was not entirely self-driven. He had been encouraged by Ludovico Sforza, the Duke of Milan, who sought to use French support to consolidate his own power and counter his rivals in Florence and Venice. This invitation would prove a double-edged sword, for while Charles's army marched with incredible strength, it also disrupted the delicate balance of power that had kept Italy relatively stable. The French army was unlike anything Italy had faced before. Equipped with advanced artillery and professional soldiers, it swept through northern Italy with alarming speed. The city-states, unprepared for such a modern force, quickly capitulated or offered little resistance. Florence, long a hub of Renaissance brilliance, was forced to submit to Charles's demands, its leader Piero de' Medici attempting to placate the French with territorial concessions. This sparked outrage among the Florentine people, leading to the ousting of the Medici family and a period of tumult in the city. As Charles pressed southward, his campaign continued to unsettle Italy. The Papal States, under Pope Alexander VI, faced immense pressure to negotiate with the French king, who posed a direct threat to Rome itself. Ultimately, Alexander chose diplomacy over confrontation, allowing Charles to pass unimpeded. The French army reached Naples in 1495, capturing the city with relative ease, yet the ease of their victories belied the challenges that lay ahead. The rapid success of the French invasion alarmed the rest of Europe. Ferdinand II of Aragon, whose Spanish crown had claims to Naples, saw the French presence as a direct threat to his interests. He joined forces with the Holy Roman Empire, Venice and Milan in the formation of the League of Venice, a coalition designed to expel the French and restore balance to Italy. This alliance marked the beginning of a prolonged and complex series of conflicts that would characterize the Italian Wars. Charles VIII's return journey to France was fraught with difficulty. At the Battle of Fornovo in 1495, the League of Venice confronted the French forces in a fierce engagement. Though Charles managed to escape with most of his army intact, his dream of holding Naples dissolved as Spanish forces moved to reclaim the city. This marked a turning point. While the French had demonstrated their military might, their inability to sustain control over Italy revealed the limits of their power. The first invasion set the tone for the Italian Wars, a conflict defined by shifting alliances, brutal battles, and the constant interference of foreign powers in Italian affairs. For the Italian city-states, the war underscored their vulnerability. Their reliance on external allies often backfired, leaving them at the mercy of larger powers whose interests rarely aligned with their own. As you reflect on this chapter of the story, picture the vast French armies marching through the Italian countryside, their movements echoing the ambitions of kings and the fragility of states. Imagine the Renaissance cities, so full of life and beauty, now shadowed by the weight of war. Let the rhythm of these thoughts guide you into deeper relaxation, the flow of history calming your mind and easing your spirit. As the Italian wars progressed, Spain emerged as a dominant force, reshaping the balance of power across Europe and the Italian peninsula. Following Charles VIII's retreat, Ferdinand II of Aragon sought to strengthen Spain's influence, focusing on reclaiming Naples, a key prize in the struggle for Italian supremacy. Spain's military, under the leadership of Gonzalo Fernández de Córdoba, revered as the Great Captain, introduced innovative battlefield strategies. The Spanish tercios, disciplined formations combining pikemen and arquebusiers, proved revolutionary. Their effectiveness surpassed that of the traditional heavy cavalry favoured by France. In a series of decisive battles, including Cerignola and Garigliano in 1503, Spanish forces secured Naples. Their victories demonstrated superior tactics and organisation. With Naples under Spanish control, Ferdinand established Spain as a key power in southern Italy, solidifying its influence and preparing for further engagements with France. Yet the French were far from deterred. In 1515, Francis I ascended to the French throne and reignited his nation's ambitions. His forces achieved a major victory at the Battle of Marignano, reclaiming Milan and briefly restoring French dominance in northern Italy. This resurgence set the stage for an intense rivalry between Francis III and Charles V of the Habsburg dynasty. Charles, inheriting a vast empire that included Spain, the Holy Roman Empire, and territories in the Americas, wielded immense resources. His ambitions extended far beyond Italy, but the peninsula became a crucial theatre of war. The pivotal Battle of Pavia in 1525 marked a turning point. Spanish forces decisively defeated the French army, capturing Francis I in the process. This victory shattered French momentum and solidified Spanish Habsburg dominance in Italy. Milan fell under Habsburg influence, and Spain's position became unassailable. Despite these triumphs, the Italian wars were far from settled. France continued its efforts to reclaim lost ground. However, Spain's wealth from its burgeoning empire in the Americas provided the resources needed to sustain prolonged campaigns. This economic advantage, combined with strategic alliances and military innovation, ensured Spain's supremacy. Italian city-states such as Venice, Florence, and the Papal States became entangled in this larger conflict. Their independence increasingly compromised as foreign powers dictated the region's fate. The conflict reshaped Italy, turning it into the epicenter of European power struggles. Its vibrant cities and cultural landmarks endured cycles of war and occupation. Yet through it all, the resilience of its people shone. They continued to create art, foster innovation, and maintain their identity even amid turmoil, while you drift further in sleep. Picture the rolling hills of Italy and the bustling cities of the Renaissance, their beauty and complexity undiminished despite the shadow of war. Imagine the measured rhythm of history, the ebb and flow of ambition and resilience, and let the cadence of these thoughts guide you toward peace. Each detail of this story invites you to unwind, to let go of the day's tension as the calm of the past eases your mind. By the early 1520s, the Italian wars reached a brutal and transformative juncture, a moment that underscored the devastating consequences of prolonged conflict. The sack of Rome in 1527, carried out by the forces of Charles V, Holy Roman Emperor, marked one of the darkest chapters of the era. It exposed the vulnerability of even the most powerful institutions, including the papacy, to the chaos of war. This catastrophic event was not entirely planned. It was the result of unpaid and unruly soldiers, primarily Spanish and German mercenaries, who had grown discontented with their leaders. These troops, driven by desperation and greed, turned their frustrations toward the city of Rome. On May 6, 1527, they breached the city's walls. Their assault was swift and merciless, reducing the Eternal City to a scene of horror. Thousands of civilians were slaughtered, churches and homes were looted, and priceless works of art were destroyed or stolen. The Pope himself, Clement VII, was forced to seek refuge in the Castel Sant'Angelo, where he remained under siege for months. The sack of Rome sent shockwaves throughout Europe. It demonstrated that no city, no matter how revered or powerful, was immune to the ravages of war. This act of violence shattered the image of the Holy Roman Empire as a protector of Christendom. Instead, it revealed the unpredictable nature of power struggles when greed and chaos overtook strategic planning. The symbolic heart of Catholicism had been desecrated, leaving a lasting scar on the Italian wars and a sobering reminder of the stakes involved. The fallout from this event led to a re-evaluation of alliances and power dynamics. The Pope, who had previously aligned with France and other anti-Habsburg factions, was forced to reconcile with Charles V. This uneasy alliance reshaped the political landscape of Italy, placing the papacy firmly under Habsburg influence. For the French, the sack represented another setback in their ambitions to dominate Italy. The devastation of Rome weakened their potential ally, leaving them increasingly isolated in the conflict. As the dust settled, the sack of Rome came to symbolize the broader toll of the Italian wars. The conflict had begun as a battle for territorial control, but it had evolved into a far-reaching struggle that disrupted the cultural, economic and political fabric of Italy. The Renaissance ideals of beauty, innovation and humanism were overshadowed by the relentless march of armies and the ambitions of rulers. Even amid this devastation, Italy's resilience persisted. The people of Rome began to rebuild their city, reclaiming their identity and striving to restore its former glory. Artists, writers and thinkers carried forward the flame of the Renaissance. Their works a testament to the enduring spirit of a land caught in the crossfire of history. As you look back on this pivotal moment, imagine the quiet streets of Rome after the storm, the strength of its people as they turned chaos into renewal. Let these thoughts ease your mind, and the flow of history soothe your spirit as you drift into deeper relaxation. The story of the sack of Rome reminds us that even in the darkest times, recovery and renewal are possible. The Italian wars, though technically concluded with various treaties and shifting allegiances, left Italy deeply fragmented and politically unstable. By the late 16th century, the city-states that once flourished during the Renaissance had been absorbed by the larger European powers or reduced to minor players in the geopolitical theatre. The outcome of the wars had profound consequences, not only for Italy, but for the balance of power across Europe. After the sack of Rome in 1527, the political situation in Italy grew more complicated. The papacy, weakened and diminished in prestige, was now firmly under Habsburg influence. Pope Clement VII, despite his earlier resistance, was forced to sign a peace treaty with Emperor Charles V, marking the start of a period of Habsburg dominance in Italy. The French, now dealing with internal turmoil and an empire stretched thin, were no longer able to exert as much influence over Italian affairs. Milan, once a powerful independent duchy, had fallen under Habsburg control following the French defeat at Pavia and the subsequent Treaty of Madrid. Similarly, Naples and other southern Italian regions were now under Spanish rule. Venice, though still a powerful republic, found itself increasingly isolated, unable to maintain its former influence in the face of Habsburg and French competition. Florence, once the heart of the Renaissance, experienced a dramatic shift in power. The Medici family, exiled during the wars, were restored to power with the help of the papacy and the Habsburgs. Under their rule, Florence became a duchy, ending its Republican era and cementing Medici control. This marked the end of an era for the city, which had once been a beacon of artistic and political independence. The fragmentation of Italy was not only political but cultural. The wars had disrupted the flow of ideas and artistic movements that had flourished during the Renaissance. Many of Italy's greatest artists, including Leonardo da Vinci and Raphael, had already passed, and those who remained found themselves working under foreign rulers who had little interest in maintaining the cultural vibrancy that had once defined the peninsula. The wars also set the stage for future conflicts. The power vacuum left in Italy, coupled with the continuing rivalry between France and Spain, ensured that Italy would remain a battleground for European ambitions well into the 17th century. The Italian states, once autonomous and rich in their diversity, had been transformed into pawns in a larger game of European politics. Yet, even in the aftermath of destruction and division, Italy's identity remained intact. The Renaissance had planted seeds of intellectual, artistic and scientific achievement that would continue to influence the world long after the wars had ended. Italy's cities, though scarred by years of warfare, would eventually rise again, fueled by the legacy of those who had once shaped the course of history. As you reflect on this final phase of the Italian wars, picture Italy, its cities, landscapes and people, rebuilding in the wake of centuries of conflict. Let these thoughts soothe your mind, the quiet endurance of a nation marked by the passage of time. Feel the ebb and flow of history calm your spirit as the struggles of the past slowly fade into the background, leaving only peace. As we bring this story to a close, it's important to summarise the deep legacy left behind by the Italian wars. Though the wars themselves were marked by conflict, power struggles and shifting allegiances, Italy's resilience and cultural spirit endured beyond the violence. The wars may have fragmented the peninsula politically. However, the intellectual, artistic and cultural achievements that flourished during the Renaissance would continue to shape the world for generations to come. The devastating toll of the wars, especially the sack of Rome and the subsequent political upheavals, left visible scars on Italy's landscape. But even in the midst of destruction, Italy's cities, its people, and its rich cultural heritage would rise again. Florence, Venice, Rome, and Milan, though under foreign rule, maintained the essence of their identity, always connected to their storied past, and each continuing to contribute to the broader European narrative. As you lie back and reflect on this powerful chapter in history, allow yourself to feel the weight of time, the rise and fall of empires, the rebuilding of cities, and the ever-present determination of the people. Imagine the sun setting gently over the Italian hills, the soft whisper of the wind as it sweeps over the ancient streets, a reminder of both struggle and renewal. It's easy to be caught in the frenzy of the world around us, but history has a way of slowing us down, letting us reflect on the cyclical nature of life, conflict, and peace. Let the story of the Italian wars be a reminder of resilience, of the strength it takes to overcome adversity, and of the beauty that rises from the ashes. Now, as we transition to the peaceful sounds of rain and soft melodies, let your mind settle into the rhythm of nature, allowing the soothing sounds to wash over you, easing you into a deep and restful sleep.